move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go! Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Come on, everybody, bring it in. Side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go.
brings you to the lost and found, dear. Won't you pull up a seat? Everybody got a prize round here to play. Make me an offer, what will it be? Oh, what will it be? Welcome to the playground, follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night, I'll sell you a dream. Welcome to the playground. 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 Follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night, I'll sell you a dream.
You walk along the edge of danger, and it will change you. Why would you let this voice set in your head? It is meant to destroy you. You summon storms, you play with nature. Now watch it hurt you. Why would you want to shape the world in your hands? You will never make it through. Catch the fire burning out your soul. Just make it die, or you will turn it all to ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. You waste your life to gain power. You shift the game rules. How does it feel to reach the line that no one ever got to cross? Does it make you a god now? Every and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood.
Hey, what? Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Waltzing through the storm, feel the vibe align. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. Dancing through the storm, we become the light. Against the lies, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look down at the tide, it's our warning sign. It's time to rock the wave or get swept aside. Crash through barriers, our destinies untied. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. We become the light. We become the light. Against the lies, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. Dancing through the storm, we become the light. We become the light. Against the lies, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form. When darkness falls, you are my light. You take my hand and hold it tight. You are my home, I know it now. Don't let me go, we're safe and sound. I see your beauty shine, you radiate with light. Our hearts dancing time, you're one of a kind. Shine on and feel my heart. the stars, and I'll never be lost. You are my home, you feel my pain. My soul is yours, two souls the same. With you I'm everything, you never asked me to change a thing. They set our world on fire, but our hearts will burn for miles. I see your beauty shine, you radiate with light. Our hearts dancing time, you're one of a kind. Stars shining with us, your fire is contagious. I feel the moon on our skin. Love glows out, love streams in. Your eyes shining through me, light the way so that we can see. And feel the warmth of my love. Shine on and feel
Wait, is he switching lanes?
Welcome to Marriott Bonvoy. Where can we take you?
From Berlin to the finals, Marriott Bonvoy will be your check-in at every checkpoint. Discover over 30 hotel brands here and around the world. Marriott Bonvoy, a check-in at every checkpoint.
Red Bull gives you wings.
No, on to 5! What an ulti!
What an incredible play there from...
Oh, that was incredible! You love to see it.
Right, yeah, let's really
What
get into...
a move! He's just so good. I mean, the persistence, the patience to find the angle. You just don't see that from rookies. He's got it all. He's got the bad.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Ooh, that looks good. Do you want to maybe share a little bit? Yeah.
What a move!
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? wash away what used to be. Will you make your stand? The world in your hands again. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Turn the page and make it feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rip the pain, wash it away, and stand again.
The perfect team fight! They take it all! In knockback, it's kick off or punching. What? It's big boss fight chaos clubs! Everybody, you know the story, you know the legend.
And welcome back to the second week of LEC Winter. If you missed out on la crème de la crème of European League of Legends last week, don't worry, we got you. Players rage baiting on stage, some mid laners still AFK on Mage. Kalist blew the LEC wall open with a standout debut, but so did a lot of AD carries in week 1, so maybe solo queue players can finally stop crying about the role being weak? Today, new week and new set of games, and it's fine if teams fumble the patch because they will have a chance to YOLO it again on the brand new 25 Season 1.2. And we will tell you all about what's happening on and off the Rift during Reddit Check. I'm Laure, and I will be your host for this week with Naimira and a returning friendly face. Straight out of top lane, straight out of team as well. Finn is with us today.
You better hope I'm friendly after you say that. That might change really fast.
Did anyone escape flame from the intro in this? Who's
well, we have a guideline this year and like a new goal to make intros different. They feel more fun. So I was like, so that means I can flame everyone.
Andrew's local analyst. Yeah, that's really cool.
That's a way to put like you comfortable, and also I mean you know how it was last year, but we're really happy to have you back.
Thank you. It's great to be back. This is the place I want to be. This is great.
Thank you.
I get to watch some great League of Legends. The best League of Legends the world has to offer, I might as well say.
The world?
Yeah.
If we limit the world to Europe, maybe.
Yeah.
That's. What did you think about the things last week, actually? The beginning of the league, the meta, the new players, changes and everything. What is your highlight?
I mean, it's very exciting. I think the big thing that I noticed is that it seems like we have a clear top 5 and a clear bottom 5 in the league.
Okay.
And I think the top 5 is very intense, and it can like, kind of swing either way right now. While on bottom 5, I think we want to see more from them. We need to see more improvement, and I think we need them to see structurize their gameplay a little bit better.
And the big thing I will say is, compared to last year, I think the bottom teams are much more entertaining than they were last year, and that's a good thing for me. You know, when I watch some of these teams play, I see they're still coming in, even if it's not like a perfect idea, they're still committing to it a lot of the time, and I at least appreciate that. Maybe that has something to do with the objective changes and stuff, which force fights, but I'm still here for the entertainment.
It changed a lot of things, honestly. This new Atakan just terrorizing the Rift. I want to say.
So
We're gonna
much
talk
about that
this,
later.
a bit later, but for those who missed it, the LEC plays on live patch this week. That means today we're going to play on 25 S1 number 2, and because new champions are always disabled during the release patch, Mel will be disabled in the LEC until we go to playoffs. Additionally, Unending Despair is back on the Rift this week. So what does that mean? Because live patch, I know it's been a hot topic among the community, what it changes for the team, the way you train and everything from one week to the other. Finn, first takes on this.
Okay, so the way I see it, that I think when big patches drop, it's going to be complete chaos. It's going to be a madhouse wherever you go. People don't know what's wrong. I think this patch was pretty generous in that way. It wasn't that crucial. I think for me, the key things lie, like maybe with the Atakan changes a little bit. We're going to get to that later. But I really think with time and with larger patches coming in, it's going to be crazy. This one, maybe not so much.
Yeah, I'm kind of happy that nothing major has changed, because it's like these small increments. We're still kind of dealing with some of the after effect of what happened before. That's intentionally misspelled, right?
Feats of strength.
For free.
Thank you, MCR. For free. On Twitch,
Incredible.
in the LEC today, feats for free. But yeah, I know that it was a big topic of discussion last week, these feats of strength. What is going to be the main difference on this patch notes?
So it's no longer first blood, which gives it its first 3 kills, which means if you have that wobble in lane and you overpush and you die, especially if you're like left alone on a lane swap as a top laner, you don't feel like you've just thrown a bit of the game for your team. Now it's first 3 kills, so at least it's now it's the team throwing, not just you on the lane swap.
Now it's the third time you go back to lane and die. When you go 0-3 at 4 minutes, that's the time that it actually mattered. No, I mean, obviously the strong feet giving you the big boots is very important, but I think the big change for me is the Arakan now giving 200 gold instead of 100 gold when you kill, because now, before when you got Arakan, I think there was kind of incentivized to just run in, throw your body under the tower and pray the tower dive works. I think right now it's a bit more punished. If the whole team actually gets ace, that's still 1,000 gold swing. To the enemy team. So I think you got to be a bit more cautious, which I think is only realistic, because I thought it was complete insanity before.
And we're more likely to see the same one.
Yes.
Always, ever, again.
I'm afraid so that when you go and tune into professional League of Legends, you're always going to see the voracious one.
Dude,
I'm sorry.
We had like one game last weekend, which we thought just might see the ruinous one instead. No.
Yeah,
Hillside was really trying to get the new one.
And then that didn't even happen then. If that's as close as it gets, look, maybe we'll get it. I remember one game last year that was 2 kills a minute. That might just cross the margin. It's going to be a blue moon sighting, though.
Yeah, hopefully. And quick note on what we saw so far in the patch when it comes to champions and everything. I feel like across all the major regions, we see 3 champions prevail, but especially in the LEC, 100% presence on Victor, Skarner, and Kalista. Not with the same success, though. So what do you guys want to start with?
Well, the ones which are globally recognized are the Kalista and the Skarner, really. The Victor, the Victor's still strong elsewhere, but for me, Skarner is so ridiculously powerful. I think in LPL, it hasn't even seen a game yet. It is 100% ban rate. This is like Season 3 Kassadin level of we don't let people play this. We saw it a couple of times in the LEC, and it's completely rocked house there too. Fnatic discovered in 2 of the games playing with and against it. It just kind of ruins the game.
Yeah, Skarner obviously being is just broken. Let's be honest. And I think the Kalista, it's a more complex matter. I think the Kalista is a champion that relies heavily on your team's ability to snowball, and we've seen like games snowballing out of control very fast. And I think that's why Kalista is being such a threat to be reckoned with globally. While the Victor here in Europe seems to be very popular, when you go to look at the other regions like the LPL or the LCK, not quite as much. And I think that kind of speaks to the comfort this champion brings to a lot of our mid laners like Larsen and Humanoid. And like I think these guys set a tone where Victor is like a champion everyone picks up, and I think people are just very comfortable playing the champion.
I think Victor's just very easy to recognize how he wins games. You protect the Victor if people dive onto him, you peel for him, he cleans up a fight, and because he has such good scaling, just puts down the ult, and he'll win a fight at some point. And Caps obviously got his pentakill the other day on that
glorious
one as well.
pentakill.
It was fantastic. Welcome to the LEC evolution. I think it also speaks to me, though, that other teams are not necessarily playing the diving part of the meta as well in the LEC as they are the Protect the Victor, Azir, Corki, maybe not the Cassiopeia, we won't mention that one as much. Sorry, Larson. But at least trying to defend the Victor is working out quite well, and I think it speaks to the priorities we've got for the teams playing long-range defensive styles in the LEC.
Finn, quick word. Amazing here. Quick word on top lane. It's boring. I know. It's 2025 and Cassante is still here.
Buddy.
But I want to know what is going on with Mbessa.
One day.
And it's the case on all major regions, honestly. You find a lot of Cassante, Mbessa, Jace, a bit of Jax here and there. A lot of swap lane still. Talk us through what's been going on.
It's just tough out there, man. Like you load into the game, and then there's like a Kalista in your lane, there's a Rel behind you, and then there's a Vi sitting in the bush behind you. You just can't play the game right now as a top laner. There are no 1v1 lanes. The lane matchups are very fluid, and you move around the map a lot. And if you pick someone that really relies on their 1v1 champion, let's take Fiora as an example. If you would pick Fiora right now, you wanna, in your ideal world, be in a 1v1 isolated matchup the entire game from start to finish. You never want to see a team fight. But these lane matchups being so volatile and fluid means that you move around from top to mid to bot, and you actually don't get to play your 1v1 matchup that much. You often end up playing against the bot lane or a mid laner that's just sitting there whacking down your face while you're trying to get every single million that you can.
Yeah,
it's agonizing.
So trying to play actual carry is pretty difficult.
Yeah.
I do wonder whether we'll see some evolutions in level 1s. I mean, way back into the history of League, we've had massive invades to put wards in lanes to see if there's a lane swap coming through, doing big kind of jungle invades too. Maybe, fingers crossed, that can allow you to scout out a lane swap coming, match it, and maybe play a carry, but it's quite high risk.
I think we're going to see Sion soon. It's a matter of time until we evolve this. We put Sion bot. We don't
the bounce out
we
there.
don't farm anything. He's just going to sit there.
I mean, it's the best for dives, so yeah.
No, I think we're going to see an evolution the other direction. I think it's going to... How bad can we turn this? How much can we make our top laners suffer? How little resources can we give them and still win the game? I've seen these games before.
No, for real.
Take all of
Like
the years
pass.
Give it to ADCs.
Yeah, the season changes, but the top lane situation stays the same. Closing thoughts on Ambessa. I know that during the off-season especially, there were a lot of reactions, I want to say, on social media about how busted the champion could be, or really strong, but like it doesn't feel like it's working so well, in Europe at least.
I mean, Ambessa is a complicated champion to execute on. She takes time to get her item. She really wants her level 9 spike and then like one item. But also the problem with Ambessa is that her ult is so very flashable.
Yeah.
And I think people are starting to realize that, wait, if you flash her ult, she just dashed to the side and did nothing. So people are starting to realize that if you want to pick Ambessa, you need to pick some kind of CC setup.
Need
because
Vi
she's
as well.
Great. She's great as a follow-up engage to the key targets, like a Vi or like a Nautilus ult where she's ult and one-shots the guy. But if she has to do the move first and they can just flash it, she kind of struggles. And I think we will need more time for this champion.
All right. We're going to need more time for a lot of things, because when I look at the compositions that we had last week, stage jitters, out of off-season, fresh back in scrims. Some stuff were not working so well, but I feel like when it comes to this, teams are going to default to easy-to-execute compositions, and as was saying it last week, LEC draft all the teams that had range, easier execution, pretty much won. Makes sense at the beginning of the season, but we feel like things are going to stay this way.
I don't think it should stay this way. I think it'll change a little bit when teams do get more cohesive together. But this tweet's bang on, and it's something that we've just been saying here as well in different words. It is much easier for LEC teams to play the simpler win condition of play range, Peel 4, Corki, and Victor. It is way easier to play for that win rather than playing Silas, Vi, Ambessa, stuff like that, because you have to coordinate everything on such a tight timing to reach those carries, and we're not quite there on the aggressive side of it yet. So for now, when best of ones can be kind of spooky, especially if you've already lost a couple of games in week 1, wouldn't surprise me to see it stay the same for...
It's fine. I'll pick it up later. I don't need it.
I'm sure the compositions will stay the same as we... Look, eventually we'll get through the playoffs and Fearless Draft, I'm sure they'll come through, but for now, keep it simple.
But I also want to highlight that I don't think this is what I love, like bashing on the LEC as much as the next guy.
Bashing on the LEC, but yeah.
I also think it's very important to highlight that in the IG series today, they started out game 1 drafting a super difficult comp and lost. And then they gradually drafted more and more easy to execute
They're beginning to believe.
So I think this right now is a global phenomenon, and it's very typical. When new teams get together, the easier the comps, the less the variables are, the easier it is to close out a game once you have a lead. And I think these things will take time, but it's not just an LEC problem. It's a global phenomenon, and I think we need to highlight that. Unless you're Genji or BLG.
Even Genji losing to Bro, but that's another
man. But yeah, it is a global phenomenon.
Right.
We need to like be realistic. I think teams need to have some kind of self-respect or like some kind of insight that, okay, we probably shouldn't draft Nidalee, Jace, Belkos.
Take it slow. Take it slow around new objectives as well.
Yes.
The Nymera attack, and everyone is losing their minds and life in-game and soul around this objective. What is going on? How do you tackle it?
Figured, because Atakan has been seen so much, we may as well have a talk about some of the broad strokes of what you do and what you don't around Atakan. So we're going to have to chat about some of the things which happen around this big guy. One of the biggest things which I noticed at first, which I think pro teams need to pay attention to, is you need to know there is a difference in how you fight it and how you set it up, depending on whether it's top lane or whether it's bot lane, because the actual geography of the map changes. As you can see on the left-hand side of your screen, there's only one tri-brush step. On the right-hand side of your screen, there are 2 tri-brush. It means you have to set up very differently. It means that there's different ways you access this. Sometimes you have a standoff actually in the river itself because of that. It changes a lot of how you just play the whole thing.
Yeah, I couldn't stop laughing because I was like, oh, you gotta think of the Atta climate change when the map.
Oh my god!
No, but it's very important because I think crucially when you come into an Atakan fight, there are very, very close quarters you have to walk through. These choke points are very, very tight, and if you play against a team with any sort of AoE engage, it's very easy to force these mega ults, as you saw.
And I think particularly when you have a difference of having like a high tank team and a low tank team, it changes the way that you do things as well. Because, well, this is really different because the amount of kills changed where it spawns. You have to adapt this on the fly. You can't plan onto this in advance. where this really comes important is because we say, well, there's a difference. What's the big difference? Well, it's the tri-brush. So the second point, and this is kind of zooming in on the first one, is do control tri-brush. If you do have Leona, like on the left-hand side of your screen here from one of Damwon's games against T1, you can just brute force your way in and say, no, you're not getting into the pit, stay away from the objective. If you go onto the right-hand side of your screen instead, where there's less tri-brush control, things get really messy really, really quickly, and you do put yourself at huge risk. Even if you can win it, it's not a place you want to be.
Yeah, and worst case, if you are red side, make your top laner int, so it's on top side. So then there's no tri-brush that he can enter through, so you don't have to do it.
Smart.
Yeah, I just bring solutions.
Fantastic. And I actually think this influences the champions that we're seeing as well. I think that champions like Victor, you put down the Chaos Storm or the Grav Field inside the tri-brush, I think it affects. So one of the reasons I know Europe hasn't done as well with it, but Misfortune, ult the tri-brush, that can help too. Leona can just walk up and tank it. I think there are a bunch of champions right now which kind of are making the most of this because unlike Baron or Dragon, you're not in the pit, you have to find different ways to play around the terrain.
Yeah, and crucially this where Keria stands in this clip. Like if you stand in the Baron pit, you actually have so many tools to use Hex Touch over the wall and find completely crazy engages if they all go through that point. So this is really the place you want to fight. So you gotta keep your eyes looked out. When people start Arakan, what's happening with the tri-brush? I think that's the most important thing to look at right now.
Yeah, and this, it's not going to be like completely solved from this. This is, all of the points that we're bringing up here are kind of pros and cons. Now, if you do enough of them badly, you're very likely to lose the objective, but all of these are really important on the whole. But of course, you can't always keep people from engaging on you while you're on the objective. You can't always stop people from just flashing and full sending it into you as well. So if people do come to fight you, one of the biggest don'ts is don't tank the damn objective. Don't tank Atakan. That thing shreds your resistances with each second you stand in the pit and each time it hits you. There's also this aura at the end which applies 3 ticks for each time it goes over. And yeah, G2 figured this out.
Because close your eyes.
So we already talked about the tri-brush control. They don't quite manage to do that. They do give it a good attempt, but they manage to force their way through the tri-brush. Well, okay, you think that's going well. They get onto it anyway. They stand on the Atakan. They tank the aura. The shred comes in and the shockwave does even more damage. You cannot afford to take a tank Atakan for that long.
Yeah, you gotta be really, really careful. Starting Atakan at the numbers, like when the numbers are equal, usually it ends up really poorly for the team that starts it. In general, it's easy to go and team fight the team that's doing Atakan if you have equal numbers because, yeah, it's just Atakan's just so powerful. It just creates all these debuffs and does so much damage. You gotta be really mindful of when you start it and when you can't.
And so a lot of this is about Atakan actually. It's kind of like a raid boss fight in itself, which I think people should already be thinking about this with Baron. I've seen plenty of Baron fights over time. Just someone stands in like the little bubbling pool at your feet and it takes off, you know, a third of your HP. That matters, but I think with Atakan, because it's happening so early into the game, it's affecting things in a way which people just haven't respected in the same way. And about the attack thing, there's one more attack thing to talk about because we talked about, you know, the shred that it has and the amount of damage it can do to you. It can also heal. Watch this clip and watch what happens as the Smite's fight comes through as Yike gets into the pit. A clone is used from Wukong and the aura heals Atakan off of the Wukong and also the clone of them as well, which leads to a bit of a HP discrepancy. I'm not sure if Skumon saw this coming, so I'm so sorry, G2. There are a couple of plays which didn't go the best for you, but because it started healing off the clone and the Wukong, gets a little bit more HP from that little aura thing around the Atakan, and it makes the Smites feel really, really hard.
Okay, so when I play Aatrox and heal up to full in one combo, it's bad, but when Atakan does it, it's okay?
It's okay, yeah.
Yeah. Well, you're also
not... always get the short
Okay, but if they kill you, do you get like a team-wide GA? Is that a thing? Do you give that to the enemy team when you're the raid boss there?
Sometimes.
Do you feel like that's fair?
I mean, if they kill Finn, they get a little big moral boost because they're like, wow, they took down Finn.
I didn't get that when I beat you in Arena that one time last year. Why didn't I get that?
What is the next subject?
Yeah, and I want to have a rematch of this at some point on the Rift. We covered everything that happened in game. I want to cover everything that happened outside the game because our players talk. Some of them have a big mouth. I love it. But I feel like we didn't have this level of banter in the LEC, especially on the first week, in a while. And of course, Jojopion being here, I feel like has been helping a lot. So let's gossip a bit on what has been happening on X. Jojopion, the players in this server are not normal, bro. Vladdy, after the game, of course, tweeting, try and get a kill first. I know, I love banter. I love the fact that players are having more fun. But Finn, do you agree with the fact that I feel like it's maybe going to be more than the previous weeks, in the previous years?
Boo, I want to see that before the game.
Yeah.
Trash talk after the game, boo, boo,
right.
boo.
However, the final form of this, which is something that Wonder did, it's something that Jojo's done in the past, you schedule your tweet, your post, for during the game you're playing, and then you just roll the dice on whether it's right or not.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, this guy's so bad, middle of the game.
I saw Jackie's tweet yesterday that they just beat Koi.
Jackie's has been spot on every prediction he made for GX since the beginning of the year. We'll see this one later as they face off against MKOI. In our third match of the day, I want to take a look at KC. Because KC's in-game synergy is on point, but yike. My dude.
Oh no.
Don't let your top laner hang like this.
Yeah, as a top laner, how does this feel?
As a Swedish person, I don't condone this behavior. As my fellow countryman Jaik here obviously doesn't know what he's doing with his hands. I think we can do a lot better as a nation, and I take full responsibility for not teaching him this.
I was going to say, if you're playing Maokai, you already got some questions about your hands anyway.
That
so
is true.
It's on brand.
On the matter of players who don't know what they're doing with their hands, G2 last week. We're having a lot of fun during the first 2 days, and G2 reacted to this. I do not have my glasses, so I'm sorry about this. We're doing this thing called No Win Challenge, where we try to make it through the first week of LEC without any wins. They woke up on the third day, but I love the fact that they're always, I mean, G2 as an org is always going to do this. If someone's they're going to mock themselves before someone can do it.
They can't even do the challenge right.
Oh, man. You know, it's at first it starts off like, you know, like the Dark Souls, like no-hit challenge. You want to get through all of these bosses. You have to at least stick to the guns. You got to do the thing you say you're going to do. And I suppose, look, G2 are always going to be the team that gracefully laughs at themselves. And I do appreciate that, but I mean, they took a bad couple of L's. And I am actually here for it because it does even the playing field.
2 L's and 1 strong statement from Giroto at the end of last week. I don't know if you guys remember this one, but he was saying, I quote, G2 is not going to make it to Worlds.
Ooh, that's very bold, because we've seen G2 start like this before, and then it caps and Broken Blade wakes up, and it's hard time for LEC to win games.
Yeah.
No, but time will tell. Obviously, it's easy to make those kind of statements when you're on top.
Of course.
And G2 is maybe not having their best week, but they still have caps, Broken Blade, Hansama. You gotta respect this core, man. This core is dangerous.
But I want to know, what were your early thoughts on G2's first 2 games last week? Were you part of the believers of it is G2, they're going to wake up anyway, or did you expect more, especially given the fact that they had 2 new players?
I would say I expected more from Labrov.
Yeah.
He's still been around for long. He's been playing in finals, but he had clear stage jitters. There's a rel play around the first grubs that really comes to my mind, where like flashes out just before dying after not holding the choke properly. I really need to see more from Labrov right now. I think he does have it in him to play well, but I think we just didn't see it at all in week 1. He, for me, had the worst showing.
Especially since, you know, GT parted ways with Mickey, who is one of the greatest supports that we've known, but he was on bad recent form. Labrov, I think that consistently across last year was a better consistent player than Mickey, who had a load of issues in regards to that part of his play style. If Labrov is now coming in and has to build back up to that, that sets G2 behind where they would like to be. However, I mean, from what I've been hearing from G2 and what they've been saying, they're still happy. I think there was an interview actually with them.
Yeah, Dylan Falco said that everything is going right backstage. Actually, in an interview with Sheep Esport, like everything is going right, and I was like, is it? Classic coach speech of, guys, everything is fine. I mean, we're learning a lot in scrims, but actually everything is on fire.
Nothing to say here, and the house is burning behind you. Everything is fine.
I think you have to be realistic. You have to say this as a coach, no matter what's happening. But on the Labrov point, I think it's really important for Labrov to don't try to be Mickey, because you're not going to be Mickey. Be the best version of Labrov you can be. If I would give any advice to him, that would be that. I think he needs to define what makes him strong. Find his strengths and play towards that, because I think maybe he's trying to fill the massive void that Mickey left, and I think maybe that's what's causing this disarray in his gameplay.
Next topic, who won the divorce? For this, I trust me, it goes somewhere.
Which one?
Which one? Well, the GX one, after a tweet from Jose, owner of GX, closer, saying, you could have had the king, but you preferred Yike. GG's. And I wanted Yike, but now I have the king. That made me laugh.
Oh yeah, because they tweeted off season that whole like,
he did
Yike,
a love
come
letter,
to us.
yeah, a love letter to Yike for him to join the team. Yike, we know, joined KC, closer, left KC to join GX. Who wins the divorce, Finn, here? I think both teams are pretty good so far.
Right now, both teams are happy, but that's gonna be a spicy playoff game between KC and GX.
Dude, I really want to make like the huge takes, but it's so hard to tell after 1 week like this. Closer, it was great to get into talk with them. We had him on PGL last week, so I'll absolutely go back and watch that. It was really entertaining PGL. Where he's a very humble person, but not without confidence. And the fact that 5 players on GX have come together so quickly and started to be on the same page, that does signal good things to them. They do play against G2 this week, though, I believe, so that's going to be a big test for them. If they can make it through that, maybe we revisit this question again.
Next tweet, I think it's another divorce matter from BDS and Adam.
Just before Valentine's Day.
Adams, Olaf, Rogues, Adams, Olaf. Wow!
Yeah, Adam had
That was a harsh game, man.
Adam dropped a little bit of a stinker in that Olaf game. I think
the axes are held backwards as well.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Pretty accurate, honestly.
I feel like we should have like the diving scoreboards.
Yeah.
Great.
Keep notes.
Can we do that next time, production? Thanks.
Yeah.
Cool.
The great performances that we saw last week. Cage tweeted about Caliste debut in the LEC, and I think he was talking about, everyone was talking about the confidence, honestly, on the side of Caliste. And I want to ask you, Finn, when it comes to rookies entering the stage, making their debuts, is it something that you've noticed with Caliste on the way he was playing that makes him potentially going to be a standout player? What is your read on what we saw?
I just think these days the rookies develop their confidence in their ability in the ERLs, and Caliste having so much success in the ERLs, being able to translate that confidence instantly to day one on the LEC, it is something rare because many players have great success in ERLs, come into LEC and then show nothing of that. But Caliste coming in and playing the exact same way. My favorite moment was like him eating into caps and getting a little bit humbled, but still playing super aggressive the rest of the game. When Caps played Rakali and killed him on mid, I think we have great things to expect from Caliste. It's super impressive week one, and I can't wait to follow his career with great interest.
Excited.
I think there is a great point you brought there in terms of like getting your confidence in the ERLs. The scale of the ERLs is obviously built and built over the years. It really helps when you're coming from a huge team who's gone to arena event support. I think that really helps. And yeah, you can see that confidence on show. The game he played against Movistar Koi, one of the scariest things as an RE player is that when you jump into someone, they just walk straight back into you and they just hands check you. And he was doing that to Jojo the entire game. Jojo Pion, the first NA import into the LEC, incredible track record for himself, and Caliste just slaps him. He just has a great game mechanically, and that was awesome to see. So
let's check out which players stood out actually from week one, because Gilius is now making an all-pro team after every team, I think. So let's take a look at who he had.
Oh, thank you, God Gilius.
Thank
you. Blessed by your tier list.
Lots. I feel like people have been sleeping on him maybe a bit too much, but again, week one, we'll see what happens with him. But what do you think about this choice for a 5?
I think it's very accurate. The only one you could change would be Yike for closer, possibly, but I think Lot especially. I've been talking about this guy frequently. I think this guy is just coming in and has such a great week one. I think his Rumble performance was immaculate, his Jax performance even better. And I really hope we keep to see this development, because I don't want to see him slow down. I want to see him accelerate and keep developing, because he has so much to gain from playing more games and just getting even more comfortable on stage.
I think that there's a shout for Canna in top lane. I think there is a shout for Caps in mid lane as well, even with one Duff game in there. But still, I mean, it's a great conversation. Thank you, Gilius.
Yeah, and we'll keep on having this and updating this, of course, after some weeks. But that's all for us here for now, because Jeannie had some time to check in with Gax at the Marriott Bonvoy pre-game checkpoint. Send it away.
Thank you so much, Laura. I'm Jeannie, joined here with FNC Gax. Thank you for taking the time to be here. Let's have a conversation about Fnatic in general, but also week one. I'd like to start off with the philosophy of this roster, the philosophy of the changes, and what you're looking forward to heading into winter.
So I think, first of all, thank you for having me here. I think it's just mostly about last year, I think our communication was not the greatest, right? And also, I think we were really unstable, right? That's something that Fnatic has been known for a while, sadly. But yeah, I think we are just looking to be more consistent overall. And I think having Upset and Mickey, they are like insane veterans, right? They're really good players. So yeah, it's just communication is getting much better. And I think the individual level of our team right now is higher. So hopefully we can keep going up and yeah, do well internationally, which is the key for us.
Absolutely. And I love those goals, you know, doing well internationally, making it to the internationals as well. I mean, Fnatic is no stranger to being on that international stage. I want to go back to the point of Mickey and Upset being on the roster now, and how you're saying that they're veterans, you're looking to improve the communication. Is it that they, as the two veterans, are potentially the loudest when it comes to shot calling within the game, or is it more balanced?
I mean, I think it's like, especially Upset, he's like talking a lot and giving a lot of ideas. And like right now that there's a lot of lane swaps, right? ADCs have to be like knowledgeable and vocal about what they want to do. So, and I think that's something that, for example, with Noah, we were not as good at. So that's for sure an improvement. And with Mickey, maybe he's like, I mean, he's more vocal than Yoon, for sure. But he's not that guy that is going to like shot call the game and everything. But I think we're happy with Humanoid and Upset shot calling. So I think everything should be going better.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see how that plays out. We've already seen 1 week of the LEC, right? So you've had a chance to look at your opponents as well. I mean, you're playing Rogue today, but in general, from the teams that we have seen, who do you think is like a sleeper team that you're worried about ramping up throughout the split?
I mean, I think there's like a top 5, clear top 5 and top 5, bottom 5. I think Koi actually impressed me because they were playing better on stage than they were doing in scrims. So I'm happy for that, since I'm Spanish too. I'm happy that they're doing well. But yeah, I think I was expecting kind of the same. I think Giants are one of the best teams for sure. They're showing it on stage too, besides that Rogue game, which was a bit fiesta.
Yeah.
Hopefully we don't make that one today.
I would appreciate that.
Yeah, and yeah, I think there's no surprises. I think also BDS is not performing well. But they are 2-1, so let's see what happens this week, right?
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for the time to take the interview. We're ready to head over to our casters, so Dracos and Jack, take it away.
Thank you so much, Ginny and Gax from Fnatic. Of course, we're going to see how BDS are doing in Game 2 of the day, but first off, it is Rogue versus Fnatic. I'm Dracos, here with Jack Spectra. He said no fiesta. I would love a fiesta.
Yeah.
I'm going to be honest. We told Larson, we talked to him backstage, he's like, I'd give you another 60 minutes. You just ask. And I said, look, we'll take 30, we'll take 60. It's the middle that people aren't pleased with, you know?
Yeah, I'd like to see some fist fight, some early game aggression.
As would I, as would I.
If it's 60 minutes, I hope he doesn't make it too boring.
Yeah.
And kind of similar to what we saw earlier. I'd like to see that.
But just as a heads up to everyone, due to an increase in illness cases among LEC teams, we're working with our teams to enhance health and safety measures and better protect players and staff. So today and during upcoming show days, teams are going to have the option to wear masks when entering the LEC stage and may choose to skip pre- and post-match handshakes and fist bumps. Kind of in that flu season, you know, so if anyone's feeling ill, we don't want them to, or afraid of feeling ill, we don't want to make them do anything that might risk their ability to perform on stage. That is, of course, our #1 priority. Number 2 priority, getting into pick and bans quick, and we've succeeded there. So, all right, what are we looking at here, Jack? So far, the ban shifting a little bit. Reminder, obviously, new patch, not massive changes, some small shifts. A lot of the same picks still remaining popular in terms of bans. Poppy, Phase 1 ban stands out a little bit to me, but otherwise, pretty much the same we saw as Week 1.
I would expect to maybe see some more Ashe than we saw in Week 1. I think with the new Yuntal, she should be really, really strong. And I think in general, what I want to see from both these teams is really strong early game aggression. I want to see strong lanes that can fight, and a jungler that can be proactive.
I think it's kind of the crux for both Malrang and Razork when we've seen them kind of at their best. Fnatic, of course, in both their wins last week was super, super aggressive. We got some glimmers of Rogue aggression in Week 1. And then we obviously had the first game, which was a little bit slow, and we had the 60-minute game, which was very slow, but
I mean,
interestingly not slow compared to the day 1 game, actually.
It was a long, fast game.
It was a long, fast. Yeah, if that's confusing, you'll just have to go back and watch the VOD. It'll make more sense then. For now, Varus going to be the first pick. Corki does make sense. Interesting to see Varus first pick Proud here over the Corki. Week 1, it felt like the opposite.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised. I mean, both champions have incredibly strong laning phases, so it looks like we're going to get that. They could flex the Corki into mid, but especially when they already lock in the Vi, probably the Corki's going to go bot. And that's a really good matchup to see, I think. Should be playable for both sides.
Now, though, Adam Cassante, not necessarily what you would expect from him, but certainly just a powerful champ in anyone's hands. Still really, really good, turns out. I will say the Vi already stands out to me as a champ who's going to do exactly what you said you were looking for, which is aggression, clear.
Yeah, not early game, though. She does kind of need that level 6, so that could be something that Rogue could punish, where if they play something like a Sejuani or some strong early game jungler, they could look to invade a lot. They already have a strong laner in Cassante, and Rel Varus is strong bot lane, so I think a good early game jungler would do really well for Rogue in second phase here.
Could bounce out, or, here's a crazy thought, scaling.
If they pick Kai'Sa, they get AP. That would be pretty
is
crazy.
it worth it?
Oh, wow.
Kai'Sa
I wasn't expecting that.
Locked in. Now, I'm assuming already this confirms 100% Corki into the mid lane, Kai'Sa into bot lane.
Yeah, it does. And it's a hard matchup, like most Kai'Sa matchups are, but has really good synergy with the Vi, as we saw. And I mean, this is kind of similar to the Rogue Giant X draft. So, presumably, we'd expect to see Kai'Sa swap. So they're probably going to pick like Alistar or something second phase, and then look to swap to get out of this matchup early game. Unless they want to pick something that really hard counters Cassante and like kind of just tank the bot matchup so that top can have a better matchup.
Yeah, I am interested how this early game is going to look, because you called it out in the last game we saw Kai'Sa in the hands of Noah on Giant X, right? That early game was abysmal.
It was tough,
He really did not get to play the game until 1.5 items.
To be fair, though, if I watched that game as Fnatic, if I'm upset, I would tell my team, Patrick can't punish on this early game leads. Because he didn't get a big lead.
He didn't.
They got off one dive, but based on how that level 1, level 2 went, if that was a G2 or a really strong early game team, I would think Noah would be completely out.
But he wasn't. We'll see if Upset can replicate that same success here. And what the rest of this Fnatic composition is going to look like. As you highlighted, Kai'Sa probably going to need to go more towards AP. Not sure how soon we'll see that in the build path.
You'd probably want to see some more like mixed damage on top. I think if they go like, I don't know, a Jace or something on top, it would be kind of bad. Because Kai'Sa does need like 3 items before she actually gets some magic damage going.
And credit to the mixed damage, right? This is clearly something Rogue have identified as well with the Rumble ban, wanting to limit, you know, there's not a lot of AP. I mean, it's pretty much just Rumble in terms of AP top laners that we see regularly. Everything else gets a little bit more niche. There's the occasional Mordekaiser or whatever.
You could look in Gwen. It's good into K'Sante. It's good into the immobile Varus, but it is more of a niche pick for sure. But I'm a big Gwen hater at the Champions League balance, so I would like to see it.
Gwen hater not because she's bad, but because you play AD carry and your life is miserable. That's fair.
She presses W, and what do? Either I go in and die, or I wait outside and die.
Yeah, so you think it would be a good pick, but you would hate to see it, is my understanding. Okay, there you go. Fair enough. So Rakan banned as well, taking away at least one more of the reliable engage/dive options, which again pairs really nicely with that Kai'Sa. What is the option here? Mbessa making it pretty late in the draft, but will still get picked up. We've obviously seen the Mbessa K'Sante matchup a few times now in the LEC.
Yeah, I mean, Mbessa is really nice with Kai'Sa as well, and she also can easily follow up on the Vi ult, so I like that. I do wonder a bit though, very heavy on physical damage. Could be some like armor stacking coming in from Rogue if they also pick a tank jungler. You have tank support, tank top, tank jungler.
5% buff on armor penetration this patch. Armor's bad. But tanks are terrible
who's gonna
now,
Who's gonna buy LDR though? I guess Corki maybe, but...
Whoa, Mbessa, she just has to hit level 16 and she gets a bunch of armor pen for free.
She has a lot of free armor pen, that's true.
It's a possibility.
Rogue, that is a very...
aggressive early game jungler paired with the Rel. Rogue,
so we wanna...
in terms of the formula,
yeah,
I like what we're seeing.
We want to see
against a
some,
weaker bot lane, I mean, Fnatic have to swap now, right?
Yeah, this... Although, I don't think I've ever seen Mbessa in a swap situation, to be honest.
Yeah, she seems significantly worse than K'Sante.
She could start shield, I guess.
I don't know if I'm messing with the vision, so to speak, on the side of Fnatic here.
They are going to go for the... I mean, if they go for the Galio, it's a bit weird, because normally you go Galio into AP, because he's very strong in thematic damage, but they're going into... Yeah, there's no way. It's Larson, to be honest.
Control mage, classic. And I was like this over the Galio. We did see Galio's in the hands of SK. It can be very proactive, but it
falls off really fast.
Falls off really hard.
And it also just doesn't make sense into a middle, like 80 mid.
Yeah, you're not locking down the Kai'Sa, maybe. Ooh. A little tease, a little hover over there. But Rogue, clear identity here. Some early game power, some late game scaling from the Orianna. Generally solid what they put together, but will it be standard lanes? Will it be the swap remains the question.
I think we'll just see an Alistar here. Or a Galio. So Galio with Vi is very nice, because she can always go in way deeper, because she has the Galio ult follow through. But Alistar is like the easier option.
Galio it is.
They go for the Galio. It's a really cool combo. I think they can do a lot with it if they execute it well. And they have a, to be honest, very similar comp to the Giant X comp, where they're just all diving in. They need to get that 1 CC off, and if they do, they win the team fight. If they don't, they lose it.
I mean, it can be incredibly awkward, right? It's probably hard for Orianna to ever find that clutch multi-man shockwave, but even just as you get later in the game and the shielding continues to stack up, if Upset's not ahead of the clock, doesn't have some of those strong AP items, you said it, like Galio does not do enough magic damage. Early levels, sure, whatever, who cares? But as we get later in the game, you're gonna need some more firepower in terms of magic damage on the side of Fnatic.
Yeah, I definitely want to see a lot of like early game aggression from Malrang. I think he should have like Prio on mid, Orianna's really strong, stronger bot lane, and I think in general, if Malrang is just trying to invade the Vi and set her behind early game, I think that's a really good win con, because since how this game in general can be so tanky, he can kind of get Vi ulted and then ult himself and nobody can actually follow up.
Yeah, and Mbessa the one exception, but even then it'll be tricky when it's all physical damage.
Yeah.
Overall, early game might be tricky for Fnatic. A lot depends on how this lane swap plays out. But again, Mbessa probably wants standard lanes. Kai'Sa probably wants the swap. So it's a bit tricky in terms of how there's no perfect option.
I'm curious if they actually go for the swap, and also like, how does it look like? Maybe they end up doing the variation we saw SK do, where Oscarinen is just farming mid with Humanoid to just get level 2 and then go down to bot lane, and then it will be Mickey recalling to cover the dive. or they just leave us grenade on an island and say, please don't get dove, good luck. We'll see. I think swapping is for sure for me the best game plan they could have, because the win con in this draft should be Kai'Sa. You really need the Kai'Sa to have enough damage to follow up, and if you don't, then it becomes hard.
I respect the dance in the face paint on a side note. Thematic Phase, of course, also here. We are just about to get in the game. There's a lot of very good questions there, Jack. For me, I just want to see exactly what we talked about, which is Malrang getting aggressive. Because the strength of Fnatic last week, and I expect it to be a strength this week too, was that early game aggression, how they push those leads. And I don't think this is a game where Rogue are going to get to sit back and take their time. So I'm hoping that instead, they can kind of be the team to set the pace. We get our first game of the day, Rogue versus Fnatic, 1-2 versus 2-1. Only 3 games into our 9-game regular season. Doesn't seem like a lot, but obviously depending on how you exit week 2, week 3 either becomes very chill or do or die. So, see how these teams shape up.
Yeah, this is an interesting week, because like, if Rogue loses a few more games, then suddenly this feels incredibly stressful, while if Fnatic wins, it's like, you know, you're not made it through yet, but it feels pretty damn good.
3-1 feels pretty good, right? If you just win out this week, not that this week is easy by any means for Fnatic, but you're sitting pretty.
Yeah.
You locked playoffs, I'm pretty sure. 5 wins? Yeah.
Yeah, 5 wins lock playoffs. And it looks like, yeah, so it looks like it's going to be the swap here. We have Kai'Sa and Galio going up towards top. Probably, my prediction is Ambessa is going to be farming with Corki. A little wiggle.
No wiggle. Heck yeah. We know what the people like.
It looks like Ambessa's maybe going to farm with the Vi. Instead of getting X gun mid.
I know about a caster curse, but you guys did just cheer Marek Braz's name. If he dies now, it's definitely your fault. That's all I'm saying. But he's alive.
They're matching the swap, but they're kind of late on the... Patrick is... What? This is very awkward, because now Fnatic is doing a really nice play here, where they can just hard push this, and Patrick will catch most of the XP, but this kind of neutralizes any advantage you would have in the lane, because now...
I mean, level 1 is just supposed to be essentially playable, right?
Now Fnatic bot lane is just kind of chilling, and they should just maintain push, because they can get level 2 first as well. So, but since how he's on top side of the map, while Vi is bot side, so it's still very scary for Fnatic to fight here. It's a very interesting situation, to be honest.
A bit of an awkward exchange. Fnatic going to be fast to the level 2 here. Humanoid, as expected, at least, getting push early on. The Gatling gun doing a lot of work to take control, but...
Very curious to see how Malrang paths here, if he wants to just match Vi's camps, or if he actually wants to try to make something happen on top. So it looks like Fnatic bot lane is just maintaining the push, but without any vision, they should start to feel scared of Xin Zhao and probably have to drop the push soon.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit awkward. It'd be so much easier for Rogue if they had started in a neutral wave state to just zone them away, which is the power that those two champions have. Level 1, Humanoid getting aggressive on level 3 might cost him as Malrang coming around the corner. Not sure if the ward that they had, the ward they had in the jungle was already gone. Humanoid playing to the bottom side, well spotted, but a W flash goes in from Malrang. Clean mechanics flash out from Humanoid, but he's already slowed. It's a little bit awkward. He's getting walked down. That extra movement speed.
You can't reach him.
Oh, blast coming out.
W?
Oh, makes it. No, first blood. That's on you, Fnatic fans. You cursed him. That's all I'm saying. You shook the butt. You said Marek Brazda, he died. Correlation might not be causation, but you're taking the blame. Razork, though, turning it back. This one's also you, Fnatic fans, if he can find the kill. Knock up there.
Fine.
That was an incredibly awkward sequence.
I mean, I was really surprised that Humanoid
didn't flash the wall?
Well, also that he didn't expect the gank. I feel like Orianna's walking straight at you. Like, see here. Okay, we didn't get to see it, but Orianna's walking at you with no spells. I feel like he's kind of setting up the fact that
he can't make it to the wall.
A gank is coming.
Yeah.
So for me, I would think that Humanoid would recognize that Malrang is going to be looking, but...
And of course, you're not getting away from that last Xin Zhao W win becomes lightning. You're caught in the Valkyrie animation. And he knows where you're going to land, so... Bit awkward.
Nice W.
Nice W, though. Credit to Malrang. You said you wanted to see that early aggression. This isn't necessarily the form I expected it to take, but it does work out as Mickey.
This is really nice by Execute holding the wave here. This should result in a decent CS lead for Varus. I don't think he can actually kill me. Oh, he's igniting. Well, I don't think he can kill him, but... That was a nice attempt.
Does definitely a nice attempt. Reset now coming in. Map in a pretty neutral state despite the Humanoid early kill. See if Malrang can kind of leverage any of the power he got from getting that first blood goal to at least clear the jungle a bit faster, be more active on the map. Has not slowed Razork down. That was one of the things you called out in Champ Select. Hasn't been able to do that. Did obviously impact his lanes, but hasn't been able to stop the Vi from quickly getting to that level 6 yet.
Yeah, I think Razork, to be honest, is pretty happy because his bot lane is not bleeding too bad, and he's actually able to just clear his camps normally. Didn't have to interact with Sinzao at all, but we got a player from Malrang.
Upset?
Probably have to use Flash, but I don't think more than that.
Quick flash out.
Nice little sidestep
Yeah,
on
nice
the W.
sidestep. Well played. But even getting that flash, right, this is something we talked, like post level 6, things get a little bit easier for Upset. Mickey might try to get involved there.
But Malrang's tempo is really ruined here. Should fall behind quite a bit now. Vi just got a free recall off during this timing.
Whoa.
Well, Vi's actually going to look to...
Lane phase is rough for Adam on the bot side, though, but it might not matter.
Ooh,
Taunt going in, forcing the flash out from Patrick. Vi now coming in, the Q flash to complete. Patrick going to be in trouble here. A little bit of damage. They get the barrier at least. Summoner spells traded Patrick. Barrier
Really good flash by Execute there. He flashed the flash prediction of Razork. It looks maybe a bit troll from Razork to just flash on the Varus, but it was because he was aiming for the Rel, but the Rel actually preemptively flashes it. This is really nice.
Overall, good look topside. Right, it starts off with Upset being forced to burn flash, but they are able to turn it back.
Fnatic. This is so good by Fnatic. Varus is so sad right now. He's losing so many waves. Having to recall there.
I love that you kept your pro player voice. Or you just like inhale and speak and say,
oh, it's like I've experienced that where it's like, you know, you're winning lane and then jungler comes and you get chunked and then you gotta recall like all the way down to your tier 2 because they just keep zoning you. Oh, it's painful.
Yeah, it does hurt.
And they get the grubs. Oof.
Kai'Sa's can't keep getting away with it.
Yeah, it's
Kai'Sa's keep making it out of lane phase unscathed.
She does have really good fighting power, but normally what you'd want is you could just kind of keep taking short trades and poking her down, but you gotta fight her on grubs.
All right.
Gonna get 2 and then run out, yeah.
In terms of feats of strength, of course, Rogue did pick up first blood. You're not currently seeing it on the HUD, but they do have
It's 3
one
kills
of the 2.
now, though.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so HUD a little bit delayed here in terms of overall updates. So 3 kills. First
well,
blood was for Malrang.
It lights up, I think, when you get the 3 kills, maybe not. Because right now it's gray.
Oh, it's 3 kills now. Yeah, you're right. You're right. So
and also, they
closer.
didn't get the objective because you need 3 grubs.
This is the homies in the thing.
Ah,
there you go.
Beautiful.
First
but
blood,
it still
now it's
says
first 3 kill. Well, you know what?
Well, you get it.
I thought they were going to bail me out of my own foolishness, but perhaps not. So closer and closer. Kind of keep you updated on the status of the HUD.
Would be fun if Patrick went Yuntal, because you know Doublelift has been going this like Yuntal Varus build, and it got buffed. I think it's really bad, but it's like a crit Varus build that he's.
So wait, why did you bring it up?
Because it would
be. Did you just try to use Doublelift clout?
No.
Justify
because Yuntal got buffed, and I wanted to talk about it. But no ADC should buy Yuntal this game. It's like not good on either.
Yeah, it's not the Yuntal situation. Level 6 there. Double level 6 point and clicks. They're going to take the time. Execute. You can't get out of this. Oscar can ult to finish the kill, but he might take his time. Ult's back through. Patrick now going to be a little bit in trouble. Q available. Patrick unfazed thus far.
Let's see, Patrick.
The public execution. Place. And I mean, the difficult thing for Patrick now is he has to be incredibly careful. The next Q coming in from Razork could be death, but with no flash to extend the range.
To cancel. Tried to cancel Razork base. Good idea. This kind of feels pretty bad for Fnatic. No, I mean for Rogue, because you're actually playing like the 2v1 against Oscar and you're hoping to punish him. But a really good gank by Razork just means that one, Oscar is bailed out and he gets a kill on top of it.
Yeah, and he was already doing a lot in terms of pressure. He has consistently had prio over the Cassante in the early game, which again, given the amount of AoE in Abyss's kit, isn't super surprising. See if they can maintain that though, as Adam's now in trouble. The plasma stacks here are brutal. And I will say I like the appearance of Kai'Sa in a world where tanks are so strong just because of that passive. For similar reasons why I like Varus too, at least on hit.
I mean, the problem with Kai'Sa against tanks is that she's so low range and that she'd rather play fights kind of quickly with her ulti.
Yeah.
But once you get to like 5-6 items and you get high AP numbers, you do actually start to kind of one-shot people with the enhanced W into a 5 passive proc.
Passive proc strong. Again,
looks like Smork. Passive proc strong.
Passive proc strong. Yeah, I just wanted to help, but I didn't really have anything else to contribute, so I just said the same words you did, but less of them. For effect is what I'll say. Maybe I was thinking about something else. You'll never know. Drake taken down. Okay, so 1 of 3 in terms of overall objectives. Again, for the feats of strength, as the grubs have split up, don't really count. And we're in. We said pace. We talked about big pace. We talked about how fast can Fnatic play. Rogue needing to match that speed, but it still has been a relatively chill game. Some good looks from both sides. A lot of activity in terms of junglers getting involved in lanes, but only 2 kills when it comes down to it.
It's like medium pace, I feel like. It could have been really low pace if they just full lane swapped and didn't match each other. But because they actually match each other, there was some 2v2 going on, some fighting, but not too much. I think overall, Fnatic are the ones more happy with this. I do like the scaling side of Larson and Patrick with their carries, but Vi getting to 6 for level 3 just feels so good.
Yeah, it's a little bit awkward. And again, the access to backline here from Fnatic can be difficult against the Cassante, the Rel, Xin, etc., but it's really not impossible when you have the Vi plus the Galio. You've got the Ambessa too. Really difficult for Rogue to protect those backline carries as we get later into the game if you do want to go for something like front to back.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to definitely see like a defensive build on Orianna with the Arcane just probably into Zonias. And then on Patrick, probably we'll see like shield, like Rage, what am I saying? Blade of the Ruined King into Rage Blade, into then more defensive items as well. But they are both immobile carries, so even with these tools, it shouldn't be too hard for Fnatic to find good looks.
Yeah, and I think this is a situation where, you know, the Xin, if all of Rogue's frontliners are diving in, Patrick's in a much worse position than Upset, for example, because while Upset is lower range, guys that can just go 2. Yeah, kind of the beauty of the pick. Second Grubs, though, now being started.
Larson is bot, but he has TP. So they could look to contest this, but Larson needs to TP quickly. Ooh, this is a really good turn on Malrang.
Malrang is just going to get 1 shot. Tries to buy a bit more space. Razor caught out. That ulti's still keeping alive. Mickey's going to arrive, but it's a little bit too late. Execute. Also able to escape. It's Fnatic who've overplayed their hands, but still are going to have control of the objective for now. Humanoid needs to walk away. They're down in Bessa ult. Razor not in the fight. They should just have to concede these grubs. Good call out by Rogue. It starts off a little bit shaky, but because Malrang is able to survive, they convert it incredibly to just grabbing all of this.
Yeah, wow. That was just really well played by Malrang. It looked so close, and if he gets 1 shot, then it's a completely different outcome, but it ends up being 3 grubs for 3 grubs, and Rogue is pretty happy with this.
No. So neither side gets the benefit or the buff towards the objective completed, I believe, but 3 for 3 not bad. You need to get all 3, I think, for it to count. Yeah.
But they both have 3, technically.
Is it per spawn? This is where I'd have to have
someone
double check
actually.
me.
So it looks like, I would think, Malrang is going to get 1 shot here. It looks like a really good turn, but they don't layer the CC chain completely perfectly. So he survives with 100 HP, and that makes such a big difference, as then it's suddenly Vi that's the one actually getting caught out, and they don't really have the damage anymore to kill anybody.
Well, this is the other thing, just call it to Adam there as well. He's eating so much damage. Both he and Malrang kind of absorb a ton of cooldowns and are able to walk away from the fight unscathed, while the rest of Rogue are the people who kind of bring those kills home and convert the play. It's the 2 of them. I mean, we say creating space a bit too much now. I think it's like too much in our brains, but they make a lot of space. They just could, like, not enough damage on the side of Fnatic to finish them off, and Adam doesn't really have anything other than steel caps yet in terms of itemization.
Thanks, baby.
Yeah. 5-6 item Kai'Sa, you said it. 5-6 item Kai'Sa with a lot of AP.
Guys, just give me 15 minutes and I can kill him.
Any team could give him 50 minutes. Rogue would be that team. Has experience in that realm. But I like the aggression already. I like that Adam and Malrang were both kind of on the same page at the start of the grubs as well. Adam was kind of, I think, generating advantages for Rogues in week 1, but was often kind of in his own way, on his own side lane, drawing a lot of attention.
Yeah, we haven't really seen like the stereotypical Adam where he's picking these really aggressive champions and doing that much. I feel like it's been more like a kind of weak side, neutered Adam where he's picking a little bit of Renekton, a little bit Cassandra, and he's still doing well, but he's not quite playmaking as much as I feel like we've been used to him seeing.
Yeah, we got a little bit in that first game versus Thematic. That game was weird though for a lot of reasons.
Yeah, can't really say much about that one.
Yeah, true. But there's at least a Garen in there, as now Oscar's trying to pull back.
Adam looks for the
2v2, a lot of burst damage here. I think Adam just dies. Yep. Okay, a bit of a miscalculation there. Malrang's caught up as well. A bit of revenge for the previous play. This time Razork and Oscarinen were ready. Turns out completing their items.
You can see what Adam was looking for there. He was trying to get the Cassandra W into the ulti over the wall into tower. It's like classic Cassandra cheese. But once you don't get that, now you're a Cassandra without W, your biggest defensive tool, and you just get 1 shot. And then Sinsao without flash, also 1 shot. It's a disaster. They get first tower as well.
I mean, you hit all those cooldowns too, and the thing is, in the previous play, you were eating those cooldowns, you walked away alive, and then the rest of your team got to fight without the fear of those 2 ultimates. This was not the case this time around. 1.5k gold lead for Fnatic. 3 kills completed in terms of the feats of strength. Tower now coming through as well. Bit of extra movement speed. Our HUD this week is showing the updated boots.
Here. I think he might catch Patrick and execute. Oh my goodness.
That's maybe not the ideal title. Mickey has now been spotted. The flanker has become the flanked. Mickey in trouble, but the aftershock is still ticking. It's going to buy him a bit more space. Not enough to keep him standing, though. Upset goes to the mission of the team. That's absolutely not what you want, Upset!
Patrick flash Q.
Okay.
He listened.
Listen. Middle there, big.
Both ADCs, they're kind of...
The upset haters are confused. They know that that was questionable, but the copy pasta doesn't work, so they're not sure what to put on Reddit. But I like the aggression again. Fnatic, aggressive as we expected in week 1. The question was, what were we going to do when someone contested them? I did not expect that team to be Rogue, but Rogue are contesting them. They were super close to finding that flank like you talked about, but the second they spotted Mickey, they did a really good job converting.
I liked the Mickey flank, but I feel like Razork wasn't really looking to follow it up. It looked a little bit more like Razork is trying to start the Drake. Like he walks away from Mickey, or he's not trying to start the Drake, he's just kind of scared, but he's not in range now to follow Mickey up. And Upset's like, we gotta go, we gotta go. And we also gotta go here.
We gotta go back to see if Larson can get out of this one. The answer is no! This is the no counterplay to a weapon!
Didn't see the Galil.
Mickey from the sky with the steel chair. He wasn't even needed. He just came for the assist.
From downtown, baby.
And I will say, look, this Fnatic composition, they're doing what it's supposed. This is what it's supposed to do on paper. When you see this in draft, this is the thing. If you see that on the enemy team that you're scared of, and Fnatic are doing the thing. Now Oscar also level 11, so ticking up more healing, more armor penetration, which is gonna make Adam's life more difficult, and now potentially the dive as well.
You got the Corki TP.
Q3 and the Cassante W is big. Well, this is the thing. They got the W out early, so.
Gets the flash. I mean, they're going to get the tower. They don't have a wave. Oh, they're going to get the tower, I think. Yeah. That dies pretty fast. I mean, it's TP for a tower. Feels pretty good for Fnatic, but it is going to give the Herald over to Rogue. What I do really like from Fnatic here, though, is after they make kind of a bad play on the Drake and give it up, they just immediately go back into it, you know? They don't, a lot of teams, when they make a bad play, they don't sulk, but they take their time to actually make another play. While Fnatic, really fast on the trigger, make another play, keep the proactivity up, keep the aggression up, and it's nice.
Yeah, I think that's the one thing that teams, you highlighted, struggle to do, right? So you lose a little bit of confidence, you lose your place on the map when you do go back
you have
to
your
Fountain,
support
you have that gray
sitting, and it's like, guys, what's next objective?
Hard to
nobody
keep focus.
answers.
I think the question now for Rogue, though, they're still at a massive gold deficit. What are they going to do with this Herald? And what does the setup for Otacon look like? I've confirmed it is Voracious Otacon
4 people
spawning,
up here.
But humanoid.
They're using the Herald like this? This is a bit strange.
You should be able to just break this tower.
Yeah, but you usually don't use Herald for tier 1 on sides.
Are they
You'd rather use it for mid.
Are they close to item completion? So are they hoping just a little bit more gold gets them over the threshold?
I don't know, but they're cooking a bit. Now their tempo is a bit ruined. I don't want to be too negative, but I think this is kind of bad.
Yeah. Well,
they do get the tower,
certainly not the strongest use of Herald, right?
Yeah.
At the very least. And now someone is going to need to respond to Oscar and the game.
The thing is, usually you want to use the Herald to break mid, because when you break mid, then you get mid prio, and then you move to sides with that mid prio.
Yeah.
But when you break side, you can also then get side prio and move to mid. It's just a little bit more awkward, and it's easier to get caught.
Mid is just the most defensible tower in the game, right? It's really hard to catch your opponents not in mid lane. And also, I guess they're going for Otacon, which is, new feature.
That's true. It is spawning on top, right?
It is spawning on top. It is Voracious Otacon, which was, of course, changed this patch. We'll throw a graphic up when we get back to the game, just a reminder. Mostly the same, but you get a little bit more gold when you send someone packing back to base with that false life buff. Okay, so pause reported to League officials. This is the official information on the bottom of the screen. If you hear me say anything else, it's because I'm dumb. Because that's the.
Or you could have like insider info, no?
No, but that's what I don't want people to think. Because in the past, you would wait for us to say something, and like we would be the people communicating that. But the beauty of this bar is that you don't have to listen to me speculate. You have all the information you need. Rogue has initiated the pause, though, that we know.
Could be the Herald. They need to investigate that.
I don't know if we're supposed to speculate, Mr. Spectre. I don't know if you're supposed to be rude.
I'm joking.
You can't. It is an audio issue on stage, so unrelated to Herald. Sir, you can apologize now.
I'm sorry, the Herald was very good.
Well, that's not what I said. Okay, well, whatever. You've turned this against me. So audio issue reported. So headset swap is in progress. You can see that again on the bottom. Bam, shout out to our team. Put that together. It's nice.
Yeah, it's really nice.
So we'll see when we get back to the game. Hopefully no further audio issues.
Yeah. Overall, a very nice close game, though.
Yeah. It's interesting because you look at the fights, and you would assume the game is even closer than it actually is. But I think so many of those picks And the fact that Fnatic did weather the early game that was supposed to be pretty rogue favored, although the humanoid did die, right?
Yeah.
So it wasn't a perfect early game, but they weathered the storm, and now Kai'Sa's starting to feel relevant.
Yeah. I do think, though, that like team fights can be very close still. Like you have the rel engage from Rogue. So I can see it like, it's a clear cut that Fnatic is happy with the game being equal, I think.
It's going to come down to execution and setup. So many fights in the 60-minute game, which obviously is the one we're going to keep bringing up because it's the one that we cast, and also I think one of the most memorable games of the season so far were just that knife's edge, right? They were so close. But again, it is Voracious Otacon. Reminder, if you're completely new to Otacon, he gives you fake GA buff, so when you die for the next 2.5 minutes, you go back to spawn after a couple seconds, and then you're just right back on the map. So you still go back to base if you have TP. That graphic was really quick. But the only change that matters to all of you who know what Voracious Otacon does is now you get 200 gold if you're the enemy team playing against that buff and you do successfully kill but not kill your opponent. So bit more of a reward for the team facing that buff. Does not stop how insanely powerful that buff is, though.
Yeah, and I want to bring up something completely different. Kai'Sa build, very interesting. I would expect to see Static Shiv because you want to get more magic damage, but he went for Kraken Slayer, which is, you know, a lot more physical damage, and he's probably going to go Rage Blade second and then Nashor third, which means that until you really get third item, you're going to be doing pretty much only like physical damage nearly, and you see on the side of Rogue, Tabby. I mean, Plated Steel Cap, sorry. Plated Steel Cap Nation.
I don't know what that was, but we're just going to pretend that didn't happen and move on with our lives. All right, Plated Steel Caps. You can just call them Tabby. You don't have to apologize. Like, the balance team isn't going to come to you. Well, I'm sure that most of them are just different now.
Well, they're broken.
They're broken. They're strong. Unending Despair, too. The Arm Guard as well. I think the good news for Fnatic in terms of team fighting damage output is you have double Black Cleavers at the very least, so...
They don't stack, though.
They don't stack. No. But, well, they do stack, but they don't stack. You're not getting double value, but you can't stack.
That would be crazy.
That would be insane. Like, we had basically had that situation back in Season 3.
True, you could literally stack them in your inventory.
Just stack
League of Black Cleavers.
So at least they're mitigating some of the upfront armor, but it's not going to, you know, mitigate the value of second item Zhonya's, of more armor items coming for Adam.
Yeah. Yeah, you can see the second item Zhonya's from Larson. I think for me, if I'm Fnatic right now, the only real engaged target I have is kind of Patrick, because it's going to be really hard to get onto this Orianna. If Vi ults her, she Zhonya's. If you go on Sin, he ults. If you go on Kazanta, I mean, that's a nightmare. So we'll see how Patrick plays these fights.
Option going to be set up around the Drake, seems to be the focus for Fnatic. Humanoid catching top, but backing away, ready to TP if needed.
It's going to be a free Drake for Fnatic here. Not really any cross map happening either on Rogue's side, though. They just put down some vision topside for the Otacon spawn. And I'm probably going to look to push out bot here with Orianna so that they can have first move from bot all the way to Otacon. It's going to be kind of the goal.
I mean, and we've seen kind of how, based on how strong Otacon is, I could see sacrificing an objective to get vision set up on Otacon.
But this is so strange from Rogue, because they're not actually pushing out bot, and now they lost all their vision topside, or most of their vision. And Orianna is in a weird position where she's now matching the Mbessa, so she can't walk up for waves. You can see Mbessa's just getting every wave. Kind of a missed opportunity here from Rogue. I would want to see them to get that deep push, just Rel, just escort Orianna, or have Kazanta bot. And that way, I mean, they are swapping now.
Does anyone answer Mbessa on side at this point in the game, though? That would be my question to the top lane enthusiasts out there. Because you've got 20% passive armor pen from ranks in your ulti. You've also got Black Cleaver. You have Sustain because of your ulti. And while Kazanta is certainly very, very tanky... And
I've seen Kazanta do things that should not be done.
That's true.
But I don't think he'll match Mbessa, no.
Just a reminder, never forget he is still Kazanta.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Don't forget. Any other champion with that inventory might not look too scary, but Kazanta does.
Unending Despair, I guess, does balance out some of the healing discrepancy. Fnatic, though, setting up around the objective. This is...
You can see how good setup they have. They have full control.
And this is so awkward because, again, the thing that Rogue traded when we talk about cross maps, even though it wasn't a traditional cross map, was control of topside, which they've now immediately conceded the next time that Fnatic had mid push. So it is just a bit of an awkward sequence from Rogue. Now they're finally getting bot push,
and
but there's no objective.
A lot of these like more mid-tier teams or lower table teams, a lot of them, they struggle with like lane assignments. So this was like a prime example where they weren't able to get the deep push going bot because Orianna can't play against Mbessa, and they lost push top because Corki wins against Kazanta. So you put yourself in a situation where you have 2 losing sides. So no matter where the support jungle goes, they're just sitting there like, oh, what do we do now?
A bit of brute forcing happening through mid though. 5 members here from Rogue. Yeah, but I mean, it's just awkward because they have pushed there for a second, but Execute doesn't actually have any wards, so they don't really get much vision down. It's still not easy for Fnatic to shred through Otacon. It's still risky to start it.
The problem now is that the cycle will repeat itself. Oscarinen will get a deep push on bot, then someone on Rogue will have to catch bot, and then Fnatic will get full control of Otacon again, and I could see that this time is where they actually choose to start this Otacon up.
I mean, TPs, sums, everything's up and available. Checking item completions. I mean, 2 items.
2 items from ours, yeah.
For Rogue.
Oh.
Fnatic haven't gotten the reset yet, I assume, to spend their money.
Yeah, I mean, Upset should be close. He's down 400 gold, but I would presume that soon he can sell his refillable and get his Rage Blade going as well.
Maybe he can upgrade and get the Gunmetal Greaves. Your favorite item.
Oh, yeah. I hope he doesn't get that.
The hatred in your voice just brings me a little bit of joy. So Fnatic, again, I think first to the area. Now maybe we're in a situation where once Baron spawns, we see kind of the classic where Fnatic aren't so far ahead that they can just force the objective, but they might be able to start it first and at the very least get a TP out of Rogue, play the incremental advantage game of League of Legends. Not the explosive game we were expecting, even though there was a little bit more aggression.
Yeah, it looks like it's just going to be kind of this like slow standoff trying to gain some sort of priority on the Otacon, but it's really hard for either team to really start it, and kind of both teams are just fishing for a pick, because all you need is 1 kill, and then you kind of feel, okay, we can start the Otacon now. But if you don't get that armor pen on it, and the magic pen, and just the damage the Otacon does, it's just too scary.
I mean, we saw in the G2 BDS game is a great example where Nuke gets that shockwave onto 4 people. And you might have been surprised by how much damage it did, but a big part of that was the Otacon debuff, which is just shredding that MR. So by the time it does connect, even though I can't exactly recall, I think 2.5 items, maybe 2 item Orianna. It looks like he's a 4 item Orianna.
I remember actually, it was this exact Orianna build. It was Archangel Sonias. You'd think he'd do like peanut damage, and then he's just one-shotting them.
Yeah, it turns out when the enemy has no MR, any build will hit like a truck. Yeah. So have to respect the Otacon debuff. I don't think Otacon himself or itself does that much damage, compared to some other objectives. But
yeah, I think it does the most.
I mean, it does a good amount, but I mean, it's like you're fine if you have a tank.
I mean, Nash does more, I guess.
My concern is the armor shred. I think is the point I'm getting to. The armor and MR shred.
Yeah.
Now, again, classic. It's Rogue fighting for a turn as AD carries battle for mid prio, which Forest would win in a lot of circumstances, but Patrick kind of just threw a poke arrow.
Yeah, we got the Drake spawning, and Fnatic have full control over it. Mickey's on a bit of a crazy flank here.
Trying to back away, taunt there, extra slow from Celestial opposition. They can't just chase him down. Taking their time. Cross map coming from the rest of the team. They're starting up the Drake. Mickey now trying to ult out to safety, and he's out!
And they get the Drake.
Harold Houdini. We're not going to say planned because Rogue now have first access to Otacon and all of Fnatic are a mile away. This could be a big problem.
They only use the Rel ult, and it's a 4v5. and Bess is basing and needs the TP. They might be able to finish this before.
You're right, Otacon does a ton of damage, I'm wrong.
Okay, but there are 5 people hitting it.
Rogue grouped, trying to keep the fight going. Excellent use of the shockwave. Combo from Malrang and Larson. That old synergy coming back. But now Otacon resetting. Bit awkward here. Razork still in the area. All of Rogue trying to zone him away. Carry's still there. Smite still there from Malrang. Taking their time, trying to shred through. Adam W is
buffer.
able to buffer out. Objective's going to get taken down. Now the withdrawal coming through right in the nick of time. That's infuriating for the side of Fnatic. They're going to catch Razork out as well. Rogue. I mean, they paved the road to victory for themselves with this buff. Let's see what else they can get. Baron certainly first on the table, and now Fnatic desperate to get anything back. Just want to shove these waves, get anything they can to stop the Baron-Otacon combo from turning everything against them.
Malrang is back, baby. That was a beautiful turn.
That was excellent.
Oh, they're trying to contest.
Oscar in on the backside. They're trying to send Adam backpacking.
Upset does no damage. What's this
does not do any damage. No one is there to shred the armor for him.
He just did 15 autos to this
TP in. It's a little bit late. Baron is already down. Humanoid running. Recalls coming in.
That's a bit of a like desperation turn, because they didn't want a desperation contest. Because at first, after this fight, Upset's going mid. Okay, let's see the actual fight. Oh, such a good turn.
It's just a good combo.
Yeah.
He just laid on the Valk out. He had flash.
Yeah.
By the time that first piece of CC hits, it's over, of course, but you
can't
kind of
really
hope.
flash it, because it's
Yeah,
just auto attack from
auto.
the Tinsao. You need to just be out of range or flash like preemptively. And really good space creation here by Adam as well, to keep Razork out. And then, it looks like Fnatic just wants to drop the Nash. They just go mid. And I'm thinking, okay, they're gonna drop the Nash. But then they still decide to contest. But now Upset's like kind of far away from Mickey. And then look at the Cassandra challenge. Why he doesn't take damage?
He does take damage. It takes a long time, and he shields more than 4 Upset auto attacks.
Actually, if Upset auto and then ult for the auto reset, he could kill him. But, I mean, it wouldn't even kill him. It's without the combat.
You could send him back to base and get your 200 gold consolation prize. Okay, well, good news for Fnatic is there's 800 gold worth of GA buffs that could be picked up. Bad news is enemy has Baron and 800 gold worth of GA buffs, so...
Yeah. Curious to see how much Rogue can get with this Nash and Atakan.
I mean, we talked about Fnatic as being the team that was really good at pushing their leads. Now Rogue are the ones in control, and we'll have to see if they can replicate the same success that Fnatic had in week 1 and really push this to its limit. Because if we do just go back to scaling and sitting back, Fnatic will be able to at least get into a much more favorable situation. This is about as bad as it could possibly get.
For me, if I'm Rogue, my definition of success with these 2 objectives is getting an inhibitor. I really want to break an inhibitor in 1 lane. And if I can do that, that means I use the buff well. If we're only getting tier 2s with both Atakan and Nash, I feel like it's a bit too little.
A bit awkward. Gonna need to see the team really push the limit, right? Get aggressive if they need to. Adam and Larson both have TP, so you can't have the situation where they return to the fight.
They are basing here. I mean, they're gonna look to... it looks like it's only gonna be playing for 2, like all 3 tier 2s, because now they're gonna rotate. They're going to put a person on mid, they're going to put 4 people bot, they're going to get this tier 2 on bot.
They get Dragon as an exit play, which at least gets them something.
And it's not bad, it's a big gold injection, but I think like when you have both of these buffs, I want to see a dive. I want to see the game break open, you know? Take some risks. It's Rogue time.
It was also tough because Rogue are now setting up on mid. Bot is pushed in so far because no one was there to contest Oscar, because again, they're setting up that play topside ready to force if they need to. And now I don't even know if that wave is going to hit tower.
They might not even be able to play for tier 2 bot because Oscar got that deep push. Would have wanted to see someone go bot beforehand. Now Adam wants to base and catch this top wave against Corki, because Corki has a bit faster tempo. It's a bit awkward. Doesn't look like they'll play for the tier 2.
And this is why I feel like one of the best things you can do if someone ever has, I mean Baron generally, but certainly Otacon Baron, is just deep shove in whatever lane you're not contested in, just to cut off or slow down at least 1 lane that the team can play around.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I wonder how like crazy teams will be with this buff by the end of the split. Once they have had more time to like test it out, to figure out the limits. Because, I mean, in theory,
I feel like you should play it a bit like an Elder, in the sense that you should be willing to take plays that you never normally would. Like, go for that dive. Go for that play, you know?
Especially when you've already taken Baron, because there's nothing on the map the enemy team can meaningfully get back.
Even if you get sent 5 people to base, okay, they get to out-push waves. They don't even get anything.
We'll see. The teams get more aggressive. We've seen kind of the full, I would say, spectrum of potential Otacon buffs, or voracious Otacon buffs, because we've never really seen the other one. Which is, you know, we've seen the instant game end with Baron, and we've seen kind of it do very little.
Yeah.
At the least, you still keep the permanent 40 additional gold per kill buff.
Yeah. This is going to be Fnatic cross-mapping the Drake here. Don't think they can play for tier 2. Adam is a bit too tanky.
I also just think this is the part of the game where it gets a bit more difficult. Patrick is going to get tankier, still has the on-hit build, so still going to do a lot of work on the tanking line. The good news is Upset has the AP you were talking about. Bad news is Larson has a death cap.
It feels pretty good to be Rogue right now, I think, because you can just keep stacking armor. Like, even your ADC can buy armor, your mid can buy armor. Everybody can buy armor, you know?
Yeah, this is a tricky one to navigate side of Fnatic.
I don't think they really want to go for team fights at this point. I think you kind of want to look for picks with
and
like
you have the tools, right? We saw that was their entire
pick on side, like Kai'Sa pushes mid, moves to bot, like we saw Noah do, would be really nice from him. And just kind of looking for these like isolated, small skirmishes, not really big team fights. Because Cassandra's not dying right now.
It's also tough because all it takes is one member of Rogue, other than probably Execute, to misstep for that kind of play to work, which does, I wouldn't say makes it favoring Fnatic, but everyone on your team not falling prey to that single mistake, to that single misposition is a tall task for any 5 players.
You can see Fnatic was looking for that play as Kai'Sa tried to go bot and Corki caught the mid wave, but Adam is playing well.
Just look at this 3-man
fully respecting.
They're just roaming. Good reset.
Also important to note that Corki did buy the LDR, which is buffed, so it's 40% now. That is a lot of percentage pen.
A lot of pen.
They got a lot
Black
of armor as
cleavers
well,
there.
you know?
Yeah, this is an interesting... I mean, it's just weird because we know, like, the general consensus, I feel, and you correct me if I'm wrong here, you play more solo queue than I do. Tanks are OP, that seems to be, even if people aren't playing them as much. And Fnatic seem to really be trying to support the balanced team and the idea that 5% armor pen is the difference, is enough. At least with the composition.
Let's see how much damage they do to Adam.
The answer is not a lot, but they might be able to do a lot of damage to Patrick. Instant combo going in. Mickey trying to buy a bit more space. Oscar in relatively untouched. Humanoid now free to follow up. Rogue already lost the fight. All it took. No one really even had to be out of position. They just needed to get in range, and Fnatic were able to find that pick, but now the turn. Adam's still ready to go all out. His damage about to fade away. Execute. This is not the angle you're looking for, but Larson also using Shockwave there.
They're gonna look to start the Nash. They don't have Orianna ult, don't have any ult other than Rel.
Flash from Mickey. Flash backwards Justice Punch maybe to try and catch somebody.
Since I was not here, I don't think they can do much. They're gonna have to drop the Nash.
And again, we said this a minute ago. If they find the pick, I expected it to be isolated member pushing side. I did not expect it to be a single kill in the context of a 5v5.
Patrick, come on. Your tank isn't taking any damage. Why are we walking up? It's a really nice engage by Fnatic, but when your tank is this tanky, you need to let him create that space. Let him tank for you. You know, you can't just walk up, then you're gonna die.
Baited perhaps into a false sense of security, seeing how little damage Adam took. Now has a few more tanky items of his own on the side of Patrick.
It's a classic, to be honest, when you start to get like tank items like he has on Varus, that you think to yourself, oh, I'm tanky now.
I'm strong.
But then, you're not tanky, buddy.
Not tanky.
You're getting one shot.
Harsh realization. Upset now level 16, almost to that death cap. A bit more money, but has the components. And this is where, I mean, the thing is you have to hit the Kaisa W, but like, the poke is just going to be so difficult for them to deal with, and they don't really have the range to match. Not that I think Upset on his own is enough poke to zone Rogue off of objectives, but it is going to force their hand at least a little bit, as for now, they're trying to defend the tier 2 bot side.
Kai's W is starting to hurt a little bit more. It's still not monumental, like you said, but they're going to get a lot of gold with this Nash buff, and they might even be able to get Kaisa onto that Rabadon, and then her damage really goes crazy.
All right, tier 1, tier 2 in mid lane. There's still a tier 2 top side, and this tower with just a blinking health bar. Oscar still probably, I think, you know, doesn't want to play for another wave because the rest of the team is backing away, even though they'd probably be able to take the tier 2, don't want to risk overextending and getting caught. Any one of them dies, you probably lose the remaining minute and 20 seconds of this Baron buff.
It does feel a bit bad, though, that they're not able to break that tier 2 bot, because now they have to kind of ask themselves, do we go back to bot? Do we try to go top?
They don't need to.
Yeah, but you're kind of sad about that too, because now you don't get the local gold, and it's like 500 gold. So, it'll be a negative Nancy, but
I think you might be a negative Nancy.
When you see tower local gold go to waste, it hurts a man.
Look, you know, Upset already had the death cap, doesn't need it. Donation to the cannon minion is what we'll say.
That's true. I mean, they're on 4 items on Ambessa, Corki, and Kaisa. That's kind of crazy.
Adam gonna spot Razork. Razork was not gonna push his cooldowns on Adam, but they might now.
He's just dead.
Chain CC, Adam likely to burn here, still living for an additional second. Now the turn coming back, Larson doing everything he can, and in his power, the shockwave already came out, but so many blinking health bars locked up. Another connection from the Varus ultimate. Humanoid retreating, Oscar retreating.
Really good save by Execute, but actually end up resulting in anything. The soul for Fnatic here. They have an Ambessa TP flank from behind. It's a really good flank from Mickey here.
TP in. Get ready to go over the wall. Could just come down to the 50-50. Chemsoul will be big in a game like this. Ulti right onto Patrick. Immediate combo going through. Upset knows that Larson has no shockwave, but he is not a threat. Oscar keeping the damage coming out. Patrick really just can't auto any target. He's just not in range. He can't get anything done. The entire team is split. The VAR is unable to do anything. The carry's isolated, taken out of the equation, but at the very least, Malrang will steal the Drake, but the fight. Oh, they can't steal that one back. That one belongs to Fnatic.
Are they gonna end? They have both wave.
TP bot.
Oh, but Larson TPs.
Good read from Larson.
Clear the wave. They have one more wave coming. Only caster minion. I don't think they can end. Wait, 40 seconds? Ah, actually. It's gonna be close. I'm trying to like calculate it.
Let us know when you reach a conclusion, Mr. Spectra.
I think they might be able to end.
I think they might be able to end too. Wave on the way in.
It's gonna be really close though.
20
Larson
seconds.
has ulti.
Execute.
But Razork also has ulti. He has no flash, no Sonya's either.
Ball placed, Larson staying just on the edge of the range. Could just ult the wave, but then I think you lose the ensuing fight.
It's too hard.
Flash in, Larson locked up, double ulties once again. The Vi, the Mbessa together doing too much work, but Razork about to fall to the tower.
Oh?
Execute still here? 10 seconds, 6 seconds, no, there's no way. Humanoid just needs to hit the objective. Execute doing everything he can in his power, and in the end, Fnatic coming out on top, 3-1. Taking down Rogue.
GG.
An exceptionally odd game.
Yeah,
Rogue
I
winning.
thought Rogue won
Got
that
double
fight.
buff, and then
They got the Drake, and it looked like they were winning, and then they lost.
Fnatic. Yeah. Of course, your Kia player of the game. Chance second here. Oscar and Razork, Mickey. Really vote for whoever you want at LEC on X.
I would vote for Oscar, maybe, I think.
Oscar was good.
Pretty well.
Consistent pressure in his lane. Alties were good.
I feel like Mickey just pressed Galley ult. Can't really get him.
Okay, yeah, like, I'm sorry. All three of these people pushed ult.
Yeah,
all
but
of their biggest contributions
one person
pushed
had to
ult.
hit the ult.
Okay, that's true.
The other one to click.
That is a fair call out. Of course, we're going to go to a quick break. Afterwards, Janiro is going to be standing by with the victorious Razork. We'll hear all about how he pushed that R button.
You can't reach him.
Oh, blast coming out.
W?
Oh, makes it! No! First blood! That's on you, Fnatic fans. You cursed him. That's all I'm saying. They're going to take the time. Execute. You can't get out of this. Oscar can ult to finish the kill, but he might take his time. Ult's back through. Patrick now going to be a little bit in trouble.
Where's Vi? She's mid, she's mid. Look. I think I should look. Nice. Keep doing. Can you mark Vi? I can mark Vi. I can blow Vi.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the LEC. I'm Ginny standing by with Raz at the Marriott Bonvoy post-game check-in. Another win under the belt for Fnatic, a really strong start to the split here. I would like to address the elephant in the room, and that is the Mbessa Vi combo. Talk to us about that, because it's so disgusting and I don't feel like you can win against it.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably OP. Like, if you don't have Sonya's and you're a carry, you're basically dead if Vi presses ulti on you. So yeah, it's OP combo. We got the draft we wanted, and even though some fights we could not execute, I think we showed, like in 1 or 2 fights, that if we play properly with our champs, the enemy backline can't really do much.
So is that like your advice for people in solo queue, build Zhonya's?
I mean, if you are mage, sure. If you are ADC, I'm not sure if you can buy Sonya's, but you can try, yeah?
You can cry about it. But let's talk as well about the synergy that we're seeing on Fnatic here. We had a conversation earlier today with Gag, and he was talking about, you know, the communication from Fnatic and having Mickey on that support role. How does that feel for you as the jungler? How do you build that synergy?
Well, I know Mickey for a while, and we are like very close to each other. I mean, it just feels good that Mickey just follows every call we make, and he's also very smart about the game. So I really like having him as my support.
That's really nice, very wholesome. How has it been with the new faces added onto Fnatic and just getting used to everyone from your perspective as the jungler?
Well, I think the biggest change is getting Upset back. It's a very vocal player, and he has an idea of how the game wants to be played out. And if we compare it last year, the dynamic changed a little bit because Noah was a little bit more quiet. And here we have Upset proposing a lot of aggressive plays, which it's very good because as a jungler, I like to fight a lot.
We can tell. How do you prioritize which play to go for and which play not to go for when it's the aggressive one?
Well, we're still trying to find the balance between that. We are usually fighting a lot when we should not. In scrims even more. I think we are slowly getting better at it, making practice a little bit more realistic because the games on stage are way slower, and everyone's playing around objectives and Drake. And scrims, everyone is like fighting for the sake of fighting. So we are working on that, and I think it's getting better.
And the way that you work on it, is that just by getting the games here on the stage, or is there anything that you can do during scrims to prioritize and like really focus on what you want to do?
Well, you can, as a team, do a lot of things to make sure that the practice is useful for you and you are not going into random fights. But usually, if the enemy team is also making it like volatile and they're like doing very int plays, then you usually get dragged into the int and you are fighting a lot. But I feel like in Europe, from my perspective, teams are getting better at it, and comparing it to last year or last 2 years, I think the practice has been getting better in Europe.
Well, that's good to hear. Improvement to be made here on scrims, and hopefully we see something on the international stage as well. Thank you for your time for the interview. We're going to be sending it back to the analyst desk with Laura, Nymera, and Finn. Guys, take it away.
Thank you so much, Jeannie. Amazing to hear from Razork, and a lot of insights, honestly, about the team cohesion and everything, and how everything is going with Fnatic. We'll talk about this a bit later, but first, the draft. I know that there's been a lot of criticism for the pick priority for Fnatic last week. Mbessa, Vi, the winning combo here, guys?
It definitely helped a lot, and we talked about a lot about this last week.
Yeah.
And we also talked about this a lot in the pre-show as well, talking about how teams felt like they were going to the more defensive, easy-to-play competitions. Mbessa wasn't working. How do you play carry top laners? So the fact that Fnatic managed to take this win today, maybe not in quite the fashion that they did, but using this combo is still quite important, I think, for the whole fabric of how the LEC is viewing the meta right now in terms of aggressive dive combinations compared to the more peel long-range backline.
Yeah, if you're an AD carry, Mbessa and Vi, they're kind of the fun police. If they exist, you're not allowed to have fun. Anytime Larsen or Patrick had to walk up this game, no fun was had. Here we have a great 2v2 from Razork.
You got a license for that smile.
Here, great 2v2 by Razork and Oscar. Constantly finding these picks here once again. The Galio ult was almost a bit needless, but it's just so easy for the Mbessa to follow up on the Vi ult. And I think crucially, before we would see the Mbessa would pair stuff like Ivern, but that doesn't really make sense because the Mbessa ult is so easy to flash. Here we see again, great engage on mid onto the Varus. He can't do anything. Vi Galio combo, legendary 2021 CLG combo, the GOATs.
Oh, no personal investment there, buddy.
No. I really like the comp from Fnatic, and it's great to see that finally in LEC we can execute on dive comps, because I feel like we've been really good at the kite back comps, but I feel like we've struggled playing these dive comps, and this was an easy dive comp, but it was nonetheless a good execution by Fnatic.
It's important that this works. I will say on the other side, I really wasn't impressed by Patrick's positioning to allow that to happen, and I've got a lot of respect for the player, but particularly that last play in mid lane there is no way you should see a Vi on vision and get within Q flash range. That turned the game. That was a winnable game for Rogue, and that's a heartbreak.
And we heard that in the voice comms, Patrick actually asking, where's Vi, where's Vi? And I feel like you had to track the champion, especially in clutch moments like this. What do you feel like
was a ward
Rogue
in Raptors
missed here?
and the brush.
Because for me it comes down to vision here.
Oh, okay.
Careless maybe on the side of Rogue. What is your analysis on this?
Actually, Varus only walked up because Cassante went deep on mid when there was nothing to get on mid wave. They should use
okay, right, gotcha.
Actually not Patrick's fault.
So you're being a lawyer already for
my client did nothing wrong, Your Honor.
The
it's
Rogue
all
defender.
Cassante's fault.
Work on it.
One player to notice and celebrate this game, Oscar Renin, who's the key player of the game. We've had a lot of discussion around Mbessa, Finn, in Reddit check. You were telling us that it's a hard champion to pull, especially when it comes to ultimates. Praise for Oscar Renin here.
Yeah, I would say the POG was like the Oscar Razork dynamic.
Yeah.
Obviously, Oscar doing most of the damage. I think great play by both of them, and finally showing why Mbessa can be so powerful and why she's so frustrating to play against. Because if this public execution or ultimate connects, it's so hard to escape from it because it puts her in her sweet spot for her Q1, making it so easy for her to assassinate whichever target she winds up getting onto. So great play by Oscar this game. Very exciting times.
Following up a bit on what Miki was saying during the interview about the overall synergy within Fnatic members, I feel like Miki and Razork is a combo that should really develop in an interesting way when you think about the caliber of those two players and the ideas they can provide in-game.
It's really interesting because we had Closer talking about how he loves playing with Jun. Jun's a great support, and Razork comes here and says, like, wow, I love playing with Mickey. We've actually had some really good support performances in our first few games of LEC, and with Mickey being quite a notable, shot caller and someone that, well, he's not necessarily the most vocal, but the way he thinks about the game is very important. So people listen to him in the way that he makes these creative plays. Sometimes it leads to him, getting jumped on in the jungle when he is a little bit vulnerable. But I think that's exactly the kind of energy which Razork thrives off.
Yeah, I think as someone that played with Mickey for an entire entire year. It was really nice the way he created so many opportunities for you as a player to follow up on his plays. He made it very easy for you to play the game. He made it very easy for you to see opportunities because you saw everything through his lens. Because he created so much space. I know that's a meme, but he did.
We don't like these things around here.
He did actually create many opportunities as teammates to make plays for themselves. I think something that goes kind of under the radar when you play with such a great support and jungle to realize.
One advice for Rogue tomorrow before you touch the break?
All of these games are winnable. That's a good thing. I don't think they have to change that much. I think it's some cleanness in positioning and execution. I'm actually not that down on Rogue. These are winnable games. They should have won versus Heretics in their first game. Should have won here. They have the stuff there to make it win.
It's just the beginning of winter. It is fixable. After the break, we'll find out if Camilo has new glasses, as Heretics is going to face off against VDS in our game 2.
He doesn't like that. Look at him, he's a good boy, but he don't like that.
Maybe we could play some A-rounds or something like that. I mean, this is map, right? New towers, new objectives.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move. Side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move. Side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move. Side to side, let's go.
Welcome back to the LEC. It's week 2. Rogue, Fnatic just played their 4th game. It's 3 games a week. We're doing some quick math here on the stage. You can see that we're getting back to the swing of it. And luckily for us, you don't have to listen to me.
That was
waffle.
fast.
Going straight into draft.
Yeah.
Draco's joined by Jack Spectra. Game 2. BDS took down G2 last week, so I'd call that a good week, but it wasn't perfect play from start to finish. On the opposite side, Team Heretics, it's been a little bit iffy. Some good moments for sure, some bad moments for sure.
Yeah. I feel like BDS has looked maybe worse than their scoreline would suggest, while Team Heretics have looked exactly like their scoreline would suggest.
Wow, that's creative. You're getting very, this is the creative flame I expect from a former pro player. Regardless, I think that the big question now for me coming into this game is Camilo, what is he going to play in the mid lane? Obviously was just picking Victor every single game, every single opportunity. This time they've banned it away. On the opposite side for BDS, want to see what their team coordination looks like, because the members were not always in sync. 113 was the one I think drew most eyes. There was a lot of debate amongst the casters about who was to blame in some of those circumstances. But
do you want to see Heartsteel on this Sejuani?
No, I don't. You know I don't. We'll talk about it if it happens.
Well, what I want to see from Heretics is like strong solo laners with a bot lane that can fight, and solo laners that can just kind of, you know, do their own thing. And they're giving it to me. Look. If they're looking Cassandra here, I mean, those solo laners can just chill, and we kind of play towards Flecken and Stand, and then we unleash Stand on the map to help the solo laners back.
That angle. Xante, safe, stable, Varus, strong, early pushing.
Yeah.
Team Heretics, I mean, so far the formula is lining up with what you wanted.
Yeah, although I'm kind of surprised by the fact that we've now seen twice teams prioritizing Varus over Corki. I feel like Corki also has a very strong laning phase, but just kind of strictly scales better than the Varus. Because the Varus, like, as you saw in the last game, playing in a mobile ADC with not that much range, it's really hard. It's so easy to just get one shot.
I mean, I see the theoretical world where you eat tanks, I suppose, but the fact that Corki just has access to rockets, more effective range in so many situations.
And he also eats
AOE
tanks. He
earlier.
does true damage, and he has his E armor penetration. But it's going to be another Corki mid with the Estral this time. So it's weird. On first week, we had only Corki bot nearly.
Yeah.
And now,
it's only
like
mid.
we watched LPL and LCK, and it's like, this chance the mid laner.
Not just
Put
SK this week.
Yeah.
Everyone's watching it now.
I like the Estral, though. I like Ice on Estral. He's really good, and I feel like he can do a lot on it. It's a kind of nice scaling matchup into the Varus, and I'm kind of preferring BDS draft so far.
Well, and really, if you're BDS, I think your recipe for success, at least team agnostically, not looking at who you're facing, is like get Ice and Nuke on strong carries that can scale, that can impact the game, that can carry these team fights, and Corki and Ezreal
really good laning phase
that,
and really good range. So you can kind of play this non-committal style with Sejuani while also actually fighting in the early game and letting her invade. I'm liking what we got from BDS so far.
Team Heretics, though, not going to let any AP go over. Recognizing the same weakness. No Kai'Sa this time around, so again, the lack of magic damage is still an issue.
Yeah, it's more of an issue this game, I think. Especially, as you said, with no Kai'Sa and the fact that Heretics can easily lock in a third tank here, which just makes it too much.
You stopped talking there for a second because I just gave you like the weirdest look of all time. Yeah, you looked at me very confused. Just for context of people at home, it's because I looked at you like I was confused. And I'm confused because I'm wondering if tanks being good is fake news. Are we just going to see full AD comps versus tanks every single game today?
I mean, this is kind of the problem when like you have a champion like Corki. Like probably what happened in week 1 is the mid laners could play Corki, but the junglers didn't want to play AP. So then they were like, okay, we got to put a bot lane. But now the mid laners are like, no, we got to put a mid. But the junglers are still not playing AP champs. So you end up with these kind of semi-full AD drafts where people are just saying, okay, we don't care if we're that heavy AD, we're just going to pick strong champions, and we're going to hope we're going to end the game before they get like to hyperscale with their armor. But even then, it's kind of fake to be full AD because you do have so much like kind of random magic damage, and also it's kind of hard these days to itemize full armor in a lot of cases. Like if you go the Undying Despair, you have to get some MR, and a lot of items are kind of like that these days.
Does make sense. Lock-in now is going to be the Zyra heading into the jungle in the hands of Sheo is the assumption here.
That makes me think that we're going to have like an AD mid answer. I mean, for sure we are. And I'm curious to think which AD mid do you want to play into Corki? You could go Yone. That's kind of a hard matchup. And it's also not a good Yone game. You're against like so much mobility, so many tanks.
Yeah, it's really
so much CC.
Also, Yone wants to dive.
You could go an
Varus
ADC.
and Zyra kind of want to be as far away from that dive as humanly possible.
If they wanted to cook, they could go like Varus mid and then go like some ADC bot. It's gonna be the Renekton blind pick top. Pretty safe.
Varus mid not bad.
I mean, actually, it's not a blind pick. They have Cassandra. That's right.
Okay.
Smolder.
Mid? bot?
In 2025, it's going to be mid for sure.
I got buffed a little bit.
Oh yeah, he can buy IE now.
Yeah.
That's true. That's a pretty big change.
Getting that additional crit amplification, for those who don't know, on Smolder on his own stats.
I'm still not sold on the champ though. The champ had the worst win rate in bot lane all of last patch, and has had for quite some time. But it is better and competitive. The
it's only been a few days, but we'll check the wonderful internet to check how Smolder mid lane has been doing. Maybe there's a surge in performance. It is a decent buff, but
it always had super bad win rate in mid, so I'd be surprised if you see like it's been like 40%. But mid laners also can't play it mostly.
We'll find out together. An entire stream where you watch me Google things. It's like I'm a co-streamer.
And you do it like a boomer way, so super slow.
You want me to Google? Anyway, let's talk about the game. What are we looking for here early game? We have a Zyra, which I assume is just going to psycho clear. AP champions have always just crushed tank junglers in early game. But at the same time, I don't really know what the vision is. Smolder makes things make more sense for the side of Team Heretics, I will say that. Getting now into our second game of the day. Again, a 2-1 versus 1-2 situation, as we'll see many times this week. BDS versus Team Heretics.
I mean, so when you play these like tank junglers into AP junglers, you kind of had two options. You could either just choose to match the full clear, in which case Zyra will probably look to late and like go on your Raptor or go on your Krugs after you're done full clearing to bot. Or you could look to late invade. And especially then if you combine that with the swap, now you have Ezreal, Sejuani, Renekton, Alistar late invading the Zyra. But Heretics are expecting it. They're 5-man stacking. This could be a 5v5 fist fight. Oh, is 113 gonna face check?
No. Smolder will get some stacks, so flash burn. Good reaction speed though, coming from 113 to make sure he doesn't get caught there. Probably dies if he does get hit by that.
Yeah, for sure. It's a good flash.
Now walking in, ice, a bit of poke. Everybody's squaring up for the level 1 5v5. Camilo didn't get any stacks.
Now will BDS stick around? Okay, they're going to just leave.
Thank you for making it so dramatic.
Well,
what else were they going to do?
Stick around.
Well, yeah, but what was going to happen?
To try to put the Zyra behind, but they're going for a normal swap, which is kind of strange because you have an Ezreal level 1, and you also have Renekton, who usually doesn't want to really swap.
I guess.
But I think it's partially just to throw off the jungle tempo so that Zyra can't look to really invade. That's my at least thought process.
A decent thought process.
And also because you have Alistar level 1.
Yeah, Alistar level 1, obviously terrible. Level 3.
But it's not that bad, to be honest. I mean, it's kind of bad.
It's balanced out by Ezreal level 1 to a certain degree, but...
Yeah. It's not like you need to swap level up bad, at least.
I mean, how are you hitting them on the other side of the wave to get first push? Anyway.
I mean, they're getting first push, but you can just farm with Ezreal Qs, you know what I mean?
Well, the question now for me is how does Carlson weather this storm? You can see Sejuani on the bottom chart of the map, and good use of Stend of their bot lane prio to just keep an eye on where 113 is. Obviously the guy who's going to make a lot of these early game plays. And Carlson, I think, having this reliable tank, I like this look more than I like the Jax, as much as he did get camped in the Jax game he played. I think something a little bit safer, something a little bit more reliable helps when you're the rookie on stage.
I thought we'd see Irrelevant on Jax, to be honest. He's kind of like the best Jax in EU, I'd say. He's kind of known for it. But he ends up going for the Renekton instead. And then it's kind of weird, like you pick the Jax, or you pick the Renekton, thinking you're gonna swap. It's like, why wouldn't you just pick the Jax at that point? You're kind of happier and you scale better, in my opinion. But you know, Renekton's really nice with Sejuani as well, as you get that really fast E-stun. So, and also more magic damage, that's true.
If with the Jax, but instead of the Renekton. Yeah. So we really are full physical damage here.
Yeah. And Smolder is having a rough time. This is kind of how I expected it to go.
The good news, there's no third tank on the side of Team Heretics.
That is true.
The Zyra in the jungle does mean that they can kill at least 3/5 of the roster.
Yeah. So overall, they're not that tanky. Like, if you kill the Smolder Zyra Varus, who cares, you know? Just kill their backline.
Yeah, it's always that simple.
Yeah.
So Irrelevant surviving well, getting as much XP as he can. The dive angle here is interesting. You can just jail this man under his tower so he can't play the game, but Camilo is just getting bullied here.
The tough part about playing Smolder in these sort of matchups is you really want to be the one just free stacking, because even though he might not fall that far behind in CS, what you want as Smolder is not just CS, you want stacks. And that's why they picked Smolder a lot into stuff like Yone and stuff like Sylas, because you can just stack against these melee champions. Well, now we can't even farm. This is tough.
I can do.
I'm not a fan of the Smolder, I think. If I'm like Heretics right now...
Well, I like the response play here from BDS. They basically see that Renekton doesn't get to play the game. Zyra's sitting there. He's not going to be able to get any CS.
It's
so
a really nice...
mid.
I mean, also, Nuke is playing this wave, or is playing this lane really well. Like, it's really nice to see that when you have a hard matchup, that matchup actually gets punished. It's so annoying when you have a hard matchup and you just see them like farm for free. So that's really nice. Oh, maybe Particle's coming here.
Level 2. He's doing fine. Good extra healing. They'll take away the bone plating, but he takes over to level 3 now. There's not a lot that they can do.
But the problem that I kind of have, if I'm Heretics, like, and I ask myself, well, when does this Smolder actually start to outvalue the Corki? And my answer would be, I don't know, at 225 stacks maybe? But up until that point, I think he's just going to keep getting pushed in, keep losing trades, and the Syra could try to bail him out, but the problem then is if Sejuani counter yanks, then you probably hard lose the 2-2.
It's also just, I mean, it's awkward again because Nuke and Ice don't completely outrange against on-hit bars. I guess they do. Smolder does have decent range, but
yeah, they outrange pretty hard.
They outrange pretty hard.
Yeah.
I mean, the dream scenario, if you're going to play this scaling option, is you kind of want people to fight into you, but BDS, well, they do have good tools to force a fight and engage, and hard engage, right, with their top side, with the Alistair. They can just stay at arm's reach and just poke for free.
Yeah, I think if I'm Heretics, what I'd really want is... Oh, they can't do much here, I think. Just get a little chunk on them. It's a pretty good chunk, though.
Definitely a good chunk. I still don't see the dive angle, though. Of course, they're not 100% sure where Sheo is, but he is just now getting back out on the map.
Oh?
A little locked up.
Maybe he can turn on to Paris here.
Ignite ticking stun as well. Camilla's going to fall. First blood.
Wow, he just dies.
For the side of BDS. And credit to Nuke pushing this matchup.
Yeah, Nuke is looking good.
I mean, this is the thing you have to do when someone plays this, you know, weak early game scaling champ. It's why we called out the Kai'Sa, right, and the potential risk. But this is a game where there's weak early game champs and there's Smolder, right? This is, you kind of have to kill him or I guess you're losing the matchup.
I was so happy when I saw like the Cassandra Azir. I was thinking that's the perfect direction for this team. But then you go to Smolder and just, I mean, you can tell how hard it is, you know? Every trade looks losing, every 2-2 looks losing. Want to really hope, like, it's really good that they're getting the Drake here at least, because then they slow down the Drake stacking. But the problem with this new patch is that now you have the Otacon, which is an objective that you will have to fight over. And my question is, will Smolder be ready by then?
I'm not sure. When we all last year watched the Lol Dobby video on Chovy's Smolder mid, I don't think Corki mid was viable, which I think made this champ definitely more playable early game.
For sure.
Oh, said, objective taken, quick flash out. Okay.
I mean, he had a vision.
We're either clipping it or we're all forgetting it happened. You can pick what side of the coin you're on, but
it was a good play if it landed, so I don't mind it.
This is the worst part about talking to you and talking to Finn, is you're always like, it would have been good if, and then 30 things.
Well, the thing is, like, for me, what makes a bad play is if the thought process is really bad. Like, if you have an erroneous thought process, then I can actually criticize it really hard. Like, you just did something stupid. But if you tried to do the good play, we just failed, happens, you know? We're only human.
That's true. Shout out to you, Paris. We're only human. Yeah. Everybody makes an oopsies. And our supports especially, and to be fair, you kept your life, which we cannot say for many of the supports that make mistakes in this league. Irrelevant though, sitting pretty comfortably, although Carlson much more committed to the full armor routine, at least early on.
He's stacking that armor. Good Q from Meister.
6.
You can also see Flackett rush the latest tier caps. A lot of armor enjoyers.
Definitely a lot of armor enjoyers. There is definitely I'd say definitely another 30 or so times, just to really let that word sink into my vocabulary.
Repetition is
There's a point where no matter how much AD is on the enemy team, I don't think it's necessarily right to go play the seal caps right off the bat. Because I don't really know how you
I mean, it feels kind of bad, yeah, as Varus right now. He has bought only Doran's play as attack damage. He's not doing a whole lot of damage.
I mean, you got
but one of the nice things about this champ is, like, you have pretty high base damage, which is why you could play that, like, tank Varus top abomination that was played. Do you remember that one? I don't know.
Whoa. Mirwin played that. Can't say that.
Well, it was...
I love Mirwin. All right, all in here coming in from Carlson. Irrelevant now going to snap, pull out his ultimate. Full armor might be enough here for Carlson. He's going to be able to find the kill. Q3. Relevant waiting for his cooldown to come back up and the rage to come back up. He might be able to recommit, but for now it's just a trade of ultis. Not a bad look from Carlson, but not able to turn it into more.
No flash on
locked
Paris.
up, good interrupt on the Q, but Cheo is there to finish the job. Sten in the end going to grab the kill.
Good play to dive ice here. Don't just the Q. Probably gonna have to flash the knock up. Yeah.
Flash. Hey, credit to Cheo.
Really good.
Walks into bot lane, gets the flash off Ezreal, helps get the kill as well.
113 has no ulti. I think, he used it mid to burn Camilla flash. Missed it off screen.
And the thing I will say that I like about this is obviously you're forced into an AP jungler when you decide you want that AD mid. But Sheo is getting a lot of value out of this. He doesn't have a massive camp lead, but was able to go back at a couple summoners. If he can keep that ball rolling, it is a decent angle for Team Heretics to get more done on the map. Maybe draw some pressure away from Camilo.
Yeah, it's funny because I said that like BDS are playing full AD because they want to play Corki mid and their jungler didn't want to play AP. Well, it seems like Heretics, Sheo was like, I'm playing AP, you figure it out on mid lane, just pick some AD, no? And he's like, Smolder, I guess.
I mean,
he got buffed, didn't he?
I'm going to assume, sir, that they've scrimmed and practiced and prepared.
Okay, but he's not even buying crit. And it was crit that got buffed on Smolder. He's going the mana immune build, I think.
You need mana. You spam a lot of abilities.
That's true, yeah.
Double scaling. Cole tier.
No boots.
I will say it is an important skill in League of Legends to know when you're the passenger on the bus.
Yeah.
Camilo is
most
the
people don't have that skill.
Yeah, most people don't have that skill and they try to fight when they are not the main character. Camilo, he might get a chance to be the main character. He's not getting that chance now, though. Yeah. He needs to chill, needs to farm, needs time.
It's a bit of a desperate face check from him, and it's going to chunk him out. Oh, gets the ult damage on ice, though. That's nice. Some return damage.
Getting stacks.
So Smolder used to be all about using the ult for wave clear, but they nerfed that really hard because it was so OP and competitive. Now it's more about the damage jumps. But we got a grub start here.
1-3, has ulti. Relevant can flank, but it is just a 3v3. Unless Team Heretics...
They're just going to watch it die and...
Well, this is awkward. I mean, they lost mid prio, right?
Yeah.
Ice is just able to push in mid, so they have the man advantage. I mean, basic rules of League of Legends, if someone has one more person than you, chances are you're losing that fight.
Yeah, but it feels so bad to drop 6 scrubs. Like, you also have double losing sides here. Like, Renekton usually gets pushed against Kasati and kind of hit tower, and then Corki is going to get pushed against whoever he goes up against. So it's going to be really important for Heretics to try to defend these towers.
It's not without Ivar, so Ezreal's probably getting pushed too.
Yeah.
All right. Hold on, survive. Name of the game for Team Heretics. You got a Landry's coming in from Sheo, might help in the next objective. Dragon is just about to spawn Mountain Drake, second of the game.
Nice by Nuke here. You can see he's just like slow pushing, trying to deny as many minions as possible. A lot of people, after they stop kind of being in the laning phase, they just kind of autopilot brain AFK push. But if you just slow push like this and deny minions, you get such a big lead.
Definitely do. Luckily for Camilo, Sten's in the area, so Nuke can't play too far forward and stop him from just Q farming on the wave.
You can see both supports kind of recognizing that like the mid laners are the most important right now. Because if Nuke can just be 1v1, Camilo can't play.
102 stacks, getting close to the 125 threshold for Camilo at the very least. I mean, not stacking at a bad rate for how difficult the lane phase was. 34 stacks left on Cole as well. I'm going to talk about stacks a lot. It's triple stacking here. There's a tier, there's a Cole.
Stack maxing.
He's absolutely stack maxing. But this is tricky. Again, Flakked fighting for wave control here, but once he gets to level 9, max rank Q, it's not...
You see that Sejuani inventory? Beautiful, baby.
Why do you do this to me? Okay, all I'm going to say is, even if it works this game, I don't think Heartsteel is good on tank junglers in competitive.
Well, it's going to be a Drake fight here.
Set up there for Team Heretics. They kind of want to bait the engage. Again, if Sheo gets a good ultimate, they can try and turn this. Good ultimate coming in from Flakked. Nice root, but it's just going to be the 50-50, and 1-1-3 manages to steal it. Carlson coming in, but a nice knockup coming from Paris. And now Irrelevant straight into the backline. Flacked's got nowhere to go. Pops the blast cone. Himself out to safety, but now Sheo in trouble. As powerful as that jungler is, it's still damn squishy. BDS.
They get everything.
They get the smite steal, they get kills.
It looked so good from Heretics at the beginning. They just weren't able to convert it. And a really, really good flank from Irrelevant. Now they're going to be able to hit this bot tower with 6 scrubs, and there's only 30 seconds left of the plates. I think they can get the whole tower. This is the power of 6 scrubs.
First tower as well, they're going to hit the threshold for, they won't get to 3 kills first, but they will be able to get the feats of strength when they grab the tower here.
Yeah, they got 3 objectives and the first tower. Wow. You can see 15 seconds it took for them to take that tower from 5 plays. That's the power of 6 scrubs. You see, for me, when I saw this, and I see 1-1-3 getting this chunked from the Varus ult and all of the damage, I thought it looked good. But they used everything on 1-1-3, and nobody was marking this Renekton flank. So Irrelevant just gets to wreak havoc on the backline.
Well,
and then they're split up and just get ran down.
And you're in a situation where you're kind of hoping that BDS make a mistake and overcommit into you so you can get value out of the Zyra ult. But you saw there, they've got Ice on one side, knowing that Ice is untouchable. They've got Nuke on the other side, knowing that Nuke is untouchable, and they have to commit resources. They play at range, they
They're
poke.
poking you down, yeah.
And the thing is I just don't feel like Team Heretics have agency in this game, at least in terms of, unless they're first on the objective, then maybe they can force something. But at this point, with how quickly they're falling behind, it's pretty impossible for them to be first on those objectives.
Yeah. Camilo is actually going the crit Smolder, which was what got buffed. But I'm presuming he just went to tier for early game. And I hope he's not actually going to go man immune now. I hope he's just going to sit on the tier and then go this Infinity Edge into rapid fire. He also needs some boost of speed. He's low.
Yeah, he is
slow dragon.
No boots versus Triumphant boots.
Yeah.
Also Triumphant Swifties,
Triumphant Swifties,
which will eventually be Swift March.
Yeah.
Yeah, Baby Dragon versus Yordle in a helicopter does not look to be a balanced matchup.
And this is like a classic 6 scrub play where you just have your top move to mid, and then you move 4-man to the side, and you just completely destroy the tower instantly. You can see how fast he goes.
And the struggle, again, for Team Heretics, if they take away, if they stop them crossing the 4 grub threshold or the 6 grub threshold, it gets so much easier to defend against these pushes. But you're behind in gold, you're weaker as champions.
Stenda's flash.
Irrelevant's also pushing at the same time. They are going to trade back the tower at the very least, right? So that is something.
But getting mid tower here is huge for BDS. It's very rare that you ever get mid tower here, because normally enemy ADC is just matching the top laner in mid and just defending. But Flakkid actually decided to go top, which meant that with the 6 grubs, with the Demolish, Irrelevant could just destroy the tower. Feels really bad for Team Heretics. They're trying to get now a cross map onto getting their own tier 1 top. But BDS reset in time. They have good tempo. They can loot to defend. Oh, but they might have a pick here.
Nuke spots him, though.
Nuke is playing well this game.
1-3 just goes in, forces the fight immediately. Shea's got no defensive tools left. He's just going to get one pop. BDS
engage.
Are just obliterating Team Heretics. The gold's only 1.8k difference, but the compositions just make this feel so impossible to play.
And they're playing so much better on the map. They're just moving around as a unit much better, and they're using the fact that they have 6 grubs so well. They broke the bot tower with it, broke the top tower, and the mid tower now. They're showing why so many teams are so desperate to contest the grubs and not give 6.
And I'm really curious, maybe we'll get the chance to talk to Team Heretics, maybe not, like what the vision is here in terms of what they wanted out of this composition. If there's some strength of Smolder we don't know about, that they were able to leverage in scrims, that they can leverage on stage. If it's as pessimistic as you were, where it's like, hey, we just desperately need AP in the jungle. And we
I mean, that was kind of a joke.
I know it was a joke, but like, we don't know, right?
It could be.
There. That context, I think, is important to understand, because this is we're witnessing firsthand the weaknesses of this composition, which is that when you fall behind like this, you know, the game is really, really hard to play.
Yeah.
And while, again, Camilo is stacking pretty well, even when he crosses that threshold, I don't know if it's going to be enough. It is not the crit Smolder, to your earlier point. IE interaction was allowed. This wasn't buffed, but now it actually does work with Smolder the way you would assume it would. And so Man Immune next.
Yeah, I don't know why. That's not sure Man Immune. I mean, it's a bit strange. Maybe he's got the vision. When he gets 225 stacks, he's going to be doing crazy stuff, I hope. But it's also one thing that might look decent, that actually feels really bad, is the jungle discrepancy. When you play these AP junglers into stuff like Sejuani or Maokai, you really want to build up a lead. That's why you pick a champion like Zyra that's just kind of weaker at fighting than Sejuani. So the fact that they're equal feels really, really bad for Team Heretics.
Definitely does. And for Sheo, wanted to be able to do more damage here, but again...
And he played well, but just the fights didn't go in their favor, and then you die once or twice like you did, you fall behind in tempo, and your champion is... The strengths of it are really neutered.
Yeah, and it's doubly true, and it's true in isolation for the Zyra against any team, and it's doubly true against the Ezreal Corkis of the world. Like, if you don't hit them with a root, which really should be impossible to do unless they're hit with another piece of CC first, you're not hitting anything else.
Yeah, if you were playing against some short-range and mobile carries here, as a Zyra, you have a real win con of poking them out, landing an E, but I'd be really surprised if we're going to see Ice or Nuke get hit by many Zyra E's this game.
Really have to be caught sleeping or find that pick in a brush, which isn't off the table.
Yeah.
But we're approaching Atacon rapidly now. It is, unsurprisingly, Voracious Atacon. Reminder, the change this patch, 200 gold instead of 100 gold. So if you do proc that false life, that little GA buff. If you do send them packing back to Fountain, you get 200 gold instead of 100 gold. So it feels a little bit better if you're playing against it. Otherwise, the buff remains the same. But I don't think 200 gold is not what saves Team Heretics here, even if they get all 5, even if they get the 1,000.
Yeah, I mean, if they get 1,000 gold, they're pretty happy, I think. But I think the problem is that you need to then kill 5 people, which, you know, they've only killed 1 so far in 20 minutes.
BDS only killed 3.
Yeah, that's true. But they've taken like 3 towers.
And it's all Nuke.
2 Drakes.
You hyped up Nuke earlier, and I'm just going to say it again. I think
he's playing well.
It is. It's easy to look at a matchup that you're expected to win when you do well. Milu.
He's going to have to use Flash here. Maybe he's still dead.
Flash out. Going to try to flap. Nice sidestep, but there's just he's just gone.
Really good TP by Nuke here. And we're highlighting how well he's playing. And he's not just playing well mechanically, but he's also playing the map really intelligently.
And I think the big thing here is when you get a lead like this, like you have to be able to push. You have to be able to bring that game home. Or especially like Smolder's the most extreme example of this. If you just give Smolder time, your lead is going to become less and less significant. But Nuke, in an isolated 1v1, then yes, he's expected to win. He dominated, able to get kills with the help of the rest of his team, and now is just continuing to leverage his lead to take down, I mean, in this case, Camilo, but I think all of Team Heretics.
Team Heretics does get a really good chunk here on Paris, but if they might not result into anything, I was thinking maybe they could try to leverage this for out-the composition, but Relevance just having free time on top here because Carlson is must or has to stay mid due to the fact that Smolder died. And that's another tier 2 going in the side of BDS. And the 6 grubs are just, oh, they're devastating. You just need a few seconds with the tower and it's gone.
And now you've got Swift March as well for Nuke. Which, I mean, in general, I think is, it seems to be the favorite boot upgrade of just about everyone I speak to. But
it feels the best, yeah.
Yeah, you are really fast. And there is...
I'm pretty fast, yeah.
All right, man. Wait, I don't know why that's where you took it, but respect. Good to know. Good for you, buddy. Yeah, you're still a pro. Don't worry. You're really fast. Anyway, Team Heretics are gonna have to find a way out of this deficit fast. That much
might
we know.
be caught here.
Sitting okay.
Pull the trigger. They might just run to mid here with 6 grubs. They can take this tower really damn fast.
Mom called in, does not clear the wave as you highlighted. That's just been nerfed repeatedly to stop Smolder from being good in pro.
I think the tower's just gone.
213 the stacks. Good angle. Flacken now going in. Can they find a pick onto a Relevant? Maybe this will be enough for Relevant. Able to flash out. Blinking health bar. Team Heretics desperate. Q3 back from Carlson. This is a good fight for Team Heretics.
Yeah.
They're playing it slow. Ice is going to continue to poke though, so they have to speed it up just a little bit. They're going to be able to find the pick at the very least on the ouster. Parasalting a little bit late, but Team Heretics finding that pick. They can't afford to get poked out though. This is the awkward thing. Camilo running top lane to try to get 225.
Even with this pick, it's really hard for them to face check into the bushes of BDS. Because Astral and Corki is just doing too much damage. It's really like a hero play from Flakkit. I love the fact that he's just flashing forward. He's saying, I'll put matters into my own hands. I'll make this fight happen. And it ends up being a really good fight. They get the pick onto Alistar. But the problem is that when you get a pick like that, you really want to convert it into Autocon. That's why you're willing to use the Varus Flash. But they just get poked too hard. And now they're in the same position. Renekton's going to push out top, have first move. Someone's going to be forced to answer that top wave. And unless Team Heretics gets a pick right now, they're going to be kind of in a tough position where BDS gets full control.
Smolder, 2 items, about to cross 225 stacks. Whatever Team Heretics picked this for, this is the moment where you have to start outvaluing the Corki. And I think it's a tall task given the massive lead individually that Nuke has, but this is where we really need to see this pick do something. But for right now, I mean, I was just forced to walk away. It's weird because every time I've watched Smolder in competitive and Smolder's crossed this threshold, the game is immediately felt unplayable. But they're at such a deficit, and I think their comp just does not favor them against BDS to the point where it hasn't felt impactful yet. Now, we haven't seen him do anything, but I personally I'm not worried for BDS. Might change if 113 overextends here. Arctic Assault out.
113.
Ulti goes a little bit wide. Flash indeed is Irrelevant getting chipped away. You can see that little white line of Irrelevant health bar, the execution threshold. Nuke caught a little bit here.
Then has no flash.
See, Carlson missed the team. Good ulti follow-up.
Oh, this is a good fight for Heretics.
Parrot's about to get taken away. Excellent ulti coming in to buy a bit more space from Sheo. Team Heretics stepping up. Camilo now grabbing that kill.
They run for the Drake? They don't go Autocon. They might try to go for both.
Q3.
1-1-3 could go for the steal. Yes, flash, but it's too risky, I think.
Better to go for the Otacon steal, maybe.
Yeah.
Miller goes right back to mid.
Wow, they're not going to start the Otacon. I really thought with this pick, it looked so good from Heretics. I loved how slow they played the fight. But after they killed the support, I feel like maybe in my head, I think Heretics is further behind, so they should be more willing to take a risk. But Heretics just say, okay, we'll take the Drake, we'll play it slow. And to be fair, they got scaling on the Smolder, they can do it.
I mean, when that rapid fire comes out,
yeah.
Again, it's not the perfect situation. The Corki ulti, the Ezreal Q is still going to be a problem, but Willo's getting stronger. Still going to stack up too on the Smolder stacks, right? It's not just the threshold that matters.
Yeah. I mean, the biggest counterplay to Smolder is range, which BDS does have a lot of. But I do think, as you said, once Smolder gets this rapid fire cannon, it'll be kind of a night and day difference with how aggressive he can play, how much damage he can put out, and overall how useful he is.
And now we're in an interesting situation where BDS, of course, they have the advantage. They're likely still to get first push on side. You can see Irrelevant in the bottom of your screen on the minimap, already pushing in that tier 2. BDS have their choice of what objective they want to play for. They're set up around Baron. Jayo is walking bot lane.
It's kind of strange though that neither team is really playing anymore for the Otacon. Now they're just looking to set up vision around the Nash. The Otacon's pretty OP, guys. I think we kind of want to.
I guess they don't want to risk giving up Nash against a team that is comfortable to sit and scale.
Or it's just the fear of like starting the Otacon and then you get
one shot by a Smolder Mom.
Yeah.
I mean, Zyra is actually also very scary. Yeah, grouping in a pit against Otacon against Zyra does
and Rel as well, yeah.
Yeah, it seems really
They do have good tools for sure, but what I would hope to see from BDS is that they just kind of take full control of both side river and they just kind of block off every single bush and don't let Team Heretics enter at all. I think if they do that, then they can get like one single poke with Corki and Ezreal. Team Heretics gets strong, they got a base, you got a free Otacon.
Good angle. Leverage that range, not necessarily for the fight, but just to give yourself a big enough advantage to dissuade Team Heretics being too aggressive. But Irrelevant just continues to be the thorn in their side. It's not the Jack, certainly, but even at this point in the game, Renekton's still a nuisance. Celestial opposition poked away from Stend. Team Heretics taking control of mid, using man advantage here as top wave is pushing against them, though.
You'd think when they get this mid proud, they'd move into the Otacon, but they're moving into top side.
There.
Nook is good flank here.
Poke. Good buffer from Sten to make it out to safety. They get the ulti from 1-1-3. Ooh, the Ezreal hitting 2, though, is frustrating. Camilo, of course, no real way to regain that health. Is going to be forced to recall.
Oh? 1-1-3 Nuke might be in trouble here.
Locking up. Zyra ult his own Nuke away. Trying to get a little bit more CC down. 1-1-3 rooted. Flacket pushed away. Mom called in. 1-1-3 in trouble. Flacket finding the shutdown. Now it's Paris in trouble as well. It's going to be 2 members picked off. Ice has to try and make the difference. Relevant going for the 1v1 in the picture-in-picture. And that's 2 picks. Side of Team Heretics.
BDS are so split up, Dracos. Like, Ice is going for the mid wave, and now it's Nash start for Heretics here.
I like the confidence to pull the trigger. They are still getting poked. It is a problem. Irrelevant will be an issue for them. But the Baron is also chunking them, and Shayo's trapped in the pit. The flash available for Zyra. He might just have to flash out. Irrelevant can just go to the wall. It's going to be big. There lands to the slaughter. Can they find the turn flanking? Oh, it's shooting fish in a barrel. But it's not fish. It's Team Heretics. The ulti completely whiffs. Carlson now just having the time of his life trying to turn this back. Ice gets the 1v1.
Ice?
This is big, though. I think Carlson really just saved the team here. That could have been infinitely worse. Ice knows he has to poke the plants, but he has the range advantage. As long as he doesn't get caught by anything, he can just keep walking up, keep poking.
Wow. I mean, it's so hard to start that Nasher there because they have so good poke with the Corki and Ezreal. It ends up being kind of an equal trade for Heretics. It looked like...
I mean, they only have a 1.6k gold lead.
Yeah, the gold lead is kind of shrinking. I mean, it starts off with here, 1-1-3 is way too deep. You see Ezreal on the mid wave. And then Pars kind of tries to save him by CCing the Varus. Really good flash by Flacket. He knows, he sees that the Ezreal's on mid. I can flash forward, I can go. Paris knows he's dead, doesn't want to waste his flash. And then it's like, okay, we should be able to start the Nash. We killed their support jungle.
Yeah.
But this Ezreal and Corki, oof.
I mean, you can't get on them. You have to have something.
But a hero play from Carlson. I thought Renekton would kill all of Heretics, and Carlson wouldn't be able to do anything to the Ezreal and Corki. But it ended up being Renekton here just dies without killing any of them. And Cassante is the one who can actually pick off the Corki.
I mean, in terms of a backline dive contest, I would take Cassante every time, personally, but I can see why Irrelevant would be confident enough to make that play, and it does certainly help the team. Carlson, heroic effort. Also, shout out to Shayo in that fight, hides the E animation in the terrain. Part of the reason we didn't see that quick Q reaction coming in from 1-1-3. And now,
That's an equal game. It's a Drake fight here.
I don't know how
Heretics
this
has
happened.
position.
I mean, credit Team Heretics. They weathered the storm. They punished BDS.
Heretics are very split up here, but Nuke's already on top. He needs the TP in. But TP is 7 seconds.
Yeah, they just get this. I mean, 1-1-3 can go for the 50-50. Q flash in, trying to get a bit more. Chain CC is there to take the jungler out, then go for another objective. Nuke is topside right now. He has TP, but they just turned down to Voracious Otacon. Camilo, recalling, can TP in. Relevant tries or spots it briefly.
Okay, instantly TPs. They're gonna have to try to contest this objective 45.
I mean, again, the resistance shred here is real. If
Corky's
Ice can
really
land
far.
any poke, Irrelevant all on his lonesome. Team Heretics instantly turning to Irrelevant, trying to collapse on the flanker. No one can really pin down Ice though, and Nuke waiting over the wall.
Oh, great E by Shio there to lock Nuke up.
Relevant fighting off to the side. Camilo untouched, trying to get a bit more damage down. The objective, all that matters, however, trying to get something, but the smite is there to secure the objective, and now there's no fight here for BDS. They've completely overcommitted. Team Heretics.
They're making the comeback happen, Dracos. They can use this Otacon, push out mid-top, start the Nash, and get a great fight going once again. And wow, this is just 1-1-3, and Paris getting caught off guard repeatedly.
And really, again, credit Team Heretics for surviving as long as they did. The early game was not pretty.
I thought it was kind of lost, to be honest.
It was very lost. So no matter what happens in this mid to late game, Team Heretics managed to MacGyver their way back into this game to find that angle.
And now I think I'd rather have the Smoler than the Corki, to be honest.
Well,
I mean, he's still down
the
2
other
levels,
big thing
but
is the Cassante and the Renekton,
yeah,
right?
I'd much rather the Cassandra. I have him all the time, to be honest. So.
It's fair. Yeah, the draft decision I expect to walk away most critical of would be mid-jungle on the side of Team Heretics, and now it might be top lane for BDS, given the Jax was available, but at the end of the day, Team Heretics still have to close this out, and it's still compositionally not easy. They have, in theory, outscaled, they have the better buffs, but they still have to find the fight, they still have to force the end, and BDS, I think that last couple exchanges have been a wake-up call. They need to get it together.
And now Camilo is getting this top tier 1 for free. He doesn't have TP, so BDS could look to force something here, 5v4, but the Otacon buff is still really scary. That's why Team Heretics feels that they can actually still walk up and pressure, even though they're a number disadvantage.
Poke might not matter. Another good ulti from Flack and Paras once again caught out by that Varus ultimate. Sheo trying to zone with the ulti. Irrelevant off to the side, hoping to find the flank. Sten getting lower and lower. Might just get sent packing back to base. Flack fighting on the edge there. But Irrelevant just cannot do anything. Another Q from Ice. Would have been
a lot
the
of really good
Qs
Qs from Ice.
Team Heretics, I mean, I think they're just going to bully their way into mid and at least take the tier 1 tower.
Oh,
good
Paras!
Paras goes back in. Lock it up. A bit questionable there. Caught out again. 0-6-3. Paras. Start of week 2 not looking good. The Seraphine game against G2, some heroic ultimates.
It's a rough game for him so far, yeah.
Yeah, it's a bit of a struggle.
For me, best player on Team Heretics, Fleckit. So I want to highlight Fleckit. I
mean,
feel like
the
he's been
ults have
positioning really well. He's kind of, like, a lot of the time when you play ADC and your team is not engaging for you, you can't do much. But he's willing to pull the trigger. He's willing to click up, even when he's outranged. Oh, and now we got to pick.
That credit, 1-1-3. Finds the initial ulti. Some good poke follow-up, though. 1-1-3 in the pit as well. A bit more damage down coming in courtesy of the Heartsteel. Irrelevant in the midst of everyone, but they don't have the damage to finish the job. Mom not going to connect. Ice and Nuke still standing. Sheo and Camilo getting zoned out. Ice, if he lands, another Q. Nuke going in. Another auto. The shield coming in from Cassante. And this is where they have to be careful on the retreat. It's just the poke battle.
This game's on a knife edge. I mean, all they needed was a tiny bit more poke, and Camilo or Flackett would have died. Now it's BDS who could look to start up this Nash here. Flackett can lifesteal up, but Camilo has the base. He does have the TP, I think, in like 5 seconds.
Jail. Ulti about to come up, and that's the big concern. BDS not overcommitting to the pit. Luxury of being on blue side. They can kind of just back away to their own territory here. They do not dodge the Baron mechanic, though, which is going to cost him a little bit of Flackett. Again, just ulting to kick the fight off. He's not scared at all. Sheo there to follow up, and once again, Paris is just going to get taken out.
It's a 1-for-1 support trade here, and it's not looking like it's going to be much more. Very close game. I would have liked to see Heretics to use the Otacon more to try to get Nash rather than towers. But now that they've broken up mid, it should be easier for them to contest this next Drake coming up in 50 seconds. And it is actually... Wait, Soul for Heretics if they get this Drake. How did they get 3 Drakes? I mean, technically, they already got 4. They got smaller.
You're not, like, you're like in your early 20s. Give yourself 10 years before you make jokes like that. Like, I'm supposed to say the cringy dad humor.
I mean, it's a good one.
All right. right, man.
Because it catches the other person off guard.
It does. I mean, I'm thoroughly caught off guard. I think similar to BDS when they saw the Smolder mid locked in, although they're giving it a little bit more respect now. 1-1-3, good angle
really
on
deep.
to Flacket. Ezreal ulti as well, going with the wall. Ice, but not able to find too much on terms of targets. And Camilo able to find the kill back. Stend not getting a good engage, but burning so many cooldowns.
It's a great E by Ice, but so deep by 1-1-3. It's a bit desperate. And now they have no jungler for the Drake here. It's the soul for Team Heretics. They might just have to give it. Corki's basing.
Cloud is big. That extra movement speed matters a lot when it comes to dodging these skill shots or getting in on these priority targets.
It is by far the best Drake when you're outranged like this, because now the Varus and the Smolder can actually start posturing up so much more aggressively. Look how fast this Smolder is. Look at him. He's a fast Drake. He's so quick.
He didn't get Swifties this game. There's no Swift March. It makes it sad.
Well, he doesn't have upgraded boots anyways.
Yeah. I know. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Would have been good looking at that the fastest dragon.
That's true.
Nuke now retreating.
He might be caught here. Might have to burn Flash. Like that Flash ulti.
They can just go Baron. I mean, getting new Flash is big for the next fight.
Yeah. Irrelevant has a crazy flank here.
But
I mean, he might be able to cook.
I mean, the thing is, if Relevant gets on top of Shale, maybe. But Flacket
or Camilo, yeah. Flacket is not really that great of a target. There is no cleanse while they're starting the Nash, and Irrelevant has a... Oh, this is very scary.
Rage. BDS, not sure if they can go in here.
Gonna flash on Camilo.
Camilo. The follow-up isn't there. Good body block coming in. Camilo trying desperately to make it out. Instant engage coming from Ice. The Q. He's just not missing a single target. Ice unmatched, untouched, but Flacket is still standing. Flacket trying to make a difference. Flacket and Carson. 2 versus the world, trying to buy a bit more space, but Nuke finally there to get the damage down. BDS Paris still standing in this fight, and it makes all the difference. Nuke shut down once. Carlson running, extra movement speed, unstoppable on the W. Sheo topside.
Oh my god! It's a heroic performance from Flacket and Carlson here. The game, if they don't get those kills, the game just ends. It's such a good flank from Irrelevant. He plays this really slow, waits for the opportunity, use the pink ward, ults to get the rage up, and then flashes on Camilo. But Flacket and Carlson just
hold the line. Here's the call out. You said he has to that target. Flacket not a viable option. Shale burns everything that he can, but it's all on Irrelevant. Ice, boom, instantly.
And once they get this one shot, it looks like the fight's just lost. It just looked lost. But Ice goes a bit too far forward. He eases forward, trying to kill Flacket. Flacket just right-clicks him down. And beautiful spell usage by Carlson. Gets like the 4-man W AoE, and Xanta's just so balanced.
All out Pathmaker into 4. On top of the fact that you have the Varus there just free hitting.
Yeah, but really good flash by Flacket. Really good like space awareness in general. And they just saved the game right there.
I mean, at this point, it's anyone's game. It's 37 minutes in. There's 1,000 gold difference.
Well, if they didn't do that, they would have lost the game. Right?
Yeah, that's true.
That's what I meant.
No, I agree. I'm with you. Now, real time. It's anybody's game. Although Team Heretics very clearly favored. BDS are not really in a position to contest this mid wave.
And the thing now is, you could see what happened. The fight was still close when I think BDS got the best possible fight start they could get. And now they have to try to fight this Nash again with no flank on Renekton and no flash on Renekton. And if Camilo plays well here, has the GA.
I mean, no flash on Flacket, no flash on Camilo, no flash on Sheo, no flash on Carlson.
That's true.
So that's the call. They don't have the flank. They don't have the perfect setup that they're looking for, but they do have a big summoner spell advantage. Carlson clearly knows it the way he's playing. Just going to walk
Irrelevant is looking for another flank, but this time he's on vision. They should be able to just force him out. Probably Carlson can mark him or something.
And I think this is big. This is where you need the veteran voices on the side of Team Heretics to say, hey, mid push first, get our vision, mark the Renekton, don't let another flank happen, because
Flacket is the one kind of trying to mark him alone. I would have liked to see someone walk towards the Renekton and try to force him out here.
Oh, do we need Flacket Carms after this game? This man's a one-man army.
He's playing really well this game.
Ice getting chipped out, though, and this is the struggle, right? Is that the smolder damage is only going to get more powerful.
Ice is trying to kind of face check on its own. Carson
no ult.
Nash is gone?
Nash is gone. Mom called.
But Renekton has a really good flank again.
Stend ulting a little bit prematurely. Ice now trying to disengage. Good W back coming in from Nuke to stay standing, despite the ult he's laid his way. There's no Zyra ult, there's no Varus ult in the meantime. Sheo getting knocked into Nuke and Ice, but he goes golden, buys a brief moment. Team Heretics standing strong as 4, grouping up and just free firing into the faces of BDS, but Nuke and Ice are alive, and as long as that is the case, they have a shot, they have a chance. Camilo continuing to poke, though. The slow is coming in. Carlson pulling Nuke over the wall. Nuke now in trouble. He's got nowhere to go. The shutdown there. Ice versus the world. but they can just push the wave. They don't need to fight the Ezreal. They don't need to take the bait. The recall now coming in. Double recalls on the opposite side. They've got TPs ready to go. Team Heretics can just end it here.
Ice is gonna have to do the most montage play I've ever seen in my life to carry this one. He needs to hit Qs on every single champion. I don't think he can clear the wave. These match minutes are too much.
They just play PvE. Just stay behind the minions. He's trying. You can see the damage. 1Q hits, that's the slow. Snap Bubble gonna hit, not quite. Ice still standing, but it doesn't matter. As good as he is, 4 members is just too much. Team Heretics, they survive, they outlast, they outplay. They find their second win here in 2025 winter.
Like the player of the game.
You're just calling it now?
I'm just calling it now. It is what it is.
He is an option. I mean, I will say, incredible composure from this team to stay in a game that around 15 minutes felt completely unplayable. Vote for your Kia player of the game, Flacket Cross Extend. BDS sent back to the drawing board. That one has to hurt. They knew they had the game in their hands, but they weathered the storm. And it's not really about the smolder as much as we're going to be able to look at that and the scaling it brought. It's so much more about the individual contributors like stepping up.
So disjointed. They tried to go for different plays at the same time. 1-1-3 looking for a play when his ADC is farming mid, and you give these small leads up and suddenly the game becomes equal and then it's anyone's game.
Absolutely is. Of course, we're going to go to a quick break, and afterwards, Janiro is standing by with Sheo. Just now getting back out on the map.
Huh?
A little locked up.
Maybe he can turn on to Paris here.
Taking stun as well. Camilla's going to fall. First blood.
Okay, my bad.
They kind of want to bait the engage. Again, if Sheo gets a good ultimate, they can try and turn this. Good ultimate coming in from Flacket. Nice through, but it's just going to be the 50-50, and 1-1-3 manages to steal it.
Keep forward, guys, keep forward.
Okay, play with range.
Yeah.
Darky from both sides. Nice, well played.
Yeah, we fight after.
You can fight, FG.
GA now. Look, Ali.
Yeah, you can fight, they're trolling.
Nice. I need to base.
Hi, I'm Ginny standing by with Sheo. Welcome back everyone to the LEC with the Marriott Bonvoy post-game checking. Another W under the belt for Heretics. Let's talk about the fight that it was against BDS. How does that feel?
It feels so good. I'm really happy that we won this game.
Okay, it was a game that started with the lane swap. Was that something you expected from BDS particularly?
Yeah, we can then use the lane swap. So I think since our comp outscale, I think it was pretty good for us. So yeah, nothing surprised. And we got Sejuani Flash level 1.
Would you say you're like in their head because you used to play with them?
Yeah. I know them too well, so it's too easy.
Okay, it's too easy. I mean, the game looked a little back and forth here and there, right? So let's talk about the team as a whole and how you guys are gelling together. Of course, you're coming from a different team and you have a couple of players as well that are still left from Heretics, some that are gone. How has that process been for you adjusting to a new team?
I mean, this is very different from BDS because right now I'm like the veteran with Flacket. So we can teach our rookies how to play, how we want to play. But overall, I really like it, like being the veterans, and I think we can do really well.
When it comes to being the veteran with Flacket, is the shot calling between both of you? Are there other players involved? How does that look like in game?
I mean, the main shot callers are like me and Sten, mainly vocals. But yeah, if someone has an idea, we listen. And if it's wrong, then we just review and we see.
Well, it sounds like positive vibes only. Thank you so much for taking the time for the interview.
Thank you.
We're going to be heading over to a break, and we'll be back shortly with the next game, so make sure you stick around for GX against Movie Star Koi.
Wait, is he switching lanes?
Welcome to Marriott Bonvoy. Where can we take you?
From Berlin to the finals, Marriott Bonvoy will be your check-in at every checkpoint. Discover over 30 hotel brands here and around the world. Marriott Bonvoy, a check-in at every checkpoint. And welcome back for the clash of the Spanish Giants. Giant X versus MKOI is the matchup full of history from Spain today. Giants, one of the longest standing Spanish orgs with 7 regional titles dating back to as early as 2012, playing in the EU LCS for multiple years until leaving before the 2019 season. And the Superliga team had already been established in the region before and then already had many rivalries in Spain, including Movistar Riders, who took themselves 3 titles. Another rival was Mad Lions, who dominated in 2018 with ex-Giants player Whirlib amongst other LEC stars. Nemesis, Crowley, self-made, went on to win EU Masters, and Giants returned to the LEC in 2024 with the merge of Excel, whilst 2025 is the first time we see the combination of Movistar and KOI in the LEC. So that's a lot of mix and match. Complicated genealogic tree, I feel, but
like the Voltron of Spain.
Yeah, for real. But like a lot of familiar faces as well. Even the Rat King.
Oh my God, who is that guy?
I actually played for Movistar Riders, losing to Mad Lions.
How did that go?
Oh man, we lost in Game 5. It was one of my first competitive experiences, and I was heartbroken.
Wow. That could have made a competitive career. Imagine if you won that game.
Imagine if you won that game. My trajectory would go right up. No, but a lot of history here. Obviously, I think Movistar are one of the organizations I hold deepest to my heart, because it was my first official team. I played for them. They took so good care of me when I was in Spain playing for them, and I really value that time, and I really wish them to get all the success they deserve. Coming into Giants here is that main rival that goes back to like 2015 almost, and they used to have so much history, and it's so exciting to see this game.
The darkest timeline of EU LCS, I feel. When I think of Giants, what they were back then, what they are today, and the fact that we have returning orgs also in the LEC. But when you think about these two teams, regardless of the change of names that they had, for me, it's the fans that resonate to this. I'm wondering, which side do you think they will go today? Because Namira, last week, it was like everyone siding for whichever Spanish team was playing. So now having the clash on the Rift today.
It's crazy because we obviously we had like a lot of like the Carmine Core versus these matchups as well. So sometimes that bigs up some of that rivalry. But it did feel like it was good nature between the Spanish fan bases. So I'm looking to see whether that splits a little bit or whether they'll be just happy to have a party between these two teams.
And either how we're gonna have a lot of passion in this game. Everyone wants the bragging rights to beat the other one, and there's a lot of I know staff between these teams that know each other and like to joke with each other that we beat you that time, we beat you that time. So a lot of things on stake here.
Of course, the teams and the fans will be here to support those teams. There's a watch party actually in the GX facilities in Spain, and I'm just wondering what is going to happen with the GX, honestly, because 3-0 from last week. Oh, look at them.
Oh, that's so cool.
Let's go. They often have viewing parties, honestly, actually. I just love the support from the fans. Some of them were here in the studio last week. But yeah, celebrating the 3-0 for the org. What do we think is going to come this week? Because it was Genjix last week, honestly, watching them play.
I mean, they came in hitting the ground running, and that's a good thing. They came in together as 5 players who haven't played together before, and they synced up really, really well. But not the strongest opponents from what we've seen from week 1 so far. They have this much here. They have G2 as well in this week as well. Lots of good stuff for a starting point. Not the finished product. You've got a slight head start on some other teams, but we already saw Movistar Koi be very, very successful in their own aggressive plays too. I actually think Movistar Koi maybe need to dial things back a little bit and not get soaked into the madness like they did against Carmine Core. That was to their detriment. But I think both of these teams have a good first week to build off of.
Yeah, Movistar Koi actually being my favorites to win the winter split. I put them as the winners. I have a lot of faith in this team. I think they have the right amount of explosivity and just individual talent on the roster. I think they have so many star players across, or future star players, I'm going to say. And I really hope to see them snowball this into an eventual title, and I have a lot of faith in them.
One player that you expect to shine from both lineups here?
I think Lot is going to have a really good game here from GX, and I think Supa is going to step up.
I mean, I love this mid lane matchup. I think that Jojo, now he's fixed his DPI on his mouse, going up against Jackie's as well. This mid lane matchup, I think actually both of them have a chance to shine. They're both playing playmakers. If they both draft an interactive matchup, I want both of them to shine. Should be a great matchup.
I know that Jackie's got us used to making predictions, actually, from the side of GX last week. He nailed all of them. And today he said that they will go deathless, 28-minute game, if I remember correctly, to which Supa said, well, yeah, we'll see about this. So what is it going to be about?
I love the trash talk before the game, at least. I don't like when people trash talk after the game, but before the game, I love it coming from Jackies. I think it's such a great personality to have, such a great rookie. Oh, he seems to have a...
That's the pentakill. That is the Nemesis pentakill.
That's a Nemesis pentakill, I remember that. That was right before, like, he had signed with Fnatic, and this was his last tournament with Mad Lions, and he got a pentakill in the deciding game. That was a great moment.
I love that we were just jump scared by that, much like they were jump scared by the casting.
I mean,
God damn.
Yeah, Kassadin is scary.
Yeah.
Scary champion.
Run, Antonio! Oh, he's coming, he's coming in. One rift step, 2 rift step, and it's gonna be a pentakill.
He had his one split in the LEC, and now we just have to dunk it on with these replays. I'm sorry, Antonio, buddy. I didn't realize that was coming.
Yeah, walk down memory lane ages ago that play was. So let's see what our teams bring on the Rift today in our Spanish rivalries. Casters, take it away.
We will. We will indeed, because in recency, Giant X is sitting 3-0 after week 1. The only undefeated team in the LEC is myself, Asterix, and Vedius take you through. We went matchy-matchy today because it is Spain versus Spain, and we thought, you know, supporting that rivalry here, obviously we're dressed to impress in the same way.
Yes, we deliberately did that, didn't we?
We got dressed, as in people dressed us, and we just happened to look the same. Also, big shout out, Vedius, you know, you didn't get to cast with me much last year, end of last year. I think you avoided me on purpose, so it's nice that you kind of got stuck with me. No other choice except to run the last 3 games back.
Stuck with you. It's always a pleasure.
You can't leave. So.
Listen to the thoughts that come to your mind.
That was the most rubbish compliment I've ever heard. I don't believe a word of what you just said.
Quite an experience. We're going to be jumping into draft.
We are.
And Azia is going to be taken away from Jojo. Now, when speaking to the American commentators during the World Championship, something they told me that was a common strategy over in North America was target banning Jojo and also just heavily ganking him. And we did see that come to fruition in his second game last week, where they ended up falling short against KC. But I feel as though now that the team's gotten a little bit used to it, they've got more experience on stage, I'm curious as to what they've brought out for us this week as Giant X, the 3-0 undefeated team, as you highlighted, looking to remove the Zyra from Elyoya's pool. He's always been known for playing a lot of AP jungle champions. They're going to take that away along with the Kalista from Super. This does mean that Varus, Corki, strong first pick options available.
We're also in a bit of a skirmishing meta, and when I also think of Elyoya, I think of things like Xin Zhao that we've seen in the past. So keep that in the back of your mind as we wait for that final ban. Kalista usually banned on the red side. Are they going to take away that Corki that has been in the first couple of rotations already today and is still such a big priority pick in this second patch?
Maokai going to be joining the list. We know here in Europe, Maokai and Sejuani continue to remain at the top of the table when it comes to priority. Yep. Maokai largely because of the flexibility. First pick Cassante for Giant X.
Lot was great on that, and he's actually only, excuse me, I'm thinking of the other side. It's actually Mirwin who's only played it. Now, as far as I know, Mel is actually a global ban at the moment and not actually enabled, so I got worried. I'm like, hang on a minute, I got told that was not playable.
Bit of a cheeky hover there from Mirwin as they're flexing through their options, but very surprised to see the Cassante first pick. We know that Ambessa can be a pretty solid answer into the matchup, but it does suggest the Giant X could be thinking about a lane swap. And Hysterics, when we were watching Giant X play last week, their third game, incredibly well executed lane swap. I feel like that in terms of execution, they've demonstrated one of the cleanest demonstrations of what you could do in the lane swap last week at the very least. And with the Cassante priority, I wonder if they'll look to replicate that as the Vi locked in. We've also been seeing that a lot, not just here, but around the world, the abilities to lock down. And if they pair that up with the Ambessa, then they'll have a lot of potential lockdown onto the AD camp.
That or a strong mid jungle, let's see. Also the Corki, a side note, a pick that has always been picked in the first couple of rotations. Strongest AD carry right now outside of the Varus, which also I'm going to float over to you, could be a suggestion for Giant X here
100%.
to give to Noah again.
Certainly could be. I wonder if Ezreal is also something that they're thinking about. We know that Noah is an incredibly proficient Ezreal.
Oh, yeah.
We've been seeing it a bunch in the current meta. Against dive compositions, it just has that extra bit of safety. And it also just, as we mentioned, feeds into the comfort that Noah's known for. They can also pair that up with something like the Rel for Jun, something that he's been playing a bunch of. Maybe even Poppy could be a good angle here. There's the ability to flex that Poppy into both jungle and support if they wanted to lock it in early as well. But it depends what their priorities are, because remember that this Corki could always be sent into the mid lane, so maybe Jackies wants to grab something for himself.
So let's see, again, support in question. I like that Betty mentioned the Rel for you all at home. A lot of people are saying that the Alistar is no problem. It can be run into it, but who really cares? As this is another big pick in Europe right now as well. The Sejuani style of compositions are returning once again here with closer by its side.
I mean, Giant X have gotten a very solid front-to-back option for themselves. Sejuani plus Cassante is so reliable, and with Ezreal on the backline against this dive that very much we were expecting. We talked about the Ambessa. We've already seen a combination of this from Fnatic earlier in the day. The backline dive threat that this combination has is lethal.
And Betty, I was going to ask you, I mean, again, Ambessa can also go into the mid lane as well. Corki can go AD, can also go mid. So right now, Koya also playing with a bit of flexibility in their draft as they take away the Yone here, which could pair nicely, thanks to Jackie's who's already picked it up before.
Taking away the Yone heavily suggests to me that they are thinking about a Corki mid on the side of Mkoi.
Great suggestion.
Kai'Sa being removed is something that you would often see as an answer into Ezreal because of the scaling. And both sides suggesting heavily that this Corki is definitely going mid and this bot lane is yet to be locked in for Koi. I'm curious as to what direction they go, and Varus would be the likely option. Unless Giant X look to try and remove that from the pool.
Does that suggest Alistar on 4 here?
Could very well do. Yeah, you're completely right. Silas would have a lot of great ultimates to steal on the side of Koi. And Jackie's, we know him as a playmaker, right? He loves to play these style of champions that give him a lot of individual agency. Not that he's deliberately avoiding the mages or anything. We've seen him bring out the Victor already this split, but Yone and Silas definitely fit into his pool. As the Orianna ban suggests that Giant X still not entirely sure where this Corki's going to go, but with the cheeky hover of 80 carries coming out from Super, definitely leaning towards that mid lane role.
If this does get locked in again, it confirms what the band's set up to do. Something that we've been harping on for the past couple of minutes as well. Let's just see. But no, it's a bit of a ruse. They just get rid of a good pairing with Sejuani. They get a good pairing themselves of the mid jungle now locked in.
I mean, it's a very powerful mid jungle. very effective as well against some of the dashes come through. They're very much expecting the rel. I wonder if they do pivot to the Leona to have a slightly easier time. We talked about the Poppy earlier as well.
Yep.
They're considering all of their options right now, and they're going to be locking that one in. I think it is a great response to the Vi and the Ambessa, who just have so much mobility. I wonder what they're going to lock in finally for their mid lane. It's going to be the Akali. I'm really excited to see this. I'm a big fan of the champion on the current patch. It pairs up nicely with Sejuani.
Yep.
Melee synergizes with the passive that Sejuani provides. Easy potential setup. Also, nice diving when you've got Poppy wanting to dive in, Cassante wanting to dive in, Sejuani wanting to dive in. Akali loves it when she has champions that can play with her. Meanwhile, on the side of Koi, they've got a lot of pick.
Yep.
A lot of single target damage, the ability to lock someone down and obliterate them from the fight. It's going to be difficult for Akali to necessarily execute when playing up against this Taliyah and the amount of chain CC. But the question is, do you want to invest it on that Akali in contrast to the Ezreal, who's going to be sitting on the back line and dishing out damage?
And you know what excites me the most about this is actually support jungle pairings in this game as well, because Braum mixed with Vi, Sejuani mixed with Poppy as well. I feel like Jun and Alvaro are big highlights coming into this game. Vedis is smiling because he knew we were going to talk about Jun on the other side going in. Is there any trash talk? We getting any? Do you
Without
have good
hesitation.
DPI?
Yeah, no one said the first thing. Do you have
I
good
needed to
DPI?
know.
That's funny.
Is that Jojo replying, hopefully? Yes, indeed.
The good luck, have funs have come through.
Welcome. Side note, Giant X undefeated, as you can see on the top of your screen. This is a big matchup considering that GX just recently came through SK Rogue, and people are saying, yeah, that's not a hard strength to schedule, but they beat down KC, and that was their first real test to show that they deserve to be at the top of the table.
And remember that in this format, the best of one stage is somewhat ruthless.
Oh, yeah.
And losing early can add a lot of stress and pressure, but winning early can do you wonders.
Yep.
5 wins locks you a spot in playoffs. 4 wins almost guarantees it. And so Giant X putting themselves at a 3-0 spot with 6 games left to play, they're primed and poised to be one of the teams securing that playoff spot. Still a lot of games still left to be played, but I think to the surprise of many, seeing Giant X come out the gate swinging like they did in week 1.
Now, I want to quickly rise and talk about Jun. I think the best support of week number 1, and a reason why I was getting excited for support and jungle coming into this opening game. Well, it's game 1 for us, game 3, of course, for everyone in the day. And Jun coming in on this Poppy with Halo, Blades, and Ignite. I'm really looking forward to what he can set up with Closer in this game when Jun's engages were just so clean as you expected on him in Fnatic last year.
I think that he was just so impressive in the first week. The way that he was able to find so many successful engages, his ability to turn games around as well, were just phenomenal. And I think for many fans of this bot lane, to see them start off the beginning of winter with so much success was an absolute joy to see. One of the crucial things, notice that bot lane proximity at 8 minutes.
Yeah.
That is low. My man is roaming a lot. A part of that is because the team is lane swapping as well.
Yep.
But he just likes to be active on the map. And when we were going back through VODs, we noticed how well he was working with Closer to make things happen on the map.
It really was. And again, Closer coming into this roster after his year or end of year in KC, and it's just fitting together. I think it's something that either Nymera or Finn said on desk, sorry for the paraphrase of a quote, is that this roster is just kind of come together in pieces and looks so damn good. Now, looking at this game and bringing everyone into the forefront, no lane swap. Yippee, that's great. You know, we're getting sick of lane swaps, and I especially am. So we get pretty standard lanes here for one of the first times, or at least for a consistent time. This top lane right now looking pretty good, and bot in the 2v2, pretty standardized so far.
We didn't talk much about it, but the Braum lock-in for MKoi at the end of their draft, I think is great into a composition that loves to really get in your face. So many melees as well as Jun knocks back Alvaro here.
Yeah, Winter's Bite sets up for concussive blows. Noah actually Valkyried in, excuse me, that was super. Noah's the one who takes it in the end as another concussive blow set goes through.
Remember that Noah running the TP doesn't have the defensive summoner spell, but should be able to rejoin the bot lane should any poor trades come through.
Boy, good lacerate there from Mirwin. Maximum damage out a lot. Takes a lot.
Yeah, I was speaking to Finn about this matchup earlier, and it can definitely be quite challenging for the Cassante. You've very much got to play around the cooldowns of this Ambessa. and it's why many top laners like picking it into the matchup. The top jungle duo as well of Vi and Ambessa just has so much lockdown and so much damage. Once they hit level 6, it is lethal.
They were just talking about it on the desk, right? Like, it's so broken because you guarantee the setup for Ambessa, which is a very thin line on that public execution, which otherwise can whiff quite easily.
They can. So, in the meanwhile, the top side of the map going in favor of Meowin, but credit to Lot. He's going to be keeping up in farm. In fact, he's going to get ahead, assuming he can get a few of these CS underneath the tower. He will lose a few, but he's not going to be too upset about that. We take a look in the mid lane as well. We're seeing a lot more electrocute Akalis. I'm a big fan. I think that going the electrocute into the storm surge gives so much burst that a lot of people still just aren't used to from the champion, and she becomes a menace when it comes to just executing a single target. But in the early laning phase, it's going to be rough. Talia has so much more wave clear, she has a lot of poke, and you can already see that CS starting to mount in favor of Jojo.
Jojo just forcing Jackie's back. He has TP, so there's no problem. Jojo's already used his as well, so that's why it looks like there's a slight advantage in the lane. And Scrub spawning in a minute, Dragons are already spawned. Now, side note for everyone out there, if you are just tuning into the new patch, reminder, First Blood is no longer part of the feats. It's 3 kills, the first 3, to be specific as well. That's one of the taglines.
And also remember, if you've been a long-time LEC viewer, we are now playing on the live patch.
Yep.
Right, which, I mean, I'm still getting used to. Typically, we would be a patch behind, but now you get to see basically the pros playing what you get to play at home as well. A very cool change, and these first 3 kills are going to be extremely important. We'll see where they fall, as for the time being, nothing too crazy has happened. Both junglers just been prioritizing clearing, providing cover, but there could be an opportunity here in the top lane.
Oh, it's only level 5, but it doesn't matter because public execution lands onto Lot. He puts his all out down and tries to get out, flashes away, a good lacerate to get that Drake Hound step. But the Drake is now out. It's Lot who runs back with his flash in tow.
Elyoya spending a lot of time hovering around the top side of the map, trying to keep this pressure down onto Lot. He's already invested the TP, but mainly it's as an opportunity to set up for the Grubs. Jojo getting a quick base through means that it's actually the Akali that has the priority in mid lane. Elyoya's alone, but he does steal one away, and he should be happy with that.
I mean, if he gets out, he will, because perfect execution is so easy. Elyoya used his escape tool in. 1 grub for the steal for First Blood. Let's question if that's worth with Jackie's now ahead.
I mean, it's a debate, right? Because obviously the First Blood doesn't give you the feats of strength. It's the first 3 kills, but giving that kill over to an Akali early on is a very dangerous thing to do, because the early laning phase is where you want to punish her the most, where she's the most susceptible to potentially being dived due to getting poked out in the matchup, and is where she has the least amount of damage. So handing that kill over could be detrimental. Jackie's starting off the game strong. The good news is, at the very least, Elyoya steals away a Grub.
Because I think Jackie's has started off the split strong. I feel like Jackie's and Noah have been, my 2 rising stars. Obviously, they're the carries, but, Jackie's someone we criticized a lot last year, getting caught out in the mid game. He was a bit of a detriment to Giant X as well in his debut year, but with a really good start to winter, it is nice to see this Akali in a leading spot. Hextech Alternator is the starting pick-off, by the way, while Jojo went back for a tier, and Lucid Boots, while Koya now back on the map, looking towards this dragon.
I think that Jackie's, as you rightly said... Ooh, hang on a second, Jun.
Is Jun going to be the one caught out? Let's see. W reaction time would be good. Elyoya's on him. Pops the ulti anyway, and in he goes. Deep is the enemy jungle for Koi, but they don't care. Concussive blows set up the ulti from closer. They're bringing in Jackie's again. It's already a quick trade. A 1-for-1, but look at the health bars. Jackie's just cleaving around the fight. A permafrost, a concussive blow down again, and Jackie's will be dropping to super. There's a shutdown. A 2-for-2 as Noah now joins in, but doesn't want to take the play.
Alvaro getting relatively low. He connects the Q onto Noah, and that's going to force him to Arcane Shift away to safety. As you rightly said, a play that was initiated by MKoi ends up being a 2-for-2, but crucially, Jackie's got 2 kills in that exchange. This Akali is now 3-1-0, and it starts off with them trying to catch out Jun. Notice that the wave hasn't been pushed in yet from mid lane, so it's easy for the Akali to collapse. There is a health advantage, but a lot of space is bought thanks to the flash coming through from Jun. Then Closer comes over the wall to provide additional appeal. That initial 1-for-1 is a nice start, but Super is the one that arrives early. The Ezreal comes through, but it doesn't really connect onto anyone. And Akali, thanks to the Shroud, was left largely untouched in the skirmish, but then once it ran out, Super was at the very least able to get the kill back, and that shutdown is better than nothing.
A quick reminder for you at the bottom again. Aether Wisp also picked up for Jackie's in that last play too. So, yeah, getting really close to the first item. And Vedius, our resident Akali main right now, grinning a little bit here with the early gamers.
I mean, he's going to get Storm Surge very soon.
Oh, yeah.
900 gold is the combination cost with these two components. And Merc Treads on the horizon as well.
Yep.
Once you get Merc Treads plus Storm Surge, with the Electrocute early on, it's a lot of damage.
Yep.
And again, like we saw last week, Kalist didn't expect the damage. And it's something, it's something that that can be very scary to do. And now Jojo roaming top, has the ulti, no flash available on Lot, but he does have the ulti available himself. Respecting the potential of the roam. Lot, again, demonstrating great awareness on the top side of the map. He was someone that impressed us in week 1, and with so much pressure being thrown towards him with very little jungle support himself, he's managing the pressure well.
And he's managing it well when he's got a plethora on the champion pool. Jack's Rumble was the first week, by the way. Is I think more important to note, Elyoya is on the bottom side of the map now.
Good ulti there from Noah, thinning out the wave as much as he can, recognizing that they are on the weak side. The threat of a dive is real. Elyoya can't really look to pull it off. He's primarily there to act as cover so that Super and Alvaro can get that push in, and the resets come through. Itemization not yet completed for anyone. A few components getting completed, but now the swap is going to come through from MKoi. They know that the grubs are spawning in about 35 seconds. Jojo has the TP available, and they're going to be slightly ahead of Giant X in the play just because Jackie's hasn't had an opportunity to reset. I wonder if he wanted to catch that extra wave so that he could base for the Merc Treads as well as the Storm Surge. We'll see when he gets back.
One.
All right, he's just going to get the Storm Surge, which is still fine. Good upgrade to have. Plate secured for Jojo again because he was slightly ahead of the play in terms of their resets. But now MKoi matching the bot lane of Giant X in the mids, ready to contest for this next grub spawn.
You see the power of Corki right now. The wave clear once he hits 6 is just so immense, even with Jashin as well as the Phage. Super as he clears out the wave and they move first. Koi get a bit of vision in, but see closer in vision at the time being. Control ward down, and after they clear that, they regain control.
Reset comes through from Jojo, wanting to replenish his mana. Maybe he can get an item upgrades. Will he have enough gold?
Lost chapter.
Going to be the lost chapter. Not quite a fully completed item, but he wasn't gifted 3 kills in the early game. So once again, mid-wave pushed in. MKoi playing around that priority well. Top side of the map going in favor of Mirwin 2. It's actually going to be the one to start off the grubs. It will be MKoi. Elyoya tanking that up for now, and this is where the dance begins.
Elyoya's getting a little bit low. Gets a little bit of shielding coming through from the E, but the poke begins as Super. Going to take some himself. The engage being built up. Jun also has the disengage here as teleport from Giant X will make this into a full-blown fight. The top laners are battling it out, as you can see, and Giant X have just brute forced off it, especially since Lot is taking on Mirwin. In a 1-for-1, he flashes, and Mirwin has to burn his own. Lot again continuing to impress as Jun is getting in the way. The flash shove ignite. Jun, you nasty devil, making sure it's light work.
A cheeky play there from Jun. Mirwin was not expecting the flank to come through. He will lose his life, and the grubs will be conceded. I think Koi said, you know, we can't afford to fight this Akali right now. We have to recognize that we're weaker. We got 1 grub, so we'll deny them the full set, which means that that feed of strength will not be a contributor. But they also got the TP out from Jackie's, and now there is that advantage from Jojo. This could be huge when setting up for things like the next dragon or just playing to the sidelines. And as I say that, Jojo immediately uses it to the top side of the map to catch that wave, given that it was fully stacked and underneath the tower, they didn't want it to go to waste. So no TP advantage anymore.
No.
I feel like that must conclude that MKoi is saying, you know what, we just weren't strong enough to take that fight. We'll be happy with 1 grub for now.
Nothing to fight for until minute 30 anyway. We've got Dragon coming up, number 2 here. That will spawn the Hextech Drake, and we're impressed. So far, the early game of Giant X, once again, it feels like it's a trend now. Jun is everywhere. And I feel like I said this on his Rel games, Vedius. I feel like I said this on his other Poppy game as well. Jun is just controlling the map. And him and Closer, the sync up here is what makes me like this new Giant X a lot, with how cohesive they are as a unit in the first 15-20 minutes of the game.
I mean, it's a awkward game state for Koi because they have to be very cautious of Jackie's moving forward. When they kind of take up the straight 4 versus 4, you could see how even it was. MKoi had the vision control around the top side of the river, the Corki has greater push in the mid lane, and they also can match the poke this early on, because Ezreal isn't as scary until you've got a few of those items underneath your belt. But then the moment Akali TP's in, we got to back off, guys. We got to disengage, we got to get away. And bear in mind, they're not running the exhaust either on the Braum. So
Oh, yeah.
there's no way really to lock her down unless they can connect things like the Talia E or the Braum Q, or like, unless they really fully commit the Vi ult and the Ambessa ult, right? We'll see how things progress. As now 20 seconds until the Dragon spawn. We return to a similar position. Quick reset comes through from Jojo. He's going to get his first item. And, mid-wave push once again for Koi. Very similar pattern to what we saw around the Grubs. First on the objective will be Koi. Elyoya looking to start this one off, as Jackie's actually has an avenue on the bot side of the map, given that he will get access to that bot wave first.
That push and level 11 as well, so second part of the ultimate that comes in. As Jackie's replenishes his energy, Giants are looking to collapse and sandwich down. With those teleports not yet channeled, Dragon still goes down. Over to Koi, the ulti misses from Jun, and they target the Akali. Straight in with the ulti to flash away. The shuriken flip now expiring as well. Elyoya wants to get out of there, so he's bypassed, or at least bypasses as Alvaro has to flash. Narrowly averting crisis, but the Dragon still secured.
I mean, well played there by Koi. They handled the Akali very well. They quickly took the Dragon. They were able to disengage. It cost them the summoners on Alvaro, but they got the flash out from Jackie's too. And ultimately, they walk away with a clean objective. Advantage gained for Koi.
It's something, especially when you said this early game was a lot of fear factor rising because of that mid laner especially. They do get a summoner out of Jackie's, which might quell some of that beast for the next couple of minutes.
Jun on the roam once more. Sets his sights on the top lane. Question mark ping comes down. Probably asking, is his flash up? They should know that it's not. Nguyen, though, has that ward of safety. And Lot is very low. I think Jun's priority is mainly just to help Lot, as Alvaro looks to try and match.
Not too far forward, even the closer things about jumping in. Note that Herald's spawning in about 30 seconds, so top side of the map becomes ever so precious. So you're just going to back away, and looks like he's just going to go for his Merc Tread, so he has that for what seems to be the upcoming fight for top. I mean, Herald these days just always fought over. Like,
Already a big fan of the introduction of these new objectives. I know for solo queue it can feel overwhelming and stressful, but
yeah.
for pro play, chaining objective into objective, it feels like the pros always have things to focus on and think about.
True.
And both these teams feel very locked in around these objectives. I'm very much expecting the voracious Atakan into the GAs.
Oh, yeah.
To the surprise of many, I would say.
Every day. Will we ever get Ruinous? What a question. This is a setup from Koi, and they actually found Jun. The wall's up. Jun gets poked down to oblivion. In goes Noah into melee range, but he's doing good poke while Jackie's gets taken down by Jojo. Big move from Koi. As now with the Weaver's wall out, Noah's still the target. The poke still ranging out, and Noah ends up being the double. Koi with a swift move, taking that play into their hands.
Beautifully executed by Koi. They turn their attention onto Jun, knowing how squishy he is in the early game. And then the turn onto Jackie's was just as quick, committing the Vi ultimate, following up with Jojo. This is the lockdown potential of this Talia and Vi. And they just eliminate Jackie's before he even has an opportunity to play.
Herald's such a big tempo lead as Giants trying to get the remnants of the members. It's only Alvaro. He'll be able to stand behind someone shortly, but the W stops him until now. Gets over the wall, gets out, and, you know, first turret still not claimed, but Herald to do that for Koi now in this game. Well, or Bob.
We turn our attention back to the fight. Again, they turn their attention onto Jun, knowing they have the numbers advantage. 4 people here. And look, and a nice block as well from Alvaro onto Noah's ultimate.
Yep.
Look at the lockdown here. The chain CC is just flawless. Jackie's doesn't get an opportunity to move, and now the Giants are split up. They look to chase down Noah, who doesn't have anything left. He lost his flash earlier. Jojo secures a double, and now the threat of the Akali quickly diminishes as Jojo quickly rises.
You know, because I saw the TP, and then I didn't actually get to see his health bar because there's so many red bars around it. It was a sandwich, and Jackie's, unfortunately, was that topping that's gone off. I don't know where to go with it, but that's why.
I mean, it's a situation where you can use the lockdown to gain access onto the backline, or you can use the lockdown to prevent the Akali from playing the game. And there are pros and cons to both, right? Because you can throw everything in the kitchen sink to kill the Akali.
True.
But then Ezreal is left untouched, and you're kind of out of tools then to actually lock the Ezreal down later on into the fight. But if you then commit everything onto the Ezreal, are you going to have enough to keep your Corki alive? The risks of Akali aiming free access. And this is the choices that MKoi will have to make. But in a situation like that, they didn't have to choose at all.
No.
They just hit the target that was in front of them. They one-shot them, and they got the Herald.
Nicer when it's a little bit simpler and you can just turn your brain off, you know?
And I'm excited to see what future decisions they make, because Giant X's comp is very much about playing front to back and dive. Akali creating a lot of chaos, but mainly allowing Noah the freedom to play around his front line. And he's got a lot of it, right? Poppy also being very obnoxious for things like a Vi and the Ambassador to play. Giant X have a solid composition to be playing around these objectives. And I think Koi want to leverage the rotations to catch people off guard ahead of these objectives. Finding a pick, finding good chunk damage ahead of the major objectives are the best way to set themselves up for success around these neutrals.
Like something in front of this dragon now. 30 seconds till Infernal spawns. That'll be the soul of this game. Closer is face checking. You were just talking about it. If Closer walks in, Koi are ready to snap him shut and secure that objective even more so.
You're noticing how well Koi is playing around the pressure that they have, because Super just has so much wave clear. Every time we turn our attention to mid, it's Super that's pushing that one in, and then Elyoya moving into Fog of War, an area that he and Alvaro have already swept for vision, and it's forcing this darkness to appear on the map. The Giant X have to face check, and as you rightly said, it becomes a very scary place to check.
Almost stopping the backup while Giant X commit to this top tower. It looks like they're just going to be trading sides of the map, while second dragon for Koi. And what I've noticed after that last play too is the fact that, you know, that mid that was so far ahead, good try, good attempt here from Noah, is now in JoJo's favor. And remember, Jackie's got those 3 kills so early on that it was almost a 1k gold lead. The fact that it's flipped is a testament to how Koi have played their draft, how they've found their picks in this game. That felt like it was starting to run out of hand.
Seraph's also going to provide a hefty shield.
Oh,
to help mitigate that kill threat that Jackies would have. You'll see the matchups right now. They've actually moved Jackies over towards Mirwin on the top side of the map. The shielding is going to help a lot when it comes to those short trades that Akali's looking to try and take. But ultimately, MKoi is very happy with how the game is playing out right now. Good pressure along the side lanes. Jackies, you can see, like, the trades aren't easy against a bruiser on the side lane. And this is making it harder for Giant X to gain access into the river. You see wards, control wards littered throughout the map in favor of MKoi. And what was a scary start has been a very controlled and steady game that has been well played by Koi so far.
And I see Super as well with the 1k gold lead. I mean, you talk about controlled. I see a Corki that is consistently prioritized in drafts for good reason. This champ is just so strong at the moment. The range is going to start coming into foray as well. So forget the Ezreal. Start thinking about the guy in a flying pirate ship. As for Koi, they're sitting around Atakan. 21 minutes into the game, Baron's not spawned in conjunction with it, but they're trying to control this river as Giant X edge a little bit closer towards us. Lot, you said, is coming in closer, flash in with his ulti, and I just talked about how big Super is. Alvaro blocking in front of his AD carry because he had to. Jun sends him against the wall, but is it too far? Elyoya bopped away. No! The backline was, so for Giant X, now they've got to win this fight. The all-out from Lot takes Mirwin, who goes too far. I think he's going to dismay them further, but Lot has to clean up in the backside. Jackie's rather to do that on Alvaro. The Storm Surge was close. So for Giant X, it looked messy, but it was only a 1-for-1.
Yeah, I'm surprised that ended up being only a 1-for-1. The rest of Koi were able to collapse quickly enough to make it harder for Giant X to find that pick. What's crazy is Super didn't even use any summoners in that collapse. He just reacted to the Sejuani ultimate with his W and was able to create enough space thanks to Alvaro providing the protection that he needed. Blocking Lock, preventing him from locking him down, and creating enough space that gave Super the freedom to get out of harm's way.
I mean, again, that was a little bit sketchy because for Giant X, it looked like such a pick, such a poppy ult. But Koi survive a long time. So for Giant X, only a 1-for-1 after using 1, 2, 3, 4 ultimates, a couple of summoners in harm's way as well. For Koi, let's see what they can do with the Herald here, and then abuse some of those cooldowns.
Strength, of course, secured by Koi. You can see the boots upgrade actually coming through from JoJo. They're trying to escort the Herald into the mid lane.
They are.
I think they're going to get it in range. That they will. That's going to be a tower secured.
Oh, seismic shove close. The turret's down now. Oyo is thinking about going in.
I think it would be a little too ambitious to make that play. You'd be going way too deep, especially given the positioning of Mirwin there. Look again how they control the Fog of War, looking for picks, trying to poke away at Giant X. Giant X's engage is not the easiest. They're very reliant on Closer to provide that ultimate CC or Lock to find a flank. If you're just standing in a lane like this, the poke advantage that Koi has is going to slowly chip away at you.
Like that, right? All it takes is the pick that you've been talking about all game long. Seismic shove dodge narrowly again, Giant X in a choke, but Koi are hiding in Fog of War in different angles. Jun goes first. Jackie's is not going to step in there by himself. Lot has to be careful. Mirwin runs up. Giant X run back.
It's a tense affair because right now the only objective to play for on the map is Atakan, and I would say that MKoi is spending a lot of time just pushing in mid-wave, not really converting it into anything. They'd love to reset, replenish some of their wards, probably spend some of the gold that they're likely sitting on.
See him.
But the problem with conceding that is this mid tower is still available, and Giant X have set their sights on it. The reset has come through from Noah as well.
I love it. We've got so many objectives. Teams are like, you know what, we need to fight here because then we can go wherever we want. It's like an all-access pass to Disneyland. Who's going to get it first? El Yoya thinking about his ulti, but it's on to Jun. Meanwhile, ulti goes far from closer. He's dead first. Alvaro's blocked the damage. He flushes, but then dies too, while Giant X have unleashed their mid laner. A shutdown onto Jojo. And when the fight's scattered like this, Vedius, Koi don't track Jackies, and Jackies knows what to do.
I think Koi just overstayed their welcome. They needed to get back to base. They needed to reset, and Giant X were able to, I guess, punish the indecisiveness from Koi as they try to maintain control over the mid lane wave. You can see Giant X kind of shepherding Koi towards the top side of the map, and then Koi said, you know what, let's just engage. Closer is low enough. They split the map on two fronts. Jun disengages. Closer on the front line does get melted, but the damage done to Alvaro is enough, and a good ulti onto El Yoya removes him from the fight, guaranteeing Giant X numbers advantage, even though they ended up losing a member. They find 2 kills. Again, both go on to Jackies.
Of the Giant X watch party. Popping off. We need more drums in the studio, Vedius. Gonna pass
Please,
that
no
on.
more drums. There were so many in Munich. They were so loud.
That was so good. What do you mean? Yeah, the bass drums go hard. So we're going to work on that
is
next
their
week.
purpose, yes.
Yes, we're going to work on that next week, I think. Are we allowed drums?
I'm banning you from ever touching a drum kit.
Excuse me. You forgot to debut my secession to the LEC ban.
Okay. Well, moving on swiftly before
what?
you can pursue that any further.
That's a shame.
Notice that Mirwin is going to push in the bot wave, rotate up to mid. They're looking for a potential flank angle, but there's no one there to flank. It's an easy push coming out for Koi, as Giant X is now the one being shepherded towards the top side of the map. They do have decent vision on the top river, but there's no one ready to catch this wave. Lot is going to be forced to come up and catch it. Akali continues to push in that top tower, but notice, we haven't talked about it, no outer towers have fallen for Koi.
Onto Noah, pulls that cease and desist, but he arcane shifts away from the flashback from Jojo Pyun. Giant X have gotten out. Now they're playing their own version of front to back as Jackie's about to come in. Watch the Akali with flash and ulti available to Shuriken Flip to help Noah secure the kill. Alvaro was the front line, but now he's dead.
A bit of an overforce on the dive. They thought that they had caught Noah out, but the idea is Vi plus Ambessa, but Ambessa wasn't there. There was no reliable follow-up, which means that Noah was able to just arcane shift away to safety.
And now they're on the wrong side of Summoner's Rift. Koi have just walked into the trap. But Jackie's now, as he walks towards Super, knows that he can pick the angle. Lot running in first. He flashes, he slows, and Super's just going to die. But to who? It's Jun in the end, as Koi are making mistake after mistake, and Giant X are just picking apart the pieces at the seams. No one's going to take the rest of the right side here, while the left burns. But look at him go. The new 80 carry of Giant X is roaring into fire, ready for that 4-0.
A single overforce from Koi turns to disaster as Giant X keep all 5 members alive and will even convert it into a Baron. I think they even have enough time to get an Atakan to boot, so with a Baron buff plus the GA from Atakan, this feels like that this game is may as well be called done.
It really should be, shouldn't it? I mean, a couple of good moments from Koi, but the last couple of fights, the last couple of picks, this Giant X roster has made Koi dizzy. And even though they're going to try and get towards this Atakan, it's going to be dead before they resurface. Teleport being used towards bot. The best Movistar Koi can get right now is that third Drake.
Used a lot of their tools to try and lock Noah down, but we talked about the risk of leaving the Akali unattended, and you'll see, look at the minimap here. Ambessa is nowhere near the team. He's actually hovering around the Raptors, debating if he should even be with them. Then they collapse onto the Ezra. A good ulti onto the backline from Closer stops Jojo from being able to follow up. And bear in mind, Akali hasn't joined the fight yet. So once Alvaro gets taken out due to the damage from Noah, now it turns into a 4v5. And why shouldn't Giant X be confident about forcing this fight? They know they have the numbers advantage, and Koi have just used a bunch of their tools to try and find a pick. Super forced to flash, and now they were able to win out on the fight, and they set their sights on the Nexus of Core.
And with this Red Bull Baron power play, it's just going to begin here, maybe even end through mid. Close is going to withdraw, but remember, Atakan buff, so they're going balls to the wall, all free for all. Giant X withdraw after withdraw, but that's 1 kill. And even though Koi are getting 200 gold a pop, look at the damage being done. They still get 1 in the bag, and Lot in the end going to try and make it too, but Atakan used to open up mid.
I mean, overall, a well-played fight from Koi because they ended up only losing a single member. And the worst-case scenario is you lose 2, maybe 3 members, and then, of course, Giant are already back out onto the map, looking to put some pressure down. They still have the Baron buff. They're going to continue their siege without hesitation as Koi quickly tries to get a reset through, and the bot tier 1 falls.
Yeah, just remember, Baron maintains even if you withdraw, so... As bot falls down, some of the standing gold now given over to Giant X, 2,500 Baron power play. And it looks to be the next play as Jackies are just shepherding mid. Now the level 16 Akali feels untouchable with Zhonya's and that much harder to respond to.
Yeah, I mean, the dive from Giant X is now that much scarier, right? You've got 3 fully completed items on lot. He's incredibly tanky. Second item finished for Closer. And this Poppy ultimate as well. We didn't really talk about it much in the draft, but you're seeing how impactful it is in so many of these fights to quickly create a numbers advantage in the fights. Giant X playing the 4-1, leveraging the power of the Baron.
I love Baron.
The Baron utilizing the cannon is what I meant to say.
So wait, hang on. A cannon with Baron is a Bannon.
Yes, it is.
Thaddeus Andrew Day.
It used to be that as well when we had Banner of Command, and you'd use it.
You called it a Bannon, did you?
Well, no, because that would be weird, but a cool name in hindsight.
It is a cool name.
Jack
you don't
is
normally do
getting
cool things.
Chunked heavily. I think he might be dead.
Yeah, let's ask, because he saw Zhonya's. Yes, he does, but he's at 1 HP. Ooh. Perfect execution. Thaddeus, that's why you never say never. Justin Bieber taught me that. What is it? What is it? Something about the Bannon again?
I wasn't expecting that.
Don't like the music, but I like the life lessons.
I mean, the good news from Koi is that they're able to stem the siege. The tier 2 towers remain alive for now, and Mirwin is able to force Jackie's back. He didn't end up burning his flash, but now this is MKoi's opportunity to find another way back into this game. Of course, their lockdown, the Vi and Bessa combo is still there. We haven't seen it utilized yet in this game, but Fnatic leveraged that combination to be able to find a pick in their previous game of the day and turn the game around entirely. So we'll see if Koi can do the same today, as a 3k gold deficit is scary, but it's not insurmountable.
No. I think what is kind of scary is if Giant X give over the last dragon, that would be something that Koi would start flipping around, especially with Talia burst, Corki burst as well. A little bit worried here though, because even as Knight's Vows picked up there, almost lost the name from Alvaro, that he gives to Soup, but this game so far, Jackie's has started to run amok in the back line. Noah as well with his volatility, versatility, and mobility. Just like long words, Vedius. He's able to threaten that as well. So next objective, Baron, minute 30. Dragon lines up with that timer as well. And remember, Giant X can't afford to give Koi that infernal soul here in this game, because that's when that turning point starts to rear its head again.
Playing with confidence. I've been seeing a lot of great Ezreals this week.
Yeah, you were highlighting Smash backstage.
Super impressive Ezreal performance. Would highly recommend people check that game out.
You said it was one of the best you've seen. You've watched
genuinely,
Ruler and...
It's one of the best Ezreals I think I've ever seen. He was just playing with such crazy confidence.
Yeah.
His Qs, they looked like they were targeted, man. Like it was disgusting. Noah, they're doing a great job in this game. 4-1 and 3 scoreline, working with Closer. It's crucial here that Closer's playing with him to provide that peel.
True.
Because remember that MKoi, they have such great dive that there's a world where Eljoya could come out of the brush at any moment, throw out that ulti, Mirwin quick to follow. So it's crucial that Closer and Jun are just in the area for Noah to provide that poke down, and he has that extra bit of protection with him. Now the fight for the mid-wave control comes through.
Yep.
Damage on the Closer though.
Remember, it won't matter too much. He takes a little bit more to get through as Gristle and Sedge just hold their ground. For Giant X, they're on the Dragon side of the map. That's spawning in 3 seconds. They're where they want to be, but look at the mid-wave. Jojo, he has inside access. Giant X are being stretched for time here. Very smart from the mid laner of Koi as Closer's ult does not connect. So there is a Glacial Prison and a Tomb now down in Gloom. Giant X against the wall. Flash, it's a double, but they're against it and in a hard spot. Giant X, 5 members, shifting gears now. That mid-wave gonna be an issue again from Jojo, and Koya playing with the push and pull quite well.
Yeah, a great call out there by Hysterics. Is the amount of pressure that's being put onto Giant X right now is a very difficult thing to manage. The Baron is alive as well, but Giant X, they can't afford to concede control. Eljoya looking for Noah.
They want to play with numbers because Jackie's had to go and get the wave. Now that he's back, though, things become precarious. Jackie's thinking about an angle.
Sejuani ultimate still on cooldown, though.
They found him, though, and going golden, he buys a bit of time, but a Shuriken flip out is the question. He flashes instead. So, flash from the mid lane carry is big, as the Poppy ult was also used by Jun to disengage Jojo and Alvaro.
Elyoya's ultimate being down, though, is crucial for the lockdown potential that MKOI offer. Lock quickly,
Jun?
looking to go back.
Okay, waiting for that shove to be more impactful, but Giant X not going to fully commit. Both teams on an edge here as teleport's going to be used.
Oh, the Dragon going to be started off. That's melting pretty quickly. Koi setting up to get themselves the Soul.
Shot Barrage isn't bad. Lot's going to frontline this, but Soul will just be taking TP in the back as Infernal might just be given over. A big steal needed from close, but he doesn't get it. Infernal Soul for Koi is bonus stats for the fight, but now up against the wall. A Glacial Prison is on the grave. Jun is there. They can't escape, but their health is okay. Infernal Soul's done a bit of work as Mirwin now runs out to the charge and Lot is dead. Jackie's gets to the back line. He's got Permafrost. He misses the Shuriken flip, jumps into his Shroud, gets out the perfect execution, but you can see that Noah is the only one alive for good reason. He's done the damage, he's done the poke, but Koi have won the fight so far. Elyoya with a Vault Breaker, flash away by Noah. Poke's still there, range is good. Jackie's hits nothing but the Shuriken flip. He will not return. Koi are still in this game, and now they've got the pain of the Infernal Soul.
An exceptional dance from Koi as they're able to secure the Soul and win out the fight. You look at the coordination, the TP comes through from Jackie trying to get a flank angle, but too much time is spent. They can't get inside the pit. They're zoned away, and it's secured by Koi. Alvaro blocks a lot of damage. Jackie's is looking for a good angle, but the Earth is making it so difficult for Jackie's to really get involved in the fight, so they're just playing the front to back. They're leveraging their range. They take out the frontliner first. Jun can't really commit to the fight. Noah and Mirwin end up in an exchange on the side, and while Mirwin does fall, the damage has already been done. 3 members survive on the side of Koi, and the Soul is secured.
And even though Jackie's has 2.5k gold lead, as you said, the Unraveled Earth, Jojo Pyun in the fight, is becoming hard to navigate. Koi are fighting so hard for this game. Giant X might be undefeated, but remember that Koi were favorites coming out of week 1 despite their loss to KC in the end. And this team that people are getting excited about, let me just tell you, not too bad of a showing here today despite getting picked off in a couple of those fights. It's 35 minutes into the game. Barons now spawn, and they like their 5v5 as Elyoya is the first target. Closer gets a good ulti though onto Super in the backline, and everyone's running in. Giant X getting frontline though, and Super is tearing them to pieces. Jojo did a bit of work there. Public execution fails from Mirwin, but Koi had the leg up. No enemy jungler.
The follow-up just didn't come through. Closer got focused down quickly by Koi, and with this frontliner gone, no smite is available, and Koi turn their attention to the Baron.
It's going to go down pretty quick. Noah has to 4v5 this with the rest of his team. The poke from Super hurts like hell. True Shot Barrage dodged away from 7k. Look at it go down as Noah continues to poke out. The Weaver's Wall zones them out. And at 3k, 1500, Smite's still enough. Mirwin zones them off. He's in deep, but Giant X are backing off. They still can't take the fight. And Koi, no. They're in with a big chance in this game again.
A fight that was forced by Giant X turns awry as Koi are able to hold the line and secure the Baron as well. We talked about how that 3k gold deficit was not insurmountable, and just like that, it has disappeared.
And I want to paraphrase one of our favorite co-streamers. If you throw enough fish at a tree, eventually one of those fish will climb it. And that's what we're seeing here. Koi have really thrown themselves at the wall many, many times, and they're starting to climb that tree.
Quite the adage, hysterics.
It was the dumbest quote I've seen. No offense.
Paints quite the picture.
It was so silly.
But it really
true.
emphasizes the point that Koi have done a good job to bounce back. Now with the Soul, with the Baron, they set their sights on the Nexus, well, the inhibitor towers, I should say, of Giant X's base.
It could be if they open up mid. I mean, Jackie's is looking for a flank, but he's found on a control ward. Koi are still using Super's poke, and Vedius, the scaling of this Corki, doing a lot of work in these fights. We're going to have to get the damage numbers after this game as he's got an Infinity Edge now. He's full build, but that control ward slot. As Mirwin's dealing with top, bot doesn't seem to be pushing in, but a wave to look at for Koi. And they're just waiting to use this Baron on the next one, channeling in.
I mean, a lot of credit needs to go to Super and Alvaro for so much of the success in these fights. Jojo has been utilizing his wall incredibly well, and like that. Another great demonstration on our screen. The Unraveled Earth doing some serious work to make it harder for Jackie's to play as well. And Koi keeping the flanks warded in case of any potential deep TPs that could give access for this Akali to attack the back line. 1 tower falls, 2 tower falls, 1 inhibitor, another soon to follow. The Elder going to be spawning in a minute and a half. I wonder if Koi want to keep this pressure up.
Thinking about it. Super's run out of rockets though. Next minion wave coming in. Cannon's going to start doing work to the Nexus turrets. On the edge sits Elyoya, thinking about his own target as Lot just wants Super to run into him, but he never gives him that opportunity. Baron minions are getting clear, but Jojo has now escorted another wave in through bot with the rest of Baron. An engage, a defensive one from Giant X is their last hold as Alvaro blocks a true-shot barrage again. The Winter's bite concussive blows. It works in the end. He gets a shutdown, but you see Mirwin is having none of it. Now on to Closer. The Koi continues swimming upstream, while Lot, he will be slowed, he will be stunned, he will be blasted, and he will be forgotten. 4 members running now through mid with 1 Nexus turret left remaining, and the Koi keeps on going. It's got a strong tail fin and one hell of a dive. Giant X are dealing with Mirwin, but he flashes. And Bessa, almost. But look at bot. Close is about to die. Jun's about to die. Koi still gets it done. And in a thrilling conclusion, take down the undefeated GX.
An impressive bounce back from Koi. They played out the game incredibly well with great patience and excellent execution around that soul in particular. At the very end there, I thought Noah was going to be able to save the game, but it was the minions that finished it off. And Bessa did enough damage. You can vote for your key player of the game, Elyoya, Jojo Pyun, Super, all great options. And wow, what an impressive performance from MKoi to bounce back in what felt like a lost game.
Honorable mention to Alvaro in there as well on the Brom. Might not make it up to the podium, but definitely well-deserved as, you know, that man in the mid lane too. He has been impressive despite a rougher early start to the game, at least for the first 5 minutes. But Koi make it so. No team is undefeated in the LEC anymore. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go to a quick break, but afterwards, Ginny is standing by with the famous Elyoya. Lot again continuing to impress as Jun is getting in the way. The flash shove ignite. Jun, you nasty devil, making sure it's light work. In goes Noah into melee range, but he's doing good poke while Jackies gets taken down by Jojo. Big move from Koi. As now with the Weaver's wall out, Noah's still the target. The poke still ranging out, and Noah ends up being the double. Koi with a swift move, taking that play into their hand.
Welcome back, everyone, to the LEC. I'm Ginny, standing by with Elyoya in the Marriott Bonvoy post-game check-in. Congratulations on another win. With that, you completely remove the undefeated team, GX, from that leader table. How has this project been for you? Because we've seen you guys last year, you've changed out your mid laner, you went to internationals, maybe didn't necessarily get the goals that you wanted to get to. So what is different this time?
Well, I think our mentality after Worlds has changed. We have shaped more into a... We are really bad. We need to keep working as much as we can. And obviously the fact that we have Jojo Pyun is a big upgrade, I would say, in terms of personality and also gameplay. So overall, I think this project is going to be much better than last year's, just because everyone's mindset has changed, and also the incorporation of Jojo Pyun is going to help.
How has that dynamic been as well? Because obviously he's an English speaker, he's coming from NA, you guys are all Spanish. Has that impacted maybe the comms in any way?
Not much. Like, I think he's still, like, he's a really hard worker. Just sometimes he's a bit in vacations in his mind, like in the NA vacation, but usually he's quite tryhard, so it's really good to work with him, and yeah, it's also really easy to work with him.
Has there been any philosophies from NA that he brought over to you guys here in EU that you're thinking, yeah, we can use that?
Well, not really, because the philosophy he brought was coming late, which in Spain is already common, so yeah, no, not really.
Okay, good to know. How do you deal with that coming late? Does that impact things?
The coming late, I think so far we are tight, him and me. I think both been 3 times late, so we are splitting the bill on the dinner. For me, it's better.
Yeah.
I don't need to charge it all on my account, so yeah.
50-50, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Good to know. How about in-game? Because I feel like the synergy is getting there. Like, the more we're seeing, like, you know, at least you're not both late to the fights.
Yeah, no, I think the synergy is there. First was Hizari 0-5, now it's my Vi 0-5. We're just swapping each other. No, but now being serious, I think we do quite a good job when we are playing well. I think today I really didn't play at my best. Still, we could show some strong performance. So, yeah, overall, I think we were a good 2v2.
Absolutely, and you guys are looking really strong as well. Thank you for taking the time for the interview.
Thank you so much.
The key player of the game is going to be Supa, so, you know, got to give that to him. We're going to be heading over to Finn, who is standing by to talk about the highlights of this game. So take it away.
Thank you so much, Ginny. I'm sitting here with Mirwin after one of the few victories on Ambessa, and I'm just curious how you managed to pull that off. Most people haven't actually been able to win with this champion. What do you think about it?
I mean, I can see, you know, because they are usually picking Ambessa into Casante, and Casante is also a beautiful design champion from Riot Games. So I can see why she actually loses games, no?
But I can also see that you picked Ambessa into Casante, yet you stay winning. How come?
I mean, it's a matchup that it's really good for Ambessa, and I think I'm really good on her. I've been playing her since release, so I'm like really comfort. I know how to make my champion useful. Maybe that's something different from other tops.
Well, that's great to know. Because I have this fight here, where you're standing here in River. You guys are holding this position, trying to bait the enemies into phase checking. I want to ask you, what is your mindset when you hold this position? What are you looking for as an Ambessa right now?
I mean, the thing is, enemy had like zero vision, we knew. And the pressure that we are doing by like attacking is up, right? Is the most OP objective with the AGG. So the way to phase check, and I'm like kind of holding the Akali flank. I'm being close, so like for example, Bai is going to engage. I'm ready to be in range with my ult to do the combo.
Yeah. Here Akali is walking into you. Are you scared of? Because I imagine here you want to fight with her, but your whole team is backing off, kind of leaving you, making it hard for you to make a decision. So we're gonna see what are you trying to do here now?
I mean, here I would like to fight Akali because I'm hard winning into her.
Yeah.
So it's not like she can actually walk up and get her vision, but we're backing off, so we're like not that much in the same page.
Yeah, because I also agree. I think in a perfect world you can fight Akali here and stop her from doing this to your team. I'm gonna zoom this back because look at what it is Akali is doing here. She just walks right past you and gets onto your team.
Yeah.
And you're saying this is actually their fault because if they were with you, you can actually hold that bush better.
I would say yeah.
Yeah.
I'm kind of flaming my team here, but that's fine.
I think it's justified because that's the exact same thought I had. So when you play Ambessa in teamfights, usually what are you looking for? Are you looking for CC from your teammates, or are you looking to be the one that goes first?
I think you never go first. More into team comes like Casante, Poppy, Sejuani. If you go first, you are gone.
Yeah.
Like you're just gone.
And do you think Vi is like necessarily to be on your team? Like a Vi Nautilus? Because I would imagine Vi Nautilus is really nice because you can just follow up on their ult. But do you think Ambessa can work even without these champions?
I think she can work without. I think probably these two are really good pairings for her. But like I think like for example, Ivern Ambessa is really strong. Even with Sejuani is really good. So like there's many times you can work around.
Yeah.
But of course, having the CC lock on someone with Vi is actually insane for her.
I would imagine that's like a luxury. Because we've also seen like Ambessa being blind picked sometimes to million success. I know there are some answers like Renekton or Aurelia into it, but do you think these actually matter, or do you think she can hold her own in like a pure 1v1 matchup?
I mean, I think Ambessa blind is pretty bad. I'm hoping for someone to actually blind pick into me.
You have a secret pick into it?
Have like many actually.
Many secret picks that are fine even if you swap?
There's one, it's my favorite.
Oh my
God. I think you have like, okay, like for sure if I pick something like this, people will swap. I don't care. I will do my answer into swaps. I'm fine.
Because Ambessa doesn't like swapping that much either. She's suffering as much as you, or even more.
Like the thing is with Ambessa, should be fine into swaps. Ambessa level 1, level 2 is actually really weak.
Yeah, her cooldowns are so long.
I think level 6 she can like survive many dives. You can ultimate and everything.
Okay, assuming you don't reveal your secret pick and you have to counterpick Ambessa and solo queue, what is your champion?
I think Renekton is the safest choice.
Renekton is the safest?
You can go Jace, which is like right now Jace is one of the strongest champions, and if you're good on him, you will take over the game probably in solo queue. So
that's a great answer. Well, we have to toss now. Thank you so much, Miriam, for joining me. And next up, we're gonna go to break and watch Vitality versus G2. Thank you so much.
play there from...
Oh, that was incredible. You love to see it.
Right, yeah, let's really
What
get into...
a move! He's just so good. I mean, the persistence, the patience to find the angle. You just don't see that from rookie. He's got it all. He's got the bad.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Ooh, that looks good. Do you want to maybe share a little bit? Yeah.
What a move! Wait, is he switching lanes?
Red Bull gives you wings.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Side to side, let's go. Let's go. Let's go, let's move. Side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move. Side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move. Side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move. Side to side, let's go. Come on, everybody, bring it in. Let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go.
Welcome back to the LEC for Winter for week number 2. And it's day 1, but it's already heating up to a G2 Vitality game, our second last of the day. And this is how you do a Welsh accent.
No.
My name's Jake, also known as Hysterics. I am with a Welshman, and I think he's pretty proud of that.
Physically upset me.
Would you like to go into draft now?
Stop, please.
It's really hard to do.
Especially when you do it wrong.
Yeah, well.
Draven and Renata going to be taken away from the G2 bot lane. I feel like, to no one's surprise, the Skarner going to be banned on red side as the go-to, with Vi going to be taken away from Linces. Now, last week we saw Linces with 2 Ivern games and a Vi game. I feel like Ivern isn't it. Maybe we just haven't seen the proper ingredients to best facilitate a fine dining cuisine that Ivan can provide.
Agreed.
But my instincts right now is that you can keep things simple. Maokai Sejuani in Europe seems to be the go-to.
There it is.
And lo and behold, we're going to see that prioritized here for Vitality.
You're very smart. Vedius gave me feedback in the break saying I didn't praise him enough. And now, Vedius, listen to this. I'm praising you. You're so incredibly talented
Thank you. Yes,
to
I
say
predicted
Maokai.
Maokai,
Because
yes.
it's open and it's locked in.
Thanks for sharing that.
No
with the
worries.
world.
Now,
Appreciate that.
now, how about you call out my Welsh accent and say it was a good attempt?
Let's talk about the next pick.
Okay.
Varus being available. Last week we saw Han Summer playing Callista, Misfortune, and the Draven. Callista is available, but the Varus that we were just talking about going to be the priority. I think the utility that it provides, along with the flexibility to go both the poke build and the on-hit build, just make a lot of sense. Skewmon doing a cheeky hover, very well known for his Nunu, but it's going to be Cassante. You know, this is only setting us up more for the more exciting Fearless draft that we're going to be experiencing in playoffs, where the best of threes roll their way across. As Corki going to be locked in. Wow, I feel like we've seen these drafts
many times
before. Would it perhaps be an Alistair, maybe a Leona? Maybe they just want to lock in Sejuani right now for Skewmon. But to be fair, he typically plays something a little bit more aggressive. He could go for something like the Wukong once more. I did like his Wukong performance last week, even if it didn't result in a win.
I agree with everything you said, and I think the Sejuani makes the most sense, right, if we're getting jungle here, but Alistar for the counter, or at least the counter in lane. Now, let's see those junglers banned away. By the way, Cap's picture, 10 out of 10. No idea why I put that in, but it had to be for class and humor.
I think that top laners are now going to be banned on the side of G2. Makes the most sense given that you have the Cassante. Remember that Maokai can be flexed to the top lane, but don't be surprised to see something like the Ambessa ban away from the side of G2.
Oh, yeah. Outside of that, the Orianna starts us off.
Oh, okay. This is another option, right? You ban away the mid laners, and then you look to prioritize your mid laner on the next rotation, with Victor taking away Orianna. Maybe if they take away something like Akali, they could be thinking about Caps as Azir.
Yep.
Last year when we saw that, he was a split-pushing menace on the champion. We'll have to wait and see what direction they go with the remaining bans. We're expecting jungle bans to come through from Vitality. Talia, flexible mid lane ban that can be also played in the jungle.
I wonder if we get something like the Caps Akali taken away finally as well. That was one of the striving picks that we saw, and I think was the reason that G2 made it so far. And at least one of the scariest picks I've seen so far, one of the scariest Akalis, I should say, is with mid lane being the focus, Jack's also getting taken away here for Nuko. And if you're not familiar, definitely one of his best champs.
You know, Aurora is something that was banned and hovered a lot in week 1, but has kind of fallen away in priority with both Victor and Orianna banned. Aurora could be an option here for G2, as Vitality had a similar read to what we did with the Azir taken away. The question is, what mid laner is G2 thinking about? They could just secure their jungler right now, wait for a mid laner to be locked in, and then give Caps the ability to respond.
Something that's not seen, but we've already got the Varus, so let's just hold. Brand jungle.
Okay.
I mean, globally, like, and especially in LPL, this isn't even seen in Game 4 or Game 5 at Fearless. Like, we got the Carthus before the Brand today.
I mean, it used to be a bit of a yike special on G2 last year. Skewmon going to be picking up the reins as a very quick Jhin and Rumble come through for Vitality. I love this combo, in particular when it comes to sieging towers.
Yep.
And now there is, I mean, a very AP-heavy top side, giving a lot of value to Merc Treads, but Teamfight, Poke, Vitality have a very strong front-to-back composition with a lot of utility, a lot of wombo combo potential, and just a lot of long-range damage.
The scaling added into the mix as well. Smolder's coming back in when we've taken a lot of mid laners out, and especially the Corki matchup I've noticed today, and also noticed in other regions as well, the same thing. But Vitality, Vedius, I want to see those strong lanes, and I'm talking about top lane, because Nuko running into Broken Blade. This Rumble has been one of the best options into Cassante in the current meta, and they're setting up Nuko for success, so guess we might see some lane swaps. It's coming, isn't it?
It is.
It's coming.
You know, Riot introduced the Noxus theme.
Yes.
Power, aggression, violence. And somehow,
Deserted
pros
Summoner's
always find a way to ruin it. Lane swaps, scaling, not fighting, Smolder returning to competitive play is not my favorite.
40-minute games.
40-minute games. It means that G2 will always have that scaling avenue in their back pocket. But I will say their engage is somewhat limited. They have Alistair to start off a fight, sure, but he's going to be one of your primary front lines, and Cassante could go in alongside him. And then you've got the Varus ultimate. But aside from that, it's a lot more follow-up from things like the Brand. Ideally, you want a Varus ultimate in the midst of a team fight when the Chaos has already started. You want Vitality, Maokai ultimate, Rel engage. You can even use Rumble ultimate paired up with a Jhin ultimate. You've got the constant poke that's going to be coming out from Corki rockets. I feel like Vitality just have so much control around these neutral objectives. I'm curious to see how G2 navigate that.
And I love that point because control around objectives and control using those long-range tools like Rumble ulti and Jhin is what gives Vitality a bit of an edge here in this game. The engage point important as we roll you into G2 versus Vitality when G2 and Vit have both started. I'll never call them Vit again. 1 and 2. Now, Vedius, let's be critical to start the game off. I think it's pretty fair because Labrov right now has not had a good start to the split. And I think it's fair when I say that Hilly is in the same boat.
Yeah, we started off the split with a not great start for either side. You can see that in terms of the deaths per game, Hilly, I mean, he had a very bad one, which does skew this quite a lot because he had also a very good one in their win where he only died a single time. So I don't want you to be fully misled by that. But at the same time, it's important to recognize that I think that both support players had highs and lows from week one. We saw some of the best performances on them alongside some of the worst performances. And some of it for Labrov, my instincts say that being a part of G2 puts a lot of pressure on you, given how storied the organization is, and him getting that opportunity in their first game of the split, it's very understandable why you wouldn't be playing at your peak form. I imagine now that he's been able to get the first week out of the way and they were able to get a win as well last week, I'm expecting a lot more from him this week. But these two support players are definitely who we're keeping our eyes on in this matchup because Hylissang consistency is not something that he's always been known for, but people always recognize him for the great plays that he makes alongside some of the mistakes that we often find him making. And I think that people are really eager to see a more consistent Hilly, especially when paired up with so many rookies.
Because his risk with reward factor is always what you take into account to Hilly. Yes, he might die a lot, but what does he get for Vitality? It's been talked a lot, and you know, yes, he does create space. The meme is quite real. As bot lanes match each other, they're going to be going topside, so not really a lane swap. We're just swapping lanes here, as we are going to get the standardized Rumble lane, which I can only say for Vitality does feel like a good thing, especially when you see that jungle pathing from Linces, as he's clearing towards vertical, might end up moving towards Rumble lane eventually.
Vitality, I think, very happy to have these standard lanes. Jhin offering a lot of power in 2 vs 2, especially given that Alistair really can't offer that much, and the Rumble, you already highlighted it. Rumble had the power, a lot of power in lane, then it was taken away, and then they gave some of that power back. And I think since being given that power back, Rumble is still very terrifying when left in the isolated 1v1. And now this bot lane is also very isolated. The map split has come through. Skewmon forced a path on the bot side of the map. And it means that Hansama and Labrov are going to struggle in the 2 vs 2.
Yeah, I guess my point doesn't make sense. I was like, well, he is splitting the map towards the duo lane. And so the Rumble is going to be isolated, so I guess eventually he's going to be okay. Linces is coming back on my point and saying, forget the top side of my camps. He wants to defend bot as mid gets a little bit frisky. Ignore that for now. Linces and Skewmon going to see each other, and Skewmon just gets some damage down. Passive of the Blaze comes out, gets hit for a little bit, takes his own red though, and he's taking control of his Crux too.
Great response from Linces. I mean, a surprising play, but the reason why I think that he's allowed to do this is because of the potential collapse from Triac. You'll notice that he has that priority in mid, trading so aggressively with Caps, allows him to collapse first. He didn't need him in this exchange because he could just walk in and steal away the red buff, but G2 is wary of overstaying their welcome because of the risk of this Corki collapsing. And now there's the entire top side for Linces to be able to clear out, and Skewmon is going to be in a very awkward spot in this early game.
True. Already you can see, even though Broken Blade gets a good trade back.
Raptors respawn. Look, the pings have come down.
Okay.
I wonder if Linces is actually looking to try and contest it. It looks like nice collapse from the G2 bot lane as well, alleviating some of that pressure, recognizing that with the mid prio that they still have, there's a real risk of Linces being able to move into the enemy jungle. But the bot lane comes through, they allow the Scuttle Crab to be handed over, and it means that no double scuttle.
Trying to burn a flash.
I stand corrected, double scuttle for Skewmon.
I know, I love you looking at top, and I'm like, I'm looking at this 1v1 between top laners. Overheat there, so close to the turret, but Nucko doesn't take a shot. He overheats, so it wasn't while Flame Spitter was out. It'll just be Electro Harpoon in the endangered zone once again. Endangered, danger zone, you know, same thing. But I know, Vetty, you were looking up at this side because no smite for Linces in that small trade top. Skumon gets it, wards are placed down, and with that G2 movement you talked about, he's able to go back and clear his topside jungle. Skumon getting his back in now too.
Yeah, I mean, Skumon ultimately hasn't lost too much. You'll notice that he is behind in experience because those topside camps are going to be cleared. But Linces needs to get a base off because those bot camps aren't going to respawn for a while. But Skumon, because he was able to get both Scuttle Crabs, is still staying very relevant in the game, even though he is a camp behind. Ultimately, not the worst position to be in, as G2 also in the laning phase, considering how much pressure was put in the mid lane from Chayak constantly training with caps, he's dead even in farm. The bot lane 2 versus 2, Hansama has been able to maintain farm incredibly well as well. So what was a point of concern for me for G2 in this early laning phase, that G2 have just brushed off and have been very comfortable.
Yeah, they really have. I mean, again, LeBron with some good trades up in top 2 as Kazi gets a push in. Want to note as well, if we were ever worried about Skumon and his speed, he will catch up. Varan's still incredibly fast in the jungle. Maybe not as fast as when he kind of hit his peak, but still as he moves down towards Dragon and starts that one off, it won't take too long. Is it Dragon or is it going to be Scuttle? Not sure at the moment. Find out shortly. It does look like it is Dragon. So he's just pulled it out, and Skumon has enough mana to go through a couple of rotations here with the Blaze.
Should be an easy pickup. Lentus likely going to be trading that for the grubs on the top side of the map. Ping's coming through, tracking caps as he moves out of the mid lane to drop a ward on the... as he looks to drop a ward, there it is.
Yep.
To the grubs, they're going to spot that one out, and wisely, G2 is not going to look to contest. Earlier, Lintus also pinged out. He's on Dragon. He's going to be moving towards my grubs, and you can see the ping on your minimap right now. Lintus with good tracking of the enemy jungler to highlight to Naknako, hey man, you could be in some danger. Please be cautious of the fact that you could get dived. He has the Rumble ultimate to clear out the wave.
Sure.
And the good news for him is Skumon doesn't have... I mean, he's probably got enough mana, but I'd be surprised if they tried to force this dive anyway.
Small wave as well, so Naknako feels pretty confident. Doesn't end up burning that ulti. Broken Blade tries to shove out the wave, but it's just Scuttle part 2 here for Skumon down on the bottom side as he fast approaches level 6. And note that Linces doing the same. That Raptor respawn is now taken by Linces as he continues being a threat up in this top side of the map. Labrov just sees him. Tree versus Cow, and honestly, I think the Cow's going to lose. Tree follows up, and Linces, no Bramble smash, but Labrov has to get out of there.
Into the enemy jungle, getting a bit of vision down. The sapling will spot out Skumon. The red buff is the point of contention, but Jin is bot lane. They have swapped away, and I think this is a hard contest as Hilly sets his sights on mid.
Well, this could be a really good dive. Caps flash on. No, Shattering Strike misses. Oh, no. That's rough to watch while Linces is still fighting over this red.
Here's Labrov doing what he can to buy time for his jungler. Skumon about to take over to level 6. Linces has to evacuate the dance floor.
I'm ready. Flash for flash.
Yep.
Good one from Labrov.
I mean, Hansama had level 6 as well. The chain CC was about to come through. Linces had overstayed his welcome, and the dive didn't work out in the mid lane. Plate is going to be secured. Cap's going to be healthy enough to be able to catch this wave, though. Nice idea there from Hilly. Unfortunately, the execution didn't quite come through.
Didn't use as much as the dancer, Betty, as Kazi hits level 6. Pickaxe picked on the last back, by the way, and I'm looking at Chayak, who's just backed as well. Phage in hand with Tear stacking up. Naknako's now in a different lane. He's up here against Hansama. Definitely not where he wants to be.
Well, I'm surprised that G2 chose not to swap back. I guess they want to keep Hans on the top side of the map ready for the next scrubs, but they are, of course, still 2 minutes away. He's not really susceptible to any ganks for the time being. He has the ward in the river. And Labrov is already roaming out on the map. Bot side of the map needs to be cleared, though, from the side of Lintus, which means that this bot lane is going to be very safe. Broken Blade wisely looking to go back to base as we wait for the next neutral objective to spawn. Keeping my eyes on the supports and what they're up to. Hiller saying just staying with Kazi for now, wanting to get that XP. The sooner he's level 6, the better. If he's able to secure it ahead of the next scrub fight, that's an opportunity where he can have an advantage over Labrov, who right now is just bleeding that XP away.
Now, Betty, you think we're going to get this one? Wait for it.
No, no, we are not.
Where is that guy?
He's in your solo queue game.
Appears in high action games. We've had high action games. Where is he?
This definitely is not a high action game.
No, it's
We're
not.
at 0-0.
That's why I thought the perfect time to bring it out, just in case, you know? We can never
This is
be
what
too
we
prepared.
won't see in this game. Yeah. Do you see him in the LPL?
No, we've seen him once. And it's been more than a kill a minute. So remember, it takes into account damage. And in the last patch, in this second patch of Season 25, they've also made it so that that Ruinous, it takes a little bit more, I'm pretty sure.
Well, the patch notes said that we should expect to see Ruinous a little more in our pro games.
But the notes itself went against that.
Well,
unless I can't read.
That was my understanding too, which is why I chose not to question it.
And you can read, so people can trust you at
well,
home.
let's not jump to conclusions.
Okay, you cannot read, okay. Fair enough.
Ooh, Caps.
He's okay, right?
I mean, he won't die, but he is a little upset that he's going to lose a wave. Admittedly, though, he is Caps, and he does have this tendency to stick around. But Hansama, yeah, see what I mean?
Yeah.
He's like, Hans is like, it's okay, I can catch this wave. And Caps is like, question mark?
What's the stacks, Fetty?
But Labrov here to provide that safety, and he shouldn't be at any risk of a dive. Bit of a deep ward there coming out from Hilly as he paths towards the top side. Kazi rotated once more towards the top side of the map, constantly in motion with his jungler, constantly with that protection as well. Now the grubs have begun.
Let's get a kill in, I reckon. That would be nice as Nako now positions. 4 grubs. You talk about Hilly's angle, but it's going to be spotted out on a control ward. G2 want at least one of these grubs to stop these feet from stacking up, and Poke comes in, and Skumond, no, he doesn't steal that one. So looking for all 6 as Linces now just has to sit on the edge. He doesn't have a smite available for another 10 seconds. G2 are going to walk in and force this one and at least take one away. So no 6 grub game, but Vitality still should be happy with how that early game played out.
Oh, certainly. Securing 5 grubs is a great place to be in. Broken Blade knows that he cannot afford to overstay his welcome, given that Linces is on the top side of the map. Meanwhile, Chayak in all of this is just continuing to push in the bot lane. Caps is doing a great job in the farm department. The gold advantage for Chayak is largely coming from the plates that he's been securing in the early game. He did secure another one in the bot lane matchup.
It's Cassante versus the Jhin.
Yeah, Jhin is not the best at killing Cassante. I mean, this early on, he should do decent damage at least.
Yep.
50% of his bar gone.
That's nice.
Broken Blade's going to try and interrupt that. I mean, they're being forced to stick around when they'd love to recall. This now leaves open a Dragon. The pings are already furiously coming down for G2.
Furiously.
Knowing that this objective is available, Hilly gets the quick recall off. He wants to regroup with this team. Chayak tries to get a trade onto Caps, but this time around, Caps fights back.
He does put out the ulti. Chayak has run out of his own kind of dance floor ulti, and with the flap over the wall, he's dead. First blood, even Labrov can't steal that. That was a solo kill in the end.
For the entirety of the laning phase, Chayak has been bullying out Caps, but suddenly Caps reaches a point where he can fight him back. And because of the positioning of Labrov, Chayak had nowhere to go. That's a solo kill for Caps to start off the first kill of this game.
It is the first kill finally coming through, and it is also going to be the second Dragon layered on top. Nako wants a piece of this, though, and Linces as well with Nature's Grasp is what we're waiting for, but Smite comes in, G2 are running up. Teleport coming in late from Vitality. That's a Corki, and as he flies through, Vitality now down to someone 2 as Hilly is spotted over the wall. Skumon wants this Chains of Corruption a little bit short from Hansama. Otherwise, Hilly was in a bit of trouble.
TP just there to go and catch the bot wave to keep the pressure up. Caps TPing back to lane himself now with the Essence Reaver. Let's pick up for him, but that scaling element from G2 is always something you have to keep in the back of your mind. We saw it earlier today from Heretics. You go long enough and, I mean, this champion doesn't lose.
True. It's still the same old, isn't it?
It's the one champ that in solo queue you can always say, don't worry guys, we've got the late game.
We scale!
Yep, we scale.
Sorry, that was a Smolder voice.
Impeccable.
Is Smolder related to Shyvana at all? Is that the lore?
Please, let's not have this conversation again.
Did we have it last time?
You actually asked me this before.
But I never got an answer. So
then somehow you turned it into, and how's Ezreal connected? Like that's. And at that point I said, all right, let's get.
I forgot I put him into that. It's like Lilia. It's like Nico and Hecarim, and then Lilia. You know?
What?
They're all part of the family, I thought.
I don't know, and I refuse to elaborate further. I'm going to look back at the minimap and see what's going on.
Sure. Anything? Nah.
The Andry's completed for both junglers.
Super cool.
This is my job, Jake, okay?
Yeah, it is. You can't tell me.
I have to also accommodate for the people who aren't watching.
You can't tell me you haven't thought about the Easter eggs in League of Legends videos.
There are some people that are just listening, so I have to state the obvious sometimes, okay?
Yeah.
It's important. Now.
What is it?
First item's completed, except for China. He's still waiting to secure that training force.
Good job. LeBron, even better.
Nice engage.
Especially with the brand. Almost at what I would call setup perfect. Hilly gets poked out. Remember, Yomu's on the Varus this game for Hans Mama. Where did that come from? Is it just an abbreviation of his name, or is it...
Hans?
No, Hans Mama. Where did that come from? It's a meme. It's on a sign in the audience. It's been said many times.
They see Hans as a motherly figure. I don't know.
Do you get that?
Hey, I'm not here to judge, okay?
It's not about judgment. It's just whether you see it that way.
Herald spawning in about a minute's time. Reset's going to be coming through from Labrov so that he can replenish his vision. My apologies. BF Sword going to be picked up by Caps as well. As Jack's still on the bot side of the map. He doesn't have his TP available. I wonder if he wants to just push this out. Wonder if Vitality feels strong enough to force this fight. I feel like they should. First item spike for this composition feels very powerful to me.
True.
But they have the option of just trading the objective. I say that G2 is actually matching them on the bot side of the map. They're not investing their vision towards the Herald.
Oh, Lintus
is in a dangerous spot.
He's going to walk into this chain scratch and he flushes it! Lintus, that was so smooth, but Skumon still finds him in the end. Hilly's trying to help out with the Magna Storm down. Lebrov's taking down enemy jungler. Skumon is getting hit by a pointy end of the stick. Kazi makes short work of that. Over the wall, Lebrov goes for a second try. Now Caps joining the fight with the poke range from the Varus. Tries to do a little bit more, but Chayak gets him away, zones him through, and Caps now has to deal with a 1v3 despite those health bars going astray.
It ends up being a favorable play for Vitality after Lintus makes the split-second decision to go in rather than go out. You highlighted Hysterics. Look at the play here from Lintus. He's going to flash over the engage, look for the brand. I wonder if his target there was Hansama, but the idea is the same. Hilly quick to follow up, something you can always trust him to do, keeping Skumon locked down on the backline. Kazi flashes in to secure that kill. A nice flash over the wall. I think here Lebrov just went in too deep. It's very difficult for Hans to really follow up. He does have the Q to add a bit of extra damage, but Caps too afraid to step up with the carries of Vitality still ever present. Now the kill score equalized at 2-2.
And great fight to benefit for Kazi as well. He already had Collect. He's now got a Noon Quiver in his back pocket, so this Jhin is going to be hitting a little bit harder than you'd expect here. 750 gold lead over Han Summer as well. When he's also a big part of that setup, big part of the zone control rather for Vitality. It feels like they're in a pretty good spot. You said it before that fight. Vitality seemed like on one items that their comps should start coming alive here. It is nice to see their reaction. It is nice to see that Vitality can show their strength here in this opening game rather.
Herald seems to have been conceded. It doesn't surprise me that G2 set their sights on the Dragon. I mean, if you think about what a Herald is going to give you, maybe you lose the mid tower, maybe you get a bit of damage on the second tower. In exchange, you put yourself on Soul Point with the Infernal Soul. In combination with Brand, that can do some serious damage. And so G2 setting their sights on it. They will secure the Scuttle Crab. Reset going to come through from Caps. Curious how much gold he's sitting on with the TP available. The Dragon is now alive. Vitality take their turn to enter into the bot side river. They can't do anything about the Scuttle Crab. They also can't do anything about that ward that's sitting in the bot Tri-Brush. This objective going to be started off by Vitality. I will say I'm a little surprised. I guess G2 choosing not to try and fight them right now. Turn their attention to the cross map.
Nice. Naka gets rid of the wave, the power of the equalizer. Caps is here with Lebrov. They're going to turn this into a dive regardless. Lebrov pops the ulti, flash away from Naka while Caps just looks to stack up and take the kill. Lebrov in the end, good turrets. The balancing act between him and Broken Blade works out fine. That's going to also lead into the Herald.
I mean, Vitality secured the Dragon, slowing down the stacking from G2, but G2 quickly respond with a cross map. The problem with investing your resources into the dive, though, is it means that you spent a lot of time and resources to secure that kill.
True.
You're not going to get that top tower, you're going to be bullied off the Herald, and you're going to lose the bot tier 1 tower as well. I believe this will be Vitality's third objective too, so that should secure the feats of strength, meaning that Vitality find themselves with a small, but an advantage here in this early game against G2.
A decent one to boot. And as well, their ability to open up turrets, as you're saying. Vitality, there's more gold on the table. That mid turret is one Rift Herald charge away too.
Now, one of the advantages of the feats of strength that so many pros have commented on are the Swifty boots.
Yeah.
And a champion in particular that is no happier than anyone else is the man on your screen right now, Jhin.
Eurobeat.
Once he upgrades those boots, he is the fast.
Yeah. He's got the gas.
So I'm going to be excited to see him play out as we see Nako the target of G2's aggression once more.
Does do good damage. Equalizer as well, buys time. I mean, Skumon's damage needs to hit. It does connect, get the stunned out. There's a blaze, but Skumon's dead. It's a trade, and for Nako, it just depends what happens in the top side here as Chayak's in a little bit of trouble. Caps is using Lebrov, but he still gets the kill. However, Linz has got the root down. Smolder ulti calls in Mummy, but she only does a little bit of healing before Cap still has to flap away. But Lebrov, the disengage, it's been clean. Hilly has the Magnet Storm, but it's only Linces with the damage. They're trying to buy time for that ult to wear off and Kazi to come in. Bullet time is out, and rather a curtain call that Kazi calls his own. He gets another kill, but Lebrov played teamfight, or at least keep off Cap's game so damn well.
So plays happening across the board. It's G2 that are the aggressors. They're the ones that set up the dive on the bot lane. They're also the ones that found Lebrov an angle to sneak his way into the top brushes and get a collapse onto Chayak, converting into another kill. Vitality is able to respond, and it ends up being an exchange of towers. Atakan entering the rift. We look back at this exchange, and Nako has been the subject of G2's pressure throughout this game. He throws down a good equalizer that Skumon walks on top of, but then once Broken Blade ulties out, the tower aggro swaps over to Skumon, meaning that Nako can turn it into a 1-for-1. Meanwhile, on the top side of the map, Lebrov found an engage, which they almost got away with if it weren't for that meddling Kazi, finding a cheeky pick to shut down Lebrov. And well, I say equalize, bring the kill score to 4-5. 35 kills apiece, 35k gold apiece.
Oh yeah. Not a lead of any kind. Side note, again, we got Lord Dominic's Regard returning into the Rift. More commonly actually seen now as well, and you know, I was to say globally, that extra 10%, or rather 5% armor pen for 100 gold that's come in, players are really liking picking it up again. So ever since they had that Giant Slayer passive removed, it looks like we're finally coming back to the item. And seeing it here, second here for Kazi means
I do feel as though many life lessons were learned after a certain AD carry went against a certain Cassante at a certain international event.
Shall we?
Nope.
No? Okay.
But yeah, I mean, it's incredibly valuable against Cassante. He's someone that always builds these defenses, and we've already talked about it. Jin, he's a champ that has 4 bullets. So he's traditionally not the best at taking out tanks.
Imagine having to reload in 2025.
Exactly. So we'll see if he can shred through Broken Blade, who is going to be problematic later on into the game. But the real problem is going to be Caps, who's now completed his Infinity Edge. There were some changes to the way that crit scales with Smolder now, so that he actually gains value from the Infinity Edge. And
Hans, he's isolated. Chayak's with him as well. He flashes away. He's poked out. And now with his flash down, opportunity for Vitality. The AD carry of G2 has just been hit hard.
Yeah, a positioning mistake there from Hansama that's well punished by Chayak and Kazi. They utilize their range very effectively to force him away. He loses his flash. He's going to be forced to base, and Dragon, I think he's going to make it back in time, but in a much scarier position with that ultimate unavailable.
Yomu's is still on cooldown as well. I'll be watching that one for everyone at home, just to see when he can start sprinting it down here with the rest of G2. They group up as 4. Hans is now here. He's got that available. Nako's joined in. We are once again going to fight around mid lane. Surprise, surprise. We like our ARAMs.
I think G2 wisely recognize they can't really contest the Dragon from this position, so they set their sights on the mid control. They keep the wave going towards this tower. Nako has the ultimate available, and he's going to throw it down to thin out the wave.
Equalizer's close, and it does actually get the wave off, and G2 with it too. Linces is coming in with the Nature's Grass available, and a broken up G2. They're not all together as Lebrov and Skumon hit the right side, but now that they group back up, Vitality think otherwise about getting themselves in. They've already taken the Dragon, nothing else here apart from the wave, and Vitality are just disengaging for now.
Vitality forced to back off. They realized that forcing this fight wouldn't necessarily result in a huge amount. Maybe the Atakan, but G2 losing HP slowly over time. The poke damage coming through. Camp's trying to respond with poke of his own. But all right, nothing too crazy happening.
It looked like Vitality wanted to continue fighting there. Again, trying to push themselves forward. Feeling confident, maybe with the curtain call, maybe with that Nature's Grass still available. Equalizer almost up, by the way, 20 seconds. I believe, until that's back on your screen for the almost level 16 Rumble. We wait for this Baron that spawns in 45 seconds.
I mean, waves need to be caught right now.
Or
So a
Atakan.
little too much time has just been spent hovering around mid lane with nothing on the map to play for.
Yep.
Atakan is being started.
Apart from that, I guess, yeah.
Yeah, there is that.
And G2 are not here.
They are not.
Who cares about Atakan, I guess? Didn't they say they were like scrimming or Vedius, what did you show me?
Memento did tweet that they cancelled all their scrims and they spent a lot of time in practice tour playing around Atakan.
So what was that?
Next question.
Okay.
That was an Atakan secured by Vitality. In what I felt was an overstay from both sides. I thought the Vitality would look to reset themselves, but it's so easy to forget how quickly Atakan can die.
True.
And G2 had fully reset. They wanted to go and catch top wave. They needed to catch the wave. Well, bot was in a bit of an awkward spot, but resets ultimately just came through and they weren't in a position to contest. So now with this GA, Vitality can force a fight.
Yep.
And they have a lot of tools to do it. We talked about it in the draft. They love to play around objectives. They have so much zone control, wombo combo potential, that I'm hoping we get to see it in action.
And note as well, because Linz has got a bit of AP as Kazi might be caught out. But remember, it's a GA. He's going to withdraw. G2 find themselves in front of a Baron as Linz is going to die as well. Vitality just lost 2 of their GAs, and they'll just go back to base.
I think that's just a mistake from Vitality.
I think it is.
Kazi just goes mid, dies. They also lost the Maokai. They didn't have to spend any ultimates. I guess the advantage gained is Caps and Broken Blade used their ultis, but you've handed over 400 gold.
Yep.
And you haven't really put pressure anywhere on the map. Now they're pushing out top wave as Broken Blade pushes out bots. I felt like Vitality just missed a big window there.
True.
To utilize this Atakan. Of course, 3 members still have it. We'll see if they can get anything off the back of it as they set their sights on the Baron.
They're finally going to start it. I mean, this is what a lot of Atakans use for the turnaround Baron, and especially when they're shredding this Baron, thanks to the fact that they've got so much on-hit damage. Nuck zones out, now goes over, going to use his Bloodletter's Curse to start shredding MR of Baron as Equalizer's good, Nature's Grasp as well. They get themselves out, Vitality with the Baron. They're turning to the fight, but what is going on? Over the wall, Hansama and Chaya are going to fight it out. It's a trade, but only a withdrawal. G2 looking for more. Kazi in a bush, flash on, Broken Blade misses, and Caps plays around him, sits in the way. Kazi almost getting him, but the flash out in the end is a shutdown. Broken Blade now in the middle of it all, and they're going to keep fighting. Skumon's got good damage, but Chayek is such a monster right now. He pulls out a big one, he Valkyries, he Phosphoruses, and Vitality's mid laner almost cleans up the jungle. The burn is immense, but don't forget, the Baron is theirs.
A much better utilization of the Atakan buff to secure the Baron and then turn it into a winning team fight. Look at the setup here. Nako and Hylissang zoning away the jungle support combo of G2 from approaching the Baron. The Equalizer comes down, making it impossible for Skumon to move. He gets rooted on the Equalizer as well. And then Hilly just acting as guardsman, knowing that he has the Atakan buff. Same for Chayek. They throw their lives into the meat grinder to be able to get something back, and then Kazi recognizes that he is out of position, commits the flash to try and get this kill onto Caps, and he was very close, gets the flash out from Caps in exchange, but he ends up losing his life.
He does indeed. A bit of gold over, but at the end of the day, remember that Baron is still there, but fighting around the third dragon is next up on the menu in 20 seconds. Red Bull Baron power play. Let's see who it's on. 4 members in total, Kazi the only one who's dropped it. As remembering that the withdrawal does not take away the Baron buff, so an important distinction there. Broken Blade jumps in, he's now in a choke. Deadly Flourish, not going to get him, he's unstoppable. Rooted out after the fact though as he jumps back to his team. A curtain call now begins with Kazi looking to end the show, but Hansama has stepped away backstage, while G2 now look to regroup and see what happens in the second act.
I feel like Vitality should just set their sights on the mid lane tower. G2 is forced into this awkward spot where the bot wave is knocking onto the tier 2 tower. The mid wave is stacked up. The Baron buff is available as well. G2 is now going to get funneled back up because they know if they stay in the river, they're going to lose the tier 2 as well. And this gives Vitality access back into the river. Wise choice there from Vitality to unlock their third dragon of the game.
Hilly just spots him out as well. He does a bit of information gathering, and after he does, he enables Vitality to get this third dragon. They're on Soul Point now. And again, I mean, G2 are being spun around the map a little bit, and Vitality, that fight in topside, ends out so well.
I mean, we talked about the limitations of their draft, which is that how do you actually force a fight on your terms, right?
Great point.
You need to find a flank from Broken Blade, but a lot of your engages rely on Hansama landing an ultimate or LeBron finding an engage.
Yep.
And Vitality have so much range.
Like this.
Ooh.
I mean, this sets it up, but Linces gets a Bramble Smash. Broken Blade ulties out so that he can get some range himself, but LeBron is a new target. Nate just grabbed Equalizer in a choke. You'd say it's good, but Skewen takes no damage. Deadly Flourish after the fact, and Kazi picks up a kill on the back burner. Caps is now here, though, and if he stays in the fight long enough, with that Execute and 3-item Smolder, he will start hurting.
I mean, this is going to alleviate some of the pressure that's being put onto G2 by Vitality right now, but ultimately it ends up just being a 1-for-1 trade. Summoners were really expended off the back of that, and it's, I mean, Caps did end up using his TP, which could prove significant later on into the game. But ultimately, it's watching the LCK and listening to other pundits within the scene. Range definitely seems to be the name of the game right now, and it's why we're seeing Ezreal have so much presence and priority in the current meta. I think that this Poke Varus is another reason for it, and just CC and Poke is very difficult to manage because it feels as though there's not enough hard engage in the current game right now. And like Rel is definitely a form of it, and it's a way to start these fights off. But you look at this Vitality composition, if G2 ever tried to force Maokai ultimate, you can disengage with the Corki W, you can throw the Equalizer down. If Jin just backs off and then uses the Curtain Call, you're now walking into the Curtain Call. You've also got his Deadly Flourish to root you up. Like, it's so obnoxious for G2, so their conditions for actually finding a fight are incredibly difficult, and as long as Vitality play it patiently, then they can just steadily take more and more control over the map.
So you want to see clean setup then, because for G2 right now, I mean, they're getting pulled and stretched thin across the map right now. Their commitment is to Caps in this bot side with Demolish available. He's going to stick it out after the Equalizer clears the wave, so he gets 700 gold for himself. But you look at top, the wave gets pushed in, and Triac wants to do the same. However, G2 with smart rotation this time around managed to get there first and stop an equal trade for Vitality.
I mean, the best case scenario for G2 is Caps is incredibly strong right now. You can see over his portrait that he's sitting at 344 stacks. He's building them up rapidly.
He is choving a bit, isn't he?
Yes, he is 352 CS at 31.5 minutes into the game. He is a very scary Smolder, and as we talked about, they've always got the late game. And the thing about these neutral objectives is while they can be difficult to approach, it's still a scary place to fight a Smolder. So that's what G2 is waiting for right now, the Baron to respawn, the Dragon Soul to be up on the map. It's the best situation for G2 to find the engage they're looking for to really allow Caps to pop off.
Waiting with that BT, waiting for him to join G2. 4-item Smolder. Looking at a Varus with 3, maybe not as relevant. Looking at Broken Blade, who has a Warden's Mail in his inventory, plus a Jack Show. So longer he stays in the fight, the more he's going to do and start siphoning off as G2 keep looking for this fight. Vitality just spaced away. It was something you talked about before. All their layering of CC, the range that they have. They know they don't need to run straight into G2, yet G2 to run into them.
Baron has spawned, and it's G2 that have access to the river. Their wave clear on Smolder is enough to give them control over the wave. They're denying vision from Vitality observers. If you can show us what Vitality see on the map right now, they're doing their best to keep what vision they can. They do have that deep ward around the red buff, but the river itself has gone totally dark. G2 continuing to spread their control further. And it's crucial to recognize, even though Vitality have found a lot of great plays, the gold is still in G2's favor.
Hilliam watching on the right side as G2 walked to the left. The support of Vitality was aiming for some kind of angle. Now spots out that, okay, G2 are in front of the Baron. It's actually been started. With a brand, it goes down quick.
They're melting
Vitality
this.
are waiting, but they're waiting maybe too long. Nako hasn't put the ulti down. It's blind. They see nothing. And in the end, Vitality get nothing.
Great patient play there from G2. Just well controlled. The pressure in mid converted into complete vision denial. Vitality were hesitant themselves to face check the Smolder. and it resulted in an easy objective secured. Now the Soul, 15 seconds. G2 looking to try and get purchase over the river. Broken Blade should be the one to face check.
And he will. He jumps into Kazi,
does
and you can
no
see
damage to him.
That's right. A Cassante into Jin means nothing. Chayak will do a little bit more, though, with the true damages. Nature's Grasp kicks us off. Lince has already been poked out.
Ooh,
as you can see, Naknako's ulti's big. He's run into Caps, but he's now overheating. So Caps is going to burn him instead. Fire beats fire as G2 with a numbers advantage now walk to deny Soul. 3K, 2K, they want to flip this one, but Soul goes over. A win for Vitality, but G2, remember, have this fight in the bag. They just need to chase and chase and chase and chase. And Caps can do that as the flap stops short of the wall. So Kazi runs out and the chase begets nothing.
I mean, this was the scaling that G2 could always rely on towards the end game. And an ambitious play from Naknako as he saw Caps rooted up with a equalizer dropped on top of his head. He thought that he would have enough damage, but Caps able to flash away, and then it's just a matter of time as Vitality is forced to retreat. Their base is going to start to fall apart. The death timers are still 10 seconds. G2 can't get much more than an inhibitor. They will be forced to disengage. But now it begs the question of, even if Vitality have stronger engage, can they even win the fights anymore? Because Caps just feels so monstrously powerful, the scaling is just fully online.
And now he's got a Seekers as well, so it becomes that much harder as G2, we watch again, as you said, Caps got rooted here.
I love the idea from Naknako. You can see how much damage he's throwing out, but Caps is able to flash away to safety, getting a lot of value from those Merc treads. And while he does lose his flash, it ends up just being a race for the Dragon Soul. Nice smite comes through from Linces to secure the Soul.
Fighting again, Hilly, flash-shattering strike, but he's now crushed down in the middle of enemy territory. Hans pokes him, and doesn't just poke him, but pierces him in half. At half HP, he runs, and Hilly, by the way, deathless today so far. Even though he burns the Summoner, I've got to give props where props is due. He has had a good day, but he doesn't find what he's looking for in that specific play.
He certainly has. Unfortunately, it just isn't enough, because while I think they've done a great job of controlling the game, remember that they were the one that secured the Atakan, they converted it into a good Baron. Vitality were in control, but G2 always had the, well, we've got the late game. We can scale. And the reality is that Vitality never won fights significantly enough.
Linces, flash away from Chains of Corruption.
He's going to be forced to flash away there, as the top tower is now the target of G2's wrath. But I think the equalizer could come down to try and thin out the wave, as we've seen so many times from Naknako.
Yep, and there it is.
But yeah, ultimately, like, the thing that I guess I didn't talk enough about was that the game was largely even though Vitality was getting a lot of these advantages, and it was because Caps was just permanently sitting in silence. 407 CS, 36 minutes in.
He's Kapoving, you know?
He's nearly at 400 stacks now on the Smolder. And even if Vitality do find a good fight, unless you one-shot Caps, it's going to be a difficult fight to win.
G2 have 5 members in front of the turret. Vitality pay respect in this case. Mid inhibitor down as well causes some problems as Hilly. Hex Flash just back into his own base, and Minion Wave getting thinned out, but the equalizer still not back up and available. 10 seconds until that one comes in, and now another inhibitor exposed. G2 have their front line in healthy stances. You can see behind, Linces is ready to Nature's Grasp this and get an angle, but Labrov spots him as he puts down the roots. G2 marching away, blocked by the tanks. Labrov sets up the fence line, and the equalizer sets up the streamline. A good shattering strike as Hilly breaks down Broken Blade, but the Magnet Storm won't be enough. He won't be enough. He charges forward. Linces tried to do the same, but again and again, Hans Summer is in the way.
You can see the long-range damage from Vitality's composition and how lethal it could be. But against the front line of Cassante, the locket usage to mitigate a lot of the damage, the redemption earlier on, and just the fact that you're fighting into the Smolder makes it too difficult for Vitality to convert it into anything else. Broken Blade, good positioning from him to tank up the ulti from the Jhin. Labrov there has the ulti as well. He trades aggro, and now they're both just tanking up as much as they can, providing space for Caps and Hans. And then you see a bit of an overstep from Linces. The ultimate from Varus connects, and he just gets destroyed.
Two-shot. Hans Summer.
The scaling has happened.
Yeah. And the range that we thought would mainly come out of Vitality is starting to show from G2's head as well. 6.5k gold lead. As you said, scaling is the easiest way to put it through that mid lane especially. And Vitality now losing through bot as well. It's the one inhibitor left standing, one inhibitor turret left in the game as well.
I will say that I don't think this Lord Dominic's regards is enough to break through Broken Blade.
But to be fair, is anything?
Yeah.
K'Sante.
Jhin is not doing it.
Why are we getting K'Sante early rotation in draft? I think we have an answer. If you didn't have one before, I would have been surprised, but now please remember this lesson.
I mean, I'm more surprised by the Jhin response. I mean, I guess it makes a lot of sense in the context of the comp, but against this front line, it cannot get through. Good damage coming out from Chayak.
Okay, options here. Minion wave is cleared out. Curtain call. This is the turn. Vitality, great equalizer. Naknako has laid down the territory, and the curtain call has now flown. G2 are a little bit low, and there is good damage done, but is it enough to dissuade them as their base is just in tatters? Nexus turret getting battered and bruised by these supers, while G2 are setting up for Baron for the next dragon. They can take their pick because the map is still theirs.
G2 should just let the minions do their work, continue to put pressure onto Vitality's base while they set up around the Baron. It's going to be very difficult for Vitality to approach. If they could, this Equalizer combo can prove devastating in the face of Baron. But remember that those are still on cooldown right now, and G2 isn't going to hesitate. They're going to start this objective off, and it's very difficult for Vitality to contest.
They're like, well, we just go down to Elder, 15 seconds, but this Baron's going to be dead before Elder even spawns at this rate. Hilly spots him out, good ward down, but even as Naknako clears out mid-wave, there it is. Baron secured, locked in. 5 seconds till the Elder. Vitality want to pick before the Dragon. But again, remember, G2 can end the game. Teleport going to be used in mid all the way to this right side Banana Brush. And Chayak, now that he's here, really wants to fight to bring this game back.
G2 fighting to get access into the river. They should have control over the mid-wave. With those Baron empowered minions, it's scary, but Chayak is going to be the one to start off the Elder. This could be a turning point for Vitality.
The Vitality need to do this
quick.
quick.
Look at Lebrov's HP.
It is low, but here comes Redemption. Healing up is Omega as G2 is still trying to use that poke.
Kazi's in such an awkward spot.
Fourth shot. Lebrov goes in anyway. The fourth shot negated, and it will be a trade. Elder's still there, turns into a bit of flip till Broken Blade shows up, and Mum lines the scene. He's poked out, Equalizer pokes back, and Skumon gets zoned out as Naknako hits him in the face. Elder for Vitality, it's theirs! There was no jungle contest because Naknako decided to burn the house down! The minions, yes, they're going into the base, but Vitality will be able to defend.
Caps is still alive, but the rest of G2 have fallen. He wisely pushes in the bot wave to make it harder for Vitality to find an endgame avenue, but they still have 4 members alive. The mid inhibitor has respawned, and Vitality are able to navigate their way through the fight. And I wonder if that's, 30 seconds, I think it's tight. I don't know if they can end off the back of that, especially with Cap still alive. His wave clear is going to be too much, I feel. But let's look back at this fight. Lebrov getting chunked so massively at the start is huge, but Broken Blade, being the behemoth that he is, zones 3 off alone. Lebrov goes to the flash engage, and Kazi dies. This is crucial as they lose one of their major carries. But then it becomes a 50-50 smite. They can't keep Lince out of the pit. A nice equalizer onto Skumon, zones him away from the objective.
Look at him.
Naknako gets the kill, and then the smite is gone. Naknako has received so much pressure from G2 in this game, and he makes a hero play at the end.
He gets a lot of praises. Hilly's caught out. We went from
his first
zero
death of the game
to hero. And yeah, Hilly.
Look at bot though. Caps is top lane. Caps is top lane. The wave clear is away, which means that Chayak is able to get a tier 2. So many long games this split. Hysterics. Yeah. We're nearly 45 minutes in. We're likely going to get another major objective. As Vitality, with the Elder still available, are looking for a fight.
They really want one. The deep dive under turret. Nature's Grasp hits again. Lebrov, his ulti's not available. The curtain call and flies! The show's over for Lebrov. 50 seconds on the cow. Wait, Naknako's dead.
Yeah, Naknako ends up falling in the top lane. That's a 60-second death timer.
What is happening?
They're able to catch him. Pandemonium is what's happening on the Rift right now. 12 to 13 is the kill score. Another tower falls in favor of Vitality, but Caps is still a titan.
Yes.
Full build, 472 stacks. This Smolder, I guess Caps wasn't that present in the previous fight. I feel as though he wasn't just melting through this Vitality roster, which is kind of what we expected to happen. I was so enamored by Naknako finding that play on a Skumon that I wasn't even keeping track of Caps, who has now found himself 2 additional kills, one onto Hilly and another onto Naknako. It looks like that death timer isn't going to be punished. as we wait nearly 2 minutes, well, over 2 minutes, I should say, for the Baron to spawn. Full atomization is going to be coming through from nearly everyone on the Rift outside of the supports. But wow, what an intense affair. I feel like G2 is still favored, just because of the smolder.
Okay.
But we have seen around these neutral objectives exactly what we talked about in the draft. Just the composition as a whole for Vitality is a tough one to fight into.
Arrange the setup, and especially that player in the top lane. I mean, Nucko, imagine if his chair was tilted, how much extra damage he'd be doing. He's got Bloodletter's Curse, by the way, the new item in the game. Amplifies a lot of AP. Oh, let's remember, removes magic resist, is my meaning. So it's going to help with the Maokai's. It's important right now because the third inhibitor is going to drop, and as you said, G2 is still strong. G2 is still favored. G2 have now got 2 Nexus turrets again, as they, excuse me, Vitality on play on the defense. It's a second inhibitor now threatened out as Vitality have half a health bar on it, but it's still going to lose its next inhibitor. Nature's Grasp is flying across. Broken Blade will help zone out, and he makes sure that no one gets hit.
G2 not relenting with their siege. They know there's nothing really to play for. Why not set up for the third inhibitor? Vitality still so hesitant to force a fight. They're trying to chip away, leverage that range that they have to chunk at the HP bars of G2, and it looks like they're going for the combo again.
They're trying. I mean, they are whittling them down. Broken Blade and LeBron, the front lines are getting destroyed. Mum with a bit of healing helps out, so that's good, but BB's at half HP. He has to TP back in.
It's such an entertaining game. You're really seeing the...
Cleanse. Hans Summer now no cleanse. Teleport back in from Broken Blade, but Hans is so low.
I mean, I asked the question earlier, what was the idea behind the Jhin, and you just continue to see the effectiveness of it, this long-range pick potential, the synergy with the Rumble ultimate, providing that slow on the ulti to even keep targets inside the red carpet. It's so effective if given the space to do it. And G2, they just have to kind of run away.
Yeah.
And they're doing a good job of disengaging from those. Lebrov and Broken Blade, really the front line that you need in a situation like that. But it goes to show how terrifying this composition is, and it's a debate of, can Caps carry, or will the comp carry? Coming through from Vitality, as Baron returns to the Rift for, I believe, the 4th time this game?
Something
I've lost
like
track.
that. Yeah, I'm not with it. Elder's coming in 50 seconds as well, so if they delay enough, we could be tying this in. 45, top right. Look at it here as we get the setup from G2.
Downs once again around mid lane. Look at bot lane though. Someone has to go and get that. Nucko does have the TP. He should be responsible. This is the advantage that G2 have, that the waves are constantly putting pressure onto the base of Vitality. The gold really doesn't matter
they're
anymore.
walking into Hilly! Into the Magnet Storm! Into the setup! And now the Nature's born! But he's dead! They don't get the damage onto Caps. Chayak tried to follow, Kazi tried to follow, but they were blocked. It looks so good, but it feels so bad! Now with Broken Blade, taking him out, Vitality must be so damn mad as G2 find a way, find the road. It goes for 47 minutes, but even with Hilly setting it up perfectly, it'll come back to the start. The smolder scaling we were promised, and G2 will pick up their second win. However, valiantly, Vitality fought.
The idea from Hilly was so good, but the locket and the redemption from Lebrov was able to tank so much. That all-in is not the way that you wanted to play that fight. G2 was able to turn it around. It was an impressive and very entertaining game from both sides, but it will be G2 that walks away with the victory.
You can vote for your key player of the game at LEC on X. Caps, Hans, Summer, or Broken Blade. Holy moly, I don't even know at that point because the game went on for so long. It was really close. And G2 still picking up their second win against Vitality. Got more hopes for Vitality after that one, but after the break, ladies and gentlemen, we will have Skewmon to join the analyst desk to talk about that game, and that's something I want to hear. He doesn't like that. Look at him, he's a good boy, but he don't like that.
Maybe we could play some A rounds or something like that. I mean, this is mad, right? New towers, new objectives.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Wait, is he switching lanes?
Welcome to Marriott Bonvoy. Where can we take you?
From Berlin to the finals, Marriott Bonvoy will be your check-in at every checkpoint. Discover over 30 hotel brands here and around the world. Marriott Bonvoy, a check-in at every checkpoint. And welcome back to LEC after whatever just happened. But actually, we have the perfect guest to talk us through that banger game. Banger and a half, Skumon. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Congrats on winning.
Thank you.
Do I even say congrats on winning? No, jokes. Like, I think it's really, really hard to focus on games like this, especially when they run for so long. So talk me through communication, especially in decisive moments, to just like stay afloat and grab the win in the end.
Yeah, well, surprisingly, compared to the first week where we actually threw a lot of attackants in the first two games, I think that we actually managed to have a proper communication. I think like the only time we actually messed up was probably on the first attackant. Like we didn't really talk about like if they could actually do it, but otherwise I think the game was actually pretty much in our control, and I'm pretty happy of like how we communicated. I think our game can be way better, of course, but still, I think it was pretty good communication.
Naimir, I think it was Memento tweeting ahead of the game, don't worry, we cancelled all scrims. We did 8 hours a day practice of Attacan. And do you see the improvement? But also, do you notice teams losing their minds around this objective?
I mean, we did a segment earlier in the day talking about some of the big changes that happened to Attacan. For me, obviously, look, we've all watched League of Legends for years now, and many of you at home might have watched even for a decade at this point. It's not Dragon Pit, it's not Baron Pit. You're not suddenly in just the Thunderdome where you have walls everywhere. How much does that... I'm really interested in a pro play and the communication standpoint, because it's not like fighting the objective at Dragon Pit and Baron Pit, which has been kind of the same for all of League history. How does that change the instincts going into a new objective fight?
Yeah, I mean, that's a really good actually analysis, because I think that since it's, like you don't have actually proper walls and a proper place to fight. So it's really important in that case to actually control the bush. If like whatever side you are, and I think it makes you. It depends, like if you want to pull it as well, because like the damage from Attacan, it can actually be a good strategy to just pull it, and the Attacan goes crazy into enemy team. So
I hadn't realized that. That's so cool.
So I think like just controlling the bush is really important, pushing waves as well, and you actually need to have, I mean, really good vision. I think I know what I'm talking about, and make sure that enemy jungle doesn't steal it in front of you. But yeah.
Did you notice, by the way, in the Carmine Core Attacan steal, that the Attacan healed off of your clone while it happened? There's just so many random things which can happen in that fight. I have to say, I don't necessarily blame you in a high-pressure scenario with a new objective like that. Obviously, it feels like the whole league has a lot to adjust to when it comes to the new objective.
Of course.
Yeah.
Player of the game here was Caps. How has it been playing with Caps? I mean, I know you know the guy, you know his reputation, what he's able to do in game. But yeah, tell me about your experience playing with him so far.
I mean, it's absolutely amazing. Like, since I've joined the team and went to the gaming house, etc., I can just see why he's actually like the best player in Europe for so long. Like, he's such an amazing teammate outside and inside of the game. And yeah, I mean, to be honest, if it wasn't him on this game, I think we would have just lose it, to be honest. I think he played out of his mind. Even the game we lost last week, like the Akali game, he went like for 2-3 solo kills, if I can remember correctly.
A lot, yeah.
Like Caps is just him.
So obviously, Caps, ton of history. I'd like to talk a little about your history now as well, because weirdly it's connected to mine. Back in 2021, you played one of your first competitive splits back in the tier below NLC, UKLC. That was also one of my first splits ever casting as well. So it's really cool to see us obviously both here on the desk. I want to remind you back then, you were on Enclave. You still had a 100% ban rate on Nunu against you.
Oh, really?
Yes, you did.
Yeah.
I went back and checked. The stats are not there and easily to get. I had to go find every match history. 100% ban rate. If it's good enough for Inspired at World Semi-Finals to take Gen G for 5 games, why is it not good enough for you here in the LEC, huh?
Oh my god! Like I really hope that maybe Nunu will get a buff.
Yeah.
And I think that if there is one tiny chance to pick it, I'm gonna pick it.
Of course. And I mean, who better than G2 to let players experiment? But yeah, hopefully we can see your Nunu a bit later, Skimon. I want us to look at the picture behind you because last year you ended the season beautifully.
Yeah.
I want to say, I don't think it was a surprise for anyone that you joined the LEC this year. From this moment, you lifted the EMEA Masters Trophy to joining one of the most successful organizations we have in Europe. How does it feel? How does it feel and the improvement, and how have you been adjusting to everything? Tell me about it.
I mean, so far even though like the results are not really insane so far, I'm really proud of and really grateful of being a player in G2. Like if you would ask me like where you would have been like back then in Enclave as well, you would tell me that you would be playing for G2, playing with Caps. I would not believe you, to be honest. And like right now, everything is going pretty decently behind the scenes. I think we're improving slowly and surely. So yeah, I mean, I'm really looking forward for our next games, and I really hope that me individually can show a better performance, because I don't think that I've really shown what I'm able to do. So yeah, I really hope that I will show better games tomorrow and for the next games.
You're about to taste your very first Fnatic G2 rivalry tomorrow. How are you getting ready for this one?
I'm absolutely hyped. I think Fnatic is definitely one of the top teams right now. I think they have a lot of good players individually. Like they have really big names, not gonna lie. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to also play against Razork. I have a lot of respect for him. I think he's a top jungler for like so long, like even maybe like 3 years. And I think it's going to be a big challenge for me and a big chance to actually prove myself and hopefully, win the game.
Let's make it count. Looking forward to seeing this one, Skimon. Merci beaucoup. Thank you so much. Surrounded by French people. I'm so sorry, Naimira. We're going to end things here. Coming up, the last game of the day. Carmine Corp versus SK Gaming. We'll hit the rift right after the break. Bye-bye.
brings you to the lost and found, dear. Won't you pull up a seat? Everybody got a prize round here to play. Make me an offer. What will it be? Oh, what will it be? Welcome to the playground.
Welcome back to the LEC for the last matchup of today. It's KC jumping on the Rift versus SK. SK with a very sketchy start of 0-3, and on the other side, KC 2-1. Not too bad. People are hyping them up here, considering that they have looked pretty good, with Kalist especially on the team, looking like one of the best AD carries in the league. KC feel rejuvenated after the end of last year.
They certainly seem so, as KC is thriving in terms of finding form and a clear direction with how they want to approach the game. SK is floundering, struggling to find a core identity to how they start off the split, and this new roster is not finding success in the first week. Now, it's not all doom and gloom. There's always the possibility of turning things around, but it's going to be an uphill battle. With 6 games remaining, you are looking to grab wins wherever possible. And KC is an opponent that, as you rightly said, has already looked strong in week 1, so this will be a big test for the SK roster.
I mean, it really would be. As we're about to go into draft, you'll find out how big of the hill it's going to be as KC are on blue side. The favored, of course, is Skarnavaris. Your standard bans taken away from this last game.
Now, fun fact, today, red side has won every game.
Whoa!
So, is it a blessing or a boon for SK to be able to have that counter pick?
Isn't a boon the same thing as blessing?
Yes. Yes, it is. I may have misused my word. English there. Thank you for correcting me. But perhaps it's both. We shall find out. Victor, going to be taken away. Cassante, no Cassante this game.
That's good.
That is good. The frontliner, the authority of top lane will be removed. Now the question is, what will follow alongside it? Maokai, we've seen very high presence here in the LEC, alongside things like the Vi, maybe even the Jace. We know that Genax is a big fan of the champion towards the top side of the map. It will instead be that jungle pick. We haven't seen a Vi come through from Isma as of this split. But we definitely know it's within his pool as the Maokai final ban.
Both of them like that Jace as well, by the way, as other things to think about are the Rumble, KC, let's just find out. No one's really playing this. In LPL, like, if Kalista's open, it's first picked for good reason, because we have a lot of Kalista Renata lanes over there.
Well,
now, Kalista would be exciting.
Last week, we did see it heavily prioritized.
But it did not go well.
It did not go well, exactly. You've really got to find that advantage in the bot side of the map and keep that pressure up throughout the game. It will instead be the Corki. I'm expecting this to go into Vladdy's hands, but the beauty of Corki is it is technically a triple flex with the ability to flex into both solo lanes and the AD carry position. SK hovering through their options with the Kalista still open. They're going to lock that in for Rahel.
Renata surely to follow, right? Oh no, Sedge instead, as Renata pairing is probably just going to come on 3. As you'd naturally expect, Vedi, I see a Korean bot lane ready to say bot chai in all chat with a dominant 2v2.
I mean,
if it happens.
It looks like SK is very much simplifying their approach to the draft with what seems to be a strong bot side of the map and a solid front line in Sejuani. I'm sure they love a little bit more engaged, so I wonder if they'll pair either the Rel or the Leona up with this Zyra, with the Kalista, but with the Renata still available, there is always that possibility. Zyra, a fast clearing jungler that can typically do well into tanks, great disengage tool, and good scaling is something that we have often seen into things like the Sejuani. And Yike, he's no stranger to these AP player champions.
Corki mid, Draven bot into the Kalista.
Kalist playing Draven. What an exciting time, an exciting prospect coming into the LEC. Kalist really showed up in his first week here at the LEC Winter Split, and he's going to continue that momentum by locking in the Draven, and immediately SK is going to lock in the Renata in response.
Now let's see, engaged supports that need to be taken away from Targamas. Vedi, I could go through the list. We got Leona, we got Alistar, we got Nautilus. What do you want to see taken off? Because it feels like that's going to be important, as you always know Draven pairings are right on the menu. Pike, I guess, being one of them.
Yeah, I think hook champions like Blitzcrank is another one that you've got to be cautious of. I think the Renata quite likes things like Nautilus because of how effective the handshake can be into mitigating their engage. Obviously, you're not going to be able to remove all of these engaged champions from the pool, so instead they're removing some of the most lethal ones, and it wouldn't surprise me if we saw Blitz join the ban pool. Casey, you've been watching the games today and said, no Smolder, no late game insurance for you. We've seen it consistently around the world as an answer into Corki last year. And now, what will the final ban be coming through from SK? We talked about the Blitzcrank earlier. There's the possibility of maybe some top lane bans. Maybe they want to get rid of Rel, which you'd expect as a common matchup alongside the Draven. But no, it's going to be that Blitzcrank.
So you do get credit.
And Bessa going to be the top lane, banned away from the side of KC. So now where do we go? Is Rumble higher in the priority list? What about the Jace that's still available? Also thinking about, well, I mean, these top laners, Jace, Cassante,
Renekton.
Rumble.
What do you think about EU Renekton?
I don't love it.
Okay, well, you can sit on it for a little bit because top is going to be the counter pick.
It's going to be Rumble top.
You reckon?
Well, I mean, they've locked in Yone mid, so they need a little bit... No, for Genax, I feel.
Okay.
They need a little bit more AP damage. KC flexing through their options in the support position, as they also need to think about how they're going to round out their draft. They need a little bit more engage.
Yeah, surely not. Pictools are gone. Rel, similar values. Also best support. Again, most pick support, I should say. Going into week number 2.
Yep. And now they just need a way to... Well, I mean, what do they want to go for here? They've got okay engage. I mean, I say okay. Rel is one of the best engages in the game. And they would do with a bit of follow-up, and it looks like they're going to go for the Gragas. Kind of very familiar with the Gragas champion up towards the top side. Of course, a very pedigreed player. We know that Rumble's going to be the lock-in from SK.
We know?
We do.
Okay.
Because,
Vedius knows.
I mean, what else could it be? They need
True,
AP
they need
damage.
AP damage. Gwen! No. Okay.
So, yeah, they're going to lock in the Rumble, and I imagine that the Gragas was in part a response to that as well, with their anticipation of the Rumble coming through. So it will help disengage. Like, you've got a lot of dive coming through. You can see the wombo combo potential from SK with Sejuani plus Yone plus Rumble. The threat is there. Chuck a Renata ultimate over the top of that as well. Both good engage, good disengage, just strong team fighting all around with the scaling element in the side lane from the side of the Yone. Meanwhile, for KC, I think that they've got, I would say, a pretty solid front to back with double AD carry and 2 mages on the top sides. I would say that it's pretty solid in terms of welcoming the enemy into you, but it is a little bit on the squishier side, assuming that we are expecting Kana to go towards that full AP Gragas.
Yep. I mean, look, Kana on Gragas. It's his 4th unique champion so far at the start of the split. I'm looking forward to it when he's been such a fun top laner to watch. KC, I'll call them the fun unit because at 2-1. They're looking to move up towards the top of the standings alongside the Fanatics, GXs, the Kois that you saw earlier today. Week 2 is only just heating up as we enter you into the last game of the night. Now, it is 10 o'clock. Some people, it is your bedtime. Let me look at my watch. It is 10:15. Get into your pajamas, get comfortable, lay your feet out, get tucked in, because I'm hoping this one will be a bit of a barn burner, especially since we have a Kalista Renata bot. And we know there's going to be a lot of attention there and seeing how Isma can get down to the bottom lane.
Yeah, honestly, I was expecting a few more... okay, so I was going to say I was expecting more deep wards from KC to avoid the lane swap, but the reason why they stacked was because they assumed that SK would try and look for a lane swap, and in the lane swap you would then go for the delayed invade, get your deep vision, and then prepare for the matchup. But it does actually look like Kalista's pathing towards top. I wonder if they're anticipating the lane swap, but I expected them to want the 2 versus 2 with the Draven, but I guess against Kalista Renata, they're a little hesitant to go up against it. So they're the ones that's going to initiate it. They were prepared for the early invade from SK that didn't end up coming through. Vladdy will have Prio in this early lane matchup, which is crucial for jungle invades. Targavus now going to be spotted on that ward. Means that there is the lane swap has been announced.
Note that we didn't focus in on Corki's wiggling booty in this game, which is quite nice. It was a kind of an intro bit, but I think 2 would have been a bit of overkill. We'll save that for tomorrow. Good handshake. Oh, Kana already body slammed out. He's got a flash. That body slam was really early. A bit of a mistake from the top laner.
Yep, a crucial mistake as well, as Genax now going to make his way towards mid to share in some of that experience. As he's actually...
what is it?
Yeah, I'm confused a little bit. What is the game plan here from Genax? Because normally we see 2 things. Number 1, you can pair up with a laner and you can share in the XP to try and get the level 2 quickly. Alternatively, you can just help your jungler get a faster clear so that you can be bot lane ready for a potential dive.
But he's just not. TP. Okay.
He's going to go top and catch the wave. Okay. And he's going to be able to catch all of this experience.
I guess he didn't see Rel and thought, okay, Rel's no longer here. Probably going to go help and move to Kana.
Yeah, I mean, he's at no risk of a dive here, being that seeing that Kalist is isolated. Targamas was cautious of the dive, knowing that GenX was missing, and so like Targamas was prepared for exactly what we were just talking about, right? The jungler and the top lane are clear together. They quickly path towards the bot side of the map. They then threaten the dive with the jungler level 3, and with Kana only being level 1, he was in a dangerous spot. So Targamas with nice timing would have been there ready for the potential dive, but instead the dive doesn't come through. Targamas is now going to lane with Kana, and it provides the freedom for GenX to be able to catch this wave. The problem is that Yike, level 4, quickly cleared through the jungle. It's hovering around the top side of the map. Vladdy, has he overextended here?
Let's see. I mean, the damage won't follow up as Rika's already getting hit hard, but ignore that because Isma has enough on his lonesome. Now that Rika's out, it's going to be first blood. Match with a flash. Almost getting there for the trade as Targamas, hello. He just wants one of his own, a crash down. It ends up being a trade as Jungle for Support gets the kills.
I mean, it is an overstep from Vladdy that SK is able to punish. It's going to relieve Rika of some of the pressure that Vladdy's continuously putting down, and Vladdy also lost his flash, setting up for a potential counter gank later, or sorry, repeat gank later, I should say. Meanwhile, Targamas, at the very least, is able to punish the play by securing that kill onto Isma and securing himself the double buffs. I don't imagine that double buff is going to be that significant in the hands of Targamas on this route. We'll see what he can get done on the map as support should be a little bit more unlocked now. You can already see the realm moving forward towards the mid lane. Loopy is already here. As standard lanes seem to be returned for both sides.
As Targamas just hovers in fog of war for now. Talking a little bit about the supports. He's spotted on a ward, clears that out. Isma's down towards his bottom side now as well. So early game, all about this jungle support pathing. It seems like as they sync up a bit, and even though bot lanes are standard, it feels like it is going to get a little bit busier, considering that this does feel like the most important part of the game for both these teams, right? Draven and Kalista, very volatile AD carries. Both need early leads to succeed. Both need good lanes to really accelerate their game. And Kalista and Rahel core to their comp here as Kalista gets a push in, and that'll just enable the matchup from Rahel.
Kalista is going to be very scary. I mean, double longsword doesn't look that scary, but the investment in AD early versus attack speed just means that you hit hard. Unfortunately for Draven, he has the attack speed steroid available on his W, so just trading auto attacks, especially with the empowered auto attacks you're going to have, is a scary situation to be in.
I don't like scary situations.
Yeah, with the level disadvantage that Rahel is in as well, it's just a situation where he's going to be forced to concede pressure in the wave. Targamas goes for a bit of a stun, not going to find it, as Yike has found his way into top lane.
He has indeed, and slowed down by a barrel roll is GenX, who now might have to burn the flash early. Body slam out, and still it comes through. Grasping Roots not connecting is a big miss from Yike. A bit of poke damage in the end, but GenX gets out alive.
A crucial misplay there from Yike. He was very close to level 6 as well. I don't think that last minion would have given it to him, but missing out on that root meant that there wasn't any more CC to lock GenX down, allowing him to get away with his life. Level 6 ticked over for Rika. The grubs are going to be spawning, and given that GenX has gone back to base and neither bot lane is making their way towards top, I see Targamas making his way up. This should be an easy secure for Yike.
That's so quick as well. One of the big power points of Zara at the moment. The grubs just fall down aimlessly as Targamas might have found Isma on the dragon. He's being mega patient here. Maybe waiting for Yike to come down as Vladdy on a ward is spotted out. He's at level 6, and this is a slow dragon for now, but there is a rend available for Rahel. Targamas going to get spotted out, and he just decides to attract and repel. There's a good handshake, and here's the trade. Remember, double buff's away from Targamas, so he can't heal that much back up, but he's stunned up and hit for a rend. Rahel with a big kill here. As the Grasping Roots are now down, and so is the Draven ulti! Flush from Kalist, matches for his first cash into the game. He then gets another spinning axe, and that flash to redirect was clean.
It was a bit of a sketchy engage at the start because SK had the numbers advantage, but Casey was just trying to buy time for Kalist to finally join the fight, and without hesitating, he commits with the ultimate, flashes in to secure the kill, and secures that beautiful bounty. Casey equalizing the kills 2-2.
And also getting a bit of a gold in their back pocket, or rather gold lead, 260. Might not look like much, but be a sword. There's also a bit of lethality now with the serrated Dirk. Kalist has damage, and it's a big part of the game, what we're talking about, how important early lead is.
I mean, Casey, the next kill is going to give a feat of strength to either side, which is crucial. Both are even in terms of objectives. I'm sure Casey would have loved to be able to fight the Drake. They do end up losing it, so SK. Things are very even across the board. The big differentiator is of course, this bot lane advantage that KC find themselves with here 8 minutes into the game. Rahel and Loopy gonna have that window to push it out. Yike is hovering around the bot side of the map as he clears these camps. They've got to be careful.
X-Flash. Targamas deep ward, a little bit annoying, but goes down in the end, I believe, as the poke out from SK's duo still hurts a little bit. So early game, we'll just chill out, seems like, until grubs spawn. Again, for KC to try and hit all 6. Dragon in 3 minutes 30 as well to keep your mind on in the top right.
You're seeing the effects of the swap really pay off for Kalista just because he was able to spend so much time in a solo lane. He's now he's a half level over Rahel, which means that having that level 6 advantage has made it much harder for Rahel to fight him in the 1 versus 1. I should say 2 versus 2 rather.
Yeah, you should.
Nice sidestep on the handshake there. Ultimately though, a relatively even game. Rika's still going to have the scaling element on the side lane, which I think is going to be something that KC struggle to deal with their comp. They should have enough wave clear with things like Gragas and Corki that they shouldn't really be under kill pressure, but the problem is they can never go that far out into the lane just because of how much damage it's doing as they set up for a dive.
And Isma the one to pull it off. Here we go. Glacial Prison out, but the hostile takeover missed. Loopy, they didn't coordinate. Kalista sends out the ulti again. It's going to do some damage under turret, but the Fate's sealed. Fate's call. Out it goes. Loopy survives for now. Remount here for Targamas, gets Ignite down, and the bailout might even get Loopy back up and alive. Isma survives. The dive goes long, but it goes well.
The re-dive, much cleaner than the initial dive, as KC set up a dive of their own.
Okay, Kana just needs to land the barrel in the end. The flash, the ulti, no. It's an auto to help out Yike to secure the kill.
Nice response there from KC. Seeing an opportunity in the mid lane will secure another plate for KC. But the initial dive in bot lane looked very sketchy. We saw that the ultimate from Loopy didn't quite connect onto the KC bot lane. We also saw the tower aggro reaping some serious damage. And this Draven ultimate, a bit predictive from Kalista's. Rahel utilizing the passive of this Kalista. The barrier doing good work though, and just as he thinks he's about to get a kill back, of course, the ultimate comes through. Then this re-engage, Targamas with a nice idea, gets the Ignite down onto Loopy, thinking that he can secure the kill, but then utilizing that the skill to bring him back to life, and then SK end up with their 2 kills. So small kill advantage over to SK.
Yeah, small early game lead in the bot side now just flipped back around. Gold is still in KC's favor, but that's because that Zara clears like nothing else, and also because Vladdy's been a real big part of this early game with a lot of assists so far. KC moved up top first. You can see Isma, he's just clearing out Raptors, but SK, it looks like the setup wasn't there. They're just willing to give away 6 Raptors here. I guess they've also picked up 1 feat of strength thanks to them getting to 3 kills first. But remember, those feats of strength are going to be stacking up very quick here in the objective game as KC have a lot of pushing power now added in.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that the bot lane died meant that they could reset out onto the map faster, and so they're in a better position to contest now. Rika is in some serious trouble. Isma is here to defend. TP comes through as well. And KC's happy with this. They'll just take the summoner spell. It was the threat of the dive rather than actually executing it that gets them a small advantage. They can keep their members around the top side. Kana is wasting a bit of time as the bot lane wave kind of feeds into nothing, but it's putting a lot of pressure, and now it's Jenax in danger.
It's early. Yike. Unfortunate, or late, I should say. Jenax with a good wave clear. They're still going to continue the dive. Body slam, CC galore. Kana hits everything, and he also hits his first kill.
They make the dive work. Rika is sent to bot lane to push that tower in as quickly as possible, wanting to get a few more plates for SK, maybe even first tower of the game. It should fall relatively soon. Kalista holding into mid. Nice handshake.
He is in trouble, though. Stand beside is good, but Aren coming in next. Almost. Rahel doesn't find his mark. Kalista has to get away. He holds onto his flash and everything as well. That was a close call.
Certainly was, but he does get away to safety. Bot lane tower getting very low. It is barely losing any HP.
Oh my god. Almost there.
Almost there. Attack speed. Yeah, if you're not building any AT.
True.
And also all those resistances. Still not quite at 14 minutes into the game.
SK's early game. 2 dragons, feats of strength. The only thing lost to the wayside is 6 grubs.
So they're in a good spot. Again, when we kind of look at these compositions, I think KC have great team fighting. SK have a few more side lane options. Flash being forced out from Jenax.
It's almost like Trinity Force is Corki's best item.
Could say. Top tower going to fall. Grub's going to help secure that objective. And Herald is the next objective you'd think about. But of course, that's still 3.5 minutes away. So likely that we'll see a potential swap as SK should set their sights on the top tier 1. KC should be sending their sights on the bottom tier 1, and you should be seeing the junglers sort of shift their pressure there. Isma clearing out his bot side, pathing towards top, will likely work with the pressure that they have in mid to then start sieging onto that top tier 1. In a minute's time, the plates are going to fall off the tower and they're going to be much easier to secure. Meanwhile, on the bot side of the map, all this vision has been invested by SK after the push that Rico was able to secure for himself. And you're going to see a very similar thing where they use their mid push to move into the bot side river, as KC is demonstrating for us now. Pings coming down from SK, recognizing the bot tower is their objective. But it's really the only thing for these teams to play for. There is room to try and defend it, but honestly, these tier 1 towers aren't worth defending. You're better off just getting across map. But it's important that you execute it properly, because if KC is able to secure that tower quicker, then there's opportunities for them to reset and then move back to top, and then you have just all these extra towers on the map.
He'll burn by Loopy. And while you're talking about setup, deep wards are placed to kind of watch this movement from Isma. You talked about the Sejuani a little bit, and Isma spots out a ward on the side. Gets it, double lenses it. This will eventually drop down as Targamas was just wanting to see and get that information. Where's enemy jungle? What's Isma doing next? And as he moves back and spreads mad, old Mad Lions logo. KC.
So the dangers of making a play like this, as much as it's not that dangerous right now because they have full vision of Yike, is like Rika is very overextended in the top lane.
Yep.
He doesn't have the safety of a tower to fall back on, which is normally why you'll see the jungler and the support playing to this side of the map as SK take a bit of damage. But because they have full vision of Yike, this provides Rika with all the safety in the world.
Targamas is taking the most of the damage. You can still engage though. Glacial Prison is sent out in return. Equalizer layered down as well. Casey getting poked out, and Targamas, their main engage tool, is down. He's almost to the background as hostile takeover is great. The ulti from Kalist comes back, but Rahel not dead yet. He gets bailed out, but not for long. A shutdown, a big kill as Genax trades it, but Kalist stays standing. Their big carriers. Look at this. Isma's already flashed. He's run for his life with an Arctic Assault, but Kana's run out of gas. And KC just turn their head towards mid. Big play and big gold pockets now gained.
It ends up turning into a fight that I think SK was... I mean, it was SK that initiated it.
It was.
To be fair, the start of the fight, I guess, looked pretty promising, but then the TP flank came through from Kana, and Rahel took so much damage in the exchange. You'll see Targamas steps up, he's trying to body block, but then he sidesteps the ulti and it connects onto Yike, and then a really nice equalizer connects onto the backline, splitting KC up. Then the bot lane of SK tried to collapse, but a really nice response from Yike makes it hard, and Rahel and Loopy are immediately forced to disengage. Once Kana arrives, SK have nothing left in the fight, knowing that they're at a numbers disadvantage, allowing KC to win out, also securing the mid-tier 1.
Kalist with another cash in, PT in his inventory. Looks like Collector's soon to be following that as well. But note that Yike just keeps getting stronger and stronger. In the jungle, this guy's almost got towards his second item with a blasting wand sitting there waiting. And I'm looking at a Zyra with 5 out of 6 kill participation. I'm looking at a Zyra with 128 CS and has maintained a CS lead in jungle as Isma keeps trying to find his own angles.
I mean, I think Isma's had solid impact in this game. He's been involved in every single kill that the team has found. But the way in which SK is playing the map right now, I think it's just making it easier for KC to just do what they want. They can, at any point that they want, turn their attention to the bot side of the map, but they don't need to with the Rift Herald secured. They could use this to help secure that bot tower, even threaten the tier 2s in mid and top. Also, that Rumble can't afford to overextend now because, well, they don't have any control over the top side of the map. The risk of a collapse is very real. You can see him just refusing to push out this wave, trying to stay within XP range and last hit whatever he can, waiting for more information. Now that Corki's been pinged out, they're like, okay, this is much safer. I should be able to push this wave out now. Meanwhile, Rika feeling much safer thanks to the vision investment on the bot side of the map to be able to play how he wants. And this is crucial in this mid game, being able to play towards your sides, giving them the freedom to push out those waves, and why these outer towers can also be very valuable. But Dragon, 15 seconds, going to be the next major objective.
Yeah, the side note on Rika, just been perma-side-waving this game actually as well. So it's been about focusing that vision in, and I love that you bring up the point. SK sideliner, as he feels safe, as he gets to push out, then starts moving and seeing what he can do with Isma. We haven't seen that much sync up with solo lanes, but we have seen a lot of sync up with the CC that Loopy provides. As SK start this Dragon, it would be number 3, and KC know they need to stop it.
Look at Rahel's position. It's so awkward for SK. They're at a numbers disadvantage, but he has to go the long way round. They have all 5 members there from KC. The TP will now come in from GenX. The Dragon's at about 50% HP, and now both teams have regrouped.
They run through a control ward. They know Rahel's here now finally as Loopy's caught out. He's going to be Fate's called back, but running into the middle of the fight, that's not it. Kalist runs around Dragon, and he's frontlining himself, but GenX can't take him down. A double kill for the Draven, while SK are now torn between places. Rika's left here standing, but look at this, with Bloody running in, with Kana CCing him. SK were just torn to pieces here, there, and then there.
The coordination was clean from KC. Excellent execution from Targamas. The follow-up from Kana as well just decimated the carries from SK. They had no room to respond. The team fighting power came through. And just keep your eyes. They know that Rahel doesn't have summoner spells available. The engage comes in from Targamas. Rahel steps up a little too far. He pulls in his support to try and get him to safety, but they just get eviscerated. Rika has no real threat on the backline. It's a good equalizer, but the damage wasn't enough to put any real threat onto Vladdy. Meanwhile, Yike even spawned the Herald in the midst of that fight, uses it to throw it into the bot tower. I think they even secured it off the back of the fight. And KC take firm control over this game.
It's just flung to an almost 5k gold lead. They've stopped the Dragon stacking, and Kalist with 2.5 items. I mean, this Draven, it was the first cash-in that was good. They got the dive in SK, and you think, okay, good. They're stagnating this Draven. But every fight now, Kalist has high impact, and Vedius, I'm a little bit worried in this game for SK. I mean, they started this season 0-3, and in this game, you're starting to see, well, how do they piece this comp together? How do they set up this front to back? How do they set up these big ultis? The tools aren't coming together and layering in a perfect setup.
Yeah, I mean, so far they haven't really shown us the engage setup that they would like.
Yeah.
I think that there's enough mobility on the side of the KC that unless you land that type of wombo combo with Yone ultimate plus the Rumbe. Rumbe?
The Rumbe. Yo, it's when he goes into Zumba classes. Yo.
It's Yone and Rumble. That's the Rumbe.
Rumbe.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cute.
My bad. It's been a while now. We just cast 2 40-minute games.
It's been long. We cast like a best of 5 almost. You know?
So anyway, I feel like they need to find a combo like that to really turn a fight in their favor. But KC have so many great engaged tools, and SK is very reliant on Loopy to stop that from happening.
It's a voracious Atakan.
You gave a look on my face, and I thought, what's so shocking?
It's the exact same one.
Yes.
It's the exact same one.
Yeah.
Can't wait for tomorrow's Atakan.
Oh, Isma? I should be fine. Passive gets procced. As KC, they just keep bot push, keep mid pushed, keeping as a 5 stack. Even though Kana does have TP, it's just better to play through 2 lanes. No need to spread yourself too thin. The top tower really doesn't matter at this point in the game. Kalist continues to push in the mid wave. Good job of just cleaning out all of SK's vision, stealing away what camps they can to deny them even more gold, and then turn your sights back toward, I say the Dragon. The Dragon's not even up. They were setting up so cleanly.
Close it up. If we go down a little bit, you'll find there is a bigger objective there. It is a shame, by the way, we don't actually have Khan playing in this meta with Atakan. You say Khan, you know, if you're in the LCK, you say Khan is Atakan.
How long have you been cooking on that one?
I just thought about that. I thought it was very clever. Yeah.
Completely irrelevant to this game, but thank you for that contribution.
Not because Atakan is taken. Let's give them a GA.
Yes.
That's a good idea.
Thumbs up from Kalist.
Yeah, oh, very good. They also have 6 grubs, KC. So this turret is going to die very quickly. You see Genax is going to trade, but inner turret's obviously worth more. And they're also going to get the push in. KC are going to keep on going. And remember, with that GA, they can keep channeling into the base. They can dive this. It just goes down so quick. That's mine. Okay. Sejuani was top, by the way, as well, so Isma has to now back. Kana's getting this for free, too. Inhibitor just goes in. They just walk in. They don't even pay the bill. Like, would you like extra food
I mean, now they should just look for a fight. Why not?
Yep.
You still have
Rika's dead, and Rika's dead!
Oh, my... Oh!
The game is over! SK let them walk in. They didn't pay for any of the food. They then got drinks from the fridge. They didn't even tip the wait staff. KC, dinner's on us. As SK moved to 0-4, but more importantly, KC are looking clean with it. They coordinate. They proliferate and they exuberate over their 3-1 start to week number 2.
They join the top of the table here at the LEC with a convincing performance against SK. The pressure only mounts as SK find themselves at the bottom of the table. A difficult road ahead of them, but what a clean performance from KC. That fight around the Dragon, the control around Atakan, execution into the game end. A 22-minute stomp.
SK died, lost the game with hostile takeover, with Fate's Call, with all ultis up, I think.
Yeah, I mean, they were not expecting, and huge credit to Targamas. Fantastic engages from him. 13 of the team's 14 kills he was involved in.
He's having a great split. Rough last year, but he's really bringing it back as you can vote for your Kia Player of the Game, Kalis, Kana, or Yike. A hard one. Kalis had a good Draven game. Yike just had a clean game. I mean, okay, some moments he whiffed.
I mean, to be fair, he was 4-0-9 scoreline involved in a lot of the plays as well.
I'm kind of upset that Targamas is not on that.
I mean, he had a fantastic game.
He really did.
And that's why we're here to acknowledge his performance after that game.
It's Bring Your Father to Work Day here at the LEC. To open up week number 2. This is Vedius.
What?
Look at our shirts. Look how similar they are.
Okay. Anyway, we're setting up for an interview on stage, which we'll be with you very soon. In the meantime, that concludes day 1. We still have PGL ahead of us. But this was the first game of the day where Red Side did not win. And it was an absolute stomp from the side of KC.
Yep.
Cool to see Kalis bringing out the Draven, something I didn't expect from him today, but he's going to maintain that confidence that he already demonstrated after week 1. And we find ourselves with a lot of teams sitting at the top of the table now. I think that's Fnatic, Koi, KC,
Giant X,
and Giant X, all tied at 3-1 at the top of the table.
It's a good top of the table.
It certainly is.
I mean, LEC's only just begun, but already, as I said, it's a barnyard blitz. Ladies and gentlemen, you can see behind me, they're about to throw to an interview, or at least we are. I believe Targamas on stage with Ginny for our interview.
All right, Ginny here with Targamas from Carmine Corps in the Marriott Bonvoy post-game check-in. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Another win under your belt. What an incredibly strong start to Winter Split this year. You've been with KC last year, you're with them now. Would you say, what would the biggest difference be between then and here?
I mean, I think this roster is just very different from last year, obviously. I think it's just kind of a fresh start. Like last year, we started really bad, and then everything kind of went worse and worse, and then it gets in the heads, like it gets really hard at some point, right? And I think League is a game where you need a lot of confidence to play good, and this year is just a fresh start, right? We have new players, like very good, very talented players, and also I feel like we are working really well in scrims. And then we just go on stage and we have the confidence to play good, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, we can see it really in your gameplay as a team. You guys are very confident. You're not scared of making plays. You're happy to go in. Where do you find that confidence? Because usually when you're looking at the new roster, everybody's still getting used to each other. But you guys hit the ground running.
Yeah, I mean, I think we just have a lot of trust in each other. Like, that's really important. We all believe, like, we are good players, right? And then it just feels very simple to play in a way. Also, yeah, like the mood is just really good. Like everything is just really good, so it's just really easy to go on stage and play like at least decent.
Yeah, you guys are definitely showing that on the server. How do you build this trust? How do you build these vibes and this good mood as a team?
I think we have a few players that like know each other from before. Like I played with everyone in the team, for example, except Yike. Like Kalist and Vladi played together in LFL, so it's like a lot of people know each other from already before, and then I think Yike just fit in like instantly, and like I don't know, we just have a really good group. Like Vlad is really funny guy, and he's like making jokes and putting the people together, and then everyone is kind of like joining in on the jokes, on the fun, and yeah, we're just having a good time.
That's good because again, obviously you guys are having a good time here in the LEC. On the server, but also it's showing on your results. When you're looking at 2025 as a season, what is your goal as Targamas? What do you want to achieve?
I mean, as myself, I just don't really mind. Like, it's more for the team. Like, I just want to
I just want KC to be like the best team in Europe, and I want to go back to Worlds because I only played it once and it was not great. So yeah, I want KC to be the most dominant team in Europe, like the new G2 in a way, and then I want to go back to international as well.
Okay, well, I'm excited to see how that's going to play out. Thank you so much for your time
Thank
for
you.
the interview. Merci. And we're ready to head over to PGL. That's all from us here. We're going to be heading over to Lore with Finn, Vladi, and Reha.
Thank you so much, Ginny. It is a full house here in the studio after this KC victory. We have Rea and Vladi with us to talk about all this. And Finn, of course. Sorry, I'm not forgetting about you. No, but you've been here all day. We don't see those guys. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
After this game. Rea, coach, first question. What did you think about Targamas' performance today? He was on stage just now. So.
I think it was good. I think it's, I mean, the first thing that I'm happy about is like for sure the swap. That's something that we improved from last week to this week. Like it's not easy, I think, to build into Renata, but this game I think he did well. Able to find the right engages, able to find the right fights and do what we ask of him, to be honest with you. So yeah, really happy about his performance today.
But Finn,
yeah, I was very curious when I saw your draft, because usually it's not very conventional to have a Syra and a Gragas as your top jungle. Do you think you have a right approach coming into this draft, or do you think you put yourself in a hard position, or do you really enjoy what you ended up with?
I think it's a really good draft for us because we know we have champions who are really good against their champion. I mean, if you look at only like top jungle, obviously like it's like okay, Zyra, Gragas, but actually it makes sense if you think about it because like Gragas, Zyra needs someone to be in front of her. Like Rel is doing this job, but Gragas as well, right? So I think it's for sure. I think I'm really happy about the draft because also I don't think Kalista can really play the game.
And I think it's great that you showed that Jake is so comfortable playing both the tanks and the AP carries. How do you think about the jungle meta right now? Do you like prefer playing with an AP jungle, or do you prefer playing with a tank jungle?
Oh.
Yeah. You can be info. Yeah, you can be very.
Spill the beans, Vladi.
Yeah.
Okay, I would say I prefer tanky junglers because I want to carry. I can carry, I think. Like Sejuani, maybe Darwan, this kind
maybe
of
the Maokai?
The side eye from the coach.
Maokai is permaban though, that's the issue.
That's true, yeah. But you couldn't carry on Corki? Isn't that a skill issue?
The thing is I have Kalista as well, so it's kind of hard to carry by myself.
The show. I get it, okay. I get it.
Show,
These rookies, man. Now you're a veteran, you've been here for a split already.
I've been here for
you don't get the kills anymore.
Actually, is it something that you feel, Vladi, after like one split of playing in the LEC, now that you have younger players, maybe in the likes of Kalis, do you feel like your responsibility is different?
I wouldn't say so, but I have one split experience and I'm pretty comfortable in the stage. Like one split was enough for me, and yeah, I think I'm ready to do what it takes to win the trophy.
Rea, what do you think about your mid laner's evolution from his first split last year, coming in a very dire situation for the team in the results you guys have right now?
Yeah, I think I'm really happy of him. It's really weird to speak about him.
It's fine.
No, I'm really happy of him. I think, I mean, there's a whole discussion about you're not a rookie anymore. Like you have new responsibilities, and the people that you maybe looked up at are the people that you are going to kill on stage. In the game?
In game.
In the game, sorry.
In game, of course.
So, yeah, of
not on this stage.
That's I mean, that's the objective, and I think he's doing everything to do that, right? So now it's just a matter of time before he shows to everyone who he is. So
a fun anecdote is actually last year, before the season, in 2023 off-season, I was screaming a lot with Vladi, and already then I could see this guy is almost ready to play LEC. So
and Reckless.
Yeah, and Reckless.
Wow.
Was his first steps?
I'm not sure, actually.
It was the first time Reckless played support. It was me, Vladi, Reckless, Comp, and 113. We were screaming for the whole off-season. I was like, wow, this Vladi guy just came out of ARLs, but he knows so much, and he's very assertive. He knows what he wants. You actually call for stuff, even though there's so many veterans around you. And I think that's the most impressive part about your journey, is that even though you come into a team where everyone around you has been around for so much longer, you still know how you think you want to play, and you say that. And I think that's really, really important. One of your best qualities, I would say.
When I look at you, Vladi, maybe you want to react on this.
No, it's fine.
No, it's fine. Okay, well.
Thank you for your kind words.
But I have a question following these kind words, because I feel like people are sleeping on you and underestimating you constantly, whether it's the audience, the public. Maybe you have this feeling in game as well. What do you think about this?
Wake them up.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly,
show them.
I don't know. I don't care what they think of me, to be honest. If I'm underrated, overrated, I don't really care about the public opinion. I just try my best and improve day by day. And yeah, I hope I can show it soon, because right now I'm a bit shaky, you know. One kill with Corki.
Yeah.
The same.
Let's stop playing Corki, maybe.
Yeah, I think I will drop this.
Okay, I think your coach.
I'm not
heard
playing
this.
Corki tomorrow,
You're
for
not-
sure.
Oh, there you go.
Actually,
Who are you playing against tomorrow?
When is the Vlad coming out?
The Vladimir?
The Vladimir?
You know, I never played Vladimir actually.
Really?
And, yeah.
Why is your name Vladi then? It makes no sense.
Because it's my real name.
It's his name.
Oh, okay, I get it.
Like you.
Yeah.
You know Kalist?
Yeah. Is his
It's
name
his-
really?
yeah, it's his name.
Oh, wow.
It's Kalist.
I mean, the best players have their own name as their in-game name. It makes sense.
Finn,
Anyway,
Caps. His name is Caps.
Caps. His name is Caps, of course. A topic that we had before you guys came in is the expectations around this KC roster. So before asking you, what is your expectation for KC this year?
Putting
Finn?
money on the spot.
Yeah, of course.
Well, I think KC right now should be seen as a top 3 team in Europe at least. And obviously the goal as a player on a good team is you want to win. You always want to win. So I think KC should really set the expectation is they're going to come in, they're going to win the split. Winter, spring, summer, Worlds.
Worlds,
that should be the
everything.
expectations.
And
You
win
agree?
Worlds.
And yeah. You can do that, right?
Of course.
No.
No?
No. I mean,
Look at this. He's from EU, by the way.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, he
no,
came back.
I mean, for sure, I think there's so much potential in this roster. And I think it was one of our. It's nice to see a rookie roster once again, because that used to be the European trademark that we would have these rookie rosters come in and then blow everyone by storm. And I think it's so impressive to see you guys come in and do the same thing, because it's kind of a relic of an older time, and it's something we dearly missed for a long time.
And I feel like with a big fan base such as the KC fan base, you have to shield yourselves and your players, Rhea, maybe against those expectations and how the audience and like even the community is going to influence your results and set those expectations for you. How have you been tackling this for so far?
I think it's a really good question for sure. I think there's like shielding from like I guess not the fan base, but like what can be hostile for my team, which is one thing, and there's the expectations that we always have in KC in any roster that we go for. That's something that we really want to go if we go in a competition is to win. And it's the same thing with this roster. Like that's the first thing that we said coming into the year. Coming into even last year, we were discussing about. I mean, last year we're not winning, Gredo, but like yeah. I mean, that's just clear for everyone. Whether you're rookie, whether you're 19, or whether you're Kana or Tagamas, like everybody knows, right? It's like we go every time to the office to scrim to make sure that we're able to win trophies. That's what we want to do. So that's our expectation, to be honest with you.
Yeah, and to you as well, I wonder, what is your opinion on the rest of the league right now? Do you think there's like a clear top 5? For my POV, I think there's a clear top 5. I wonder if you share the same belief that I do.
Let's take a look at the standings while we talk about this, shall we?
I think, I think it's pretty clear about. I think there's like a couple of teams who are above the table for sure, and there are teams who are like behind, and it's a bit. I feel like there's a massive gap between maybe top 5 and bottom 5. Not massive gap, but I think it shows in scrims kinda. That's there are teams who are able to contest us and we actually learn things, and there are teams where we're just winning. So yeah, I think it's like we'll see how it goes. Maybe those teams will be able to improve. Maybe also like I think G2 has been showing really shaky. Not gonna lie. So also that's is G2 like top of the table as well? That's the question, right?
No, I mean time will tell, right?
Can you make me your tier list? Your top 5 tier list.
Top 5 tier list.
Yeah.
I mean I put Mad Lions Koi to win the winter split.
Okay.
Because I think they would come in with like this hype. Because they had a lot to build on from last year. They're like the team that made the least roster changes. They only made 1 change. I thought they were like a strong fundamental foundation. Then coming into winter, I had them as my 1, Fnatic 2. And then U, G2, and what's the last team? I mean, U and G2 is like 3-4, and then GX is 5.
Okay. So you put GX5 before the start of the year?
Yeah, around same as BDS, like same tier. It's hard to like be this guy's 5, this guy's 6. Like they're around the same.
Well, looking at the standings right now, Vladi, do these results match what you've been experiencing in scrims against those teams?
Yeah, for sure. Like, it's. I think it's a clear top 5: G2, Mad Lions, and obviously Giant X and
Koi, yeah. Okay.
Fnatic. I think the best one is Fnatic in scrims. Right now, I don't think there is a better opponent to scrim. So yeah, it's pretty surprising they lost a game against Mad Lions, honestly, but yeah.
Koi now, but yeah.
Koi, sorry.
The spirit of Mad Lions prevails.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, we're all used to it. It's going to take a bit of time. You're talking about Fnatic. This is our match of the week tomorrow against G2 Esports. A very shaky G2 Esports, as you guys said. So you 3, I want to have a prediction. And why do you think either G2 or Fnatic is going to win? Starting with Vladi.
I think it's a bit weird because Fnatic is playing really well, in my opinion, in scrims, but they don't really do what they do in scrims. So I'm not really sure, but I will still go for Fnatic because G2, as you said, look a bit shaky right now, even in officials and in scrims. So yeah, it's Fnatic for me.
Yeah.
Fnatic for you, Finn?
I think G2 is gonna win, and I'm
Okay.
gonna tell you exactly why.
All right.
Because this is the story, right? Mickey X got sold from G2. He's kicked off G2. He's gonna come in with his vengeance. Mickey X really wants to beat G2, and he's gonna get so excited he's gonna run the game down. And then G2's just gonna kill it on repeat, and it's gonna be a free win for G2.
We have two very interesting stories.
Okay.
Reha, what is
I think
yours?
it's. I mean, do you know what side is it? Because it's like a huge question, though. I think it's. But I think it should be Fnatic.
All right.
Except if like Caps can have a mega game though, like today on Smolder. So yeah, I think it's. I mean,
Yeah.
it should be Fnatic. I think. Yeah.
It's always a Caps factor.
It
Not
is
to
always.
disregard the other teammates, of course, but that's going to be an interesting game. So will yours be? You're facing off against Rogue. What is the mindset going into this game? You don't want to underestimate or overestimate opponents, I feel.
I would say in scrims they are they looked weak, but on stage they like their early game looks quite good. I didn't really expect that, so yeah, obviously we shouldn't underestimate them. But I think if we play well, it will be the same as today, quite easy.
Is that an issue sometimes, Rhea? And I'm thinking about Rogue because of the games we saw from them, but like not to get sunk into the passiveness of some teams, maybe. Is that going to be a challenge against Rogue?
I don't think that
Okay.
much because it's about, you know, like what you consider are your basics and fundamentals as a team, you know, and decide where you want to fight and why you want to fight. And I think we are good at that, I think. But I think we should forget every scream about Rogue, you know, and be like, when they go on stage, they don't have the same deficit that they have when we play against them. So it's all about macro. If we play good macro against them, I think it should be fine.
Any closing thoughts, Finn, on the matchups we have? Or on Vladi?
Watch out for Malrang. He likes level 3 gank mid.
Okay.
Today he did
Good
Raptors, Gromp, blue buff mid. Just keep that in mind.
Who do you want to win?
I'm cheering for Carmine Corp Esports.
Why not for your previous team?
No, I mean, I think you guys are just favored to win the game. I mean, coming in, it's pretty easy to tell you guys are on an upward spiral. Rogue has been struggling the last few days, and I just think you guys are going to take it pretty easily.
All right, a story for tomorrow. Guys, thank you so much for joining us today. Rhea, Vladi, always a pleasure having you and talking to you here. Finn, well, you'll be back tomorrow, so we'll
I'll
get
see you
more
soon,
chances to discuss together. And that's all for us here. Guys, thank you so much for watching LEC. And the beginning of week 2, we'll be back tomorrow, same time, same place, for the day 2 match of the week. Fnatic, G2, you don't want to miss it. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Welcome to the LTA North. We've got new faces, new places for those faces, and more than one streamer owning a team. We've got Fearless Draft, as too many players were complaining about Sniper's Riven. We've got a new patch where lane swaps are good, but that's okay because we've also got Noxus. Solo queue sensation and NACL champ Surdy is finally making his LTA debut. Fudge is back in the top lane after vacationing in mid before then being spotted at Muscle Beach. I mean, look at this man. Contracts and Palafaker are still together, but new teammates and new ownership makes this team a lot more moist. DSG has joined the league, and Disguised Toast has the team living large in their new team house.
Castle, you mind getting up so I can show them?
Lion joins from the south and look to wreak havoc on the league's established teams. Their jungler has been winning for so long, he's named after a pro player that last played in 2014. All this to set up a final clash between the north and the south, and we better win. Because I can't take another international defeat, okay? It hurts too much. All this and more as the LTA North aims for the moon. Watch now.
I can't reach him. Oh, blast coming out. W. Oh, makes it! No! First blood! That's on you, Fnatic fans. You cursed him. They're going to take the time to execute. You can't get out of this. Oscar can ult to finish the kill, but he might take his time. Ult's back through. Patrick now going to be a little bit in trouble. Just now getting back out on the map. A little locked up.
Maybe he can turn on to Paris here.
Taking stun as well. Camilla's going to fall. First blood.
Okay, my bad.
They kind of want to bait the engage. Again, if Shio gets a good ultimate, they can try and turn this. Good ultimate coming in from Flacket. Nice through, but it's just going to be the 50-50, and 113 manages to steal it.
We fight off. You can fight, FG. G now. Look, Ali.
Yeah, I can fight. They're trolling.
Nice.
I need to base. Lot again continuing to impress as John is getting in the way. The flash shove ignite. John, you nasty devil. Big move from Koi. There's now with the Weaver's wall out. Noah's still the target. The poke still ranging out, and Noah ends up being the double. Koi with a swift move, taking that play into their hand.
I was all in my hand. Yeah. One guy spotted me. One guy is coming soon. We're fighting, okay? We're fighting. We can kill.
Okay, behind. Just flash, okay? He's gonna nice.
It's only Linces with the damage. They're trying to buy time for that ult to wear off and Kazi to come in. Bullet time is out and rather a curtain call.
Look, Santa. Run this one. Run this one. VGS. I'm going in. Master is dead. I can base TP. I can TP.
As you can see, Knuckknucko's all these biggies run into Caps, but he's now overheating, so Caps is going to burn him instead. Fire beats fire. He can't heal that much back up, but he's stunned up and hit for a rend. Rahel with a big kill here. As the grasping roots are now down, and so is the Draven ulti. Flush from Kalist. Matches for his first cash in of the game.
The perfect teammate! They take it all! In knockback, it's Chicago punching! What? It's Big Pop! Oh my god! Clubs! Everybody! You know the story, you know the legend!